Coming up next, we preview a holiday college football feast. Number 1 Florida State with Destiny takes a turn through Tallahassee, where the Seminoles stand ready to give the Gators more than just thanks. Nebraska still eyes a 3rd straight championship season, but must first stuff the Buffs as both teams clamor for Alliance attention. It's down to the wire in the Big East as 3 teams position themselves for the postseason. And it's the final regular season run out for Lou Holtz and the Irish as they travel west to take on the Trojans. We bring you college football's holiday helpings next on the Weekend Kickoff Show. Happy holidays out of the cornucopia and the weeds and whatever that stuff is. Welcome you to the Weekend Kickoff Show. Chris Fowler along with Lee Corso, always first in line at the Turkey Day Buffet.
I was 50.
Kirk Herbstreit, always first in amount consumed. Happy holidays from our little football family here. A lot to talk about on this holiday football weekend. First of all, Florida State and Florida. The Gators and the Noles has always been bitter. For the last decade or so, it's always been big, but it's never been this big. The first 1 versus 2 in series meetings. The first 1 versus 2 in the regular season since the Noles went to Notre Dame back in '93. And it's almost historic. The first time in 26 years you've had 1 against 2 as the regular season finale. Almost more excitement that the folks in Florida can stand.
Florida State, that's the game you wait for all year, and it's usually always around this Thanksgiving time, and you just wait and you just get chills waiting for it.
There's such a big rivalry around this game. I mean, so much hype, and I mean, it means a lot to everyone. I mean, when you lose the Florida game, I mean, you feel like you lost the whole season, really. So, I mean, we're going to be fired up and intense and ready to go.
So that's what's neat about Florida State is sometimes you line up there and you know there's a face behind the helmet, there's a name that you know, a history, and it just adds that much more. And you love them, you respect them, but you want to beat them even that much more.
Maybe love for Danny. I'm not sure there's a whole lot of mutual love in that stadium on Saturday. Gators offense, the featured unit, top 5 in all categories there you see, and the Noles defense has been outstanding. The opposite units for both teams aren't bad either. Now, why are these teams 1 versus 2? Very good reasons there. Why are these games sometimes sloppy? Turnovers, penalties, all that emotion. Another trend, Florida State's jumped out on top first in all the games in the 90s.
That's an interesting step, and I'm going to get one that's better than you. Let me tell you something. Watch this. Danny Werfel and the Gators come out smoking. This is an amazing stat. It's unbelievable. In the first half of his games this year, Danny Werfel has thrown for 2,127 yards and 22 touchdowns in the first half. Holy mackerel. His receivers that he loves the best, Ike Hillard and Riddell Anthony. All right. Last year versus Florida State, Ike caught 6 passes for 192 yards and 2 touchdowns. This year, Anthony leads the nation with 14 touchdown passes caught, and he is a great receiver. Now, Florida State's got a lot of weapons, but on the other side of the ball, Florida State's going to attack Danny Werfel like this. They're going to come hard with those great defensive ends to the outside. They're going to force him in a pocket. They're going to put 2 giant tackles right in his face in the middle. Those tackles would be Jerry Johnson and Julian Pittman. This is Johnson making a good play. Florida State has 56 sacks, 42 and a half of them by the defensive line this year. Example how good that is? Nebraska, the great defensive team, they have 44 as a team. Now, Florida's offensive balance is going to be tough to stop, and I tell you what, they are going to give Florida State all they can handle, my friend.
Let's look at the other side of the football. With Florida State, when they have the ball, go back to the beginning of the year, they had to replace a quarterback in Danny Cannell, brought in Thad Busby, went through some growing pains early. They've been improving each week, and now they're, you could call, an explosive unit offensively, and the reason is that running back by the name of Warrick Dunn. Warrick Dunn has been incredible this year. Saturday, look for Florida State to get Dunn the ball both running and receiving. He has the speed to get to the outside, but look out because he can cut back against the grain if you over-pursue him. The other side of the ball, Bob Stoops, how do you stop Warrick Dunn?
Their offense begins with him. You have to close his running lanes, narrow his running lanes, close up to him, crowd him, try and decrease the space he has to operate in.
Very quick. Containing Dunn is Florida's first defensive concern, both running and receiving. They've been coached this week to fly to the football, take away his speed to the corner, but also close down on the cutback seams with great team support and also just pursuit. That's the way you stop it. Another thing to watch, not only Warwick Dunn, Thad Busby sprained a ligament in his knee last week. How will he respond to this? He's not a running quarterback. He will get to start. That's something throughout the game you're going to have to keep an eye on.
He keeps saying he's okay, but you saw him in practice.
Yeah, I saw him limping. He's not going to beat the Gators running. Let's put it that way.
No, I don't think he would, even with a healthy knee.
Love these games where both teams have supreme confidence. The Noles thinking goes like this. If Florida couldn't beat us 31-3 up after 3 quarters 2 years ago, they will never beat them in Doak Campbell. Interesting. What if those corners will be sleeping the next couple of nights, though, for FSU? They're not very good there. Join us on College Game Day, a special start time, 11 a.m. from Tallahassee. The breakdown on this ball game will get you ready before the folks over at ABC take over at noon. Keith, Bob, and Swanee have the call at high noon from Tallahassee this Saturday. Over on ESPN2 right now, San Diego State playing for Slim Bowl hopes, hosting Air Force in that game that was postponed by the Padres playoff game. Their first possession, Aztecs in the house. Justin Watson, a 7-yard run. State just stopped on the goal line on 2 plays on the 1-yard line, but then Air Force gave the ball back on a turnover, and the Aztecs score a defensive touchdown, kicked the point late in the first quarter. It is 14-0. We'll keep you posted. We'll talk more about the Alliance Bowls, big impact games, including the Buffs and the Huskers in Lincoln tomorrow. Everything including a weather report and a visit with Rick Neuheisel just ahead.
If you want more computer for your money, you got to call us, the friendly folks at Gateway 2000.
Want me back up? Pick up the phone and give us a call.
Call now? Call now. Call now.
Kinda nervous.
Call now.
Grab the phone. Give us a call. Pick up the...
Dial.
Dial.
Right now. Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. So call 1-800-GATEWAY and ask for our free video. Call us today.
Railroad handcars may not be the fastest way to travel, but they sure are exciting. That's why Bachmann created the Cannonball Express Electric HO train set. It comes with a self-powered handcar, the Cannonball Express train, Bachmann's exclusive Easy Track, and 2 switches for thrilling high-speed railroad action. The 137-piece Cannonball Express HO train set with handcar from Bachmann. Now that's the way to run a railroad.
Will she say, I love it? You shouldn't have. It's just what I wanted. Or will she say, nothing at all? The Diamond Solitaire Necklace. This Christmas goes straight for the heart.
This is the Silicon Prairie, where we get 30,000 calls a day here at Gateway 2000. How come?
Because it was the best value.
I got my money's worth.
We built the computer that I needed.
I needed a high-performance machine, and that's what I got.
And they were great. I felt comfortable right away.
Great big boxes, look like a cow.
I got a fork.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. So call 1-800-GATEWAY and ask for our free video. Isn't it time you called?
As if the Huskers defense isn't tough enough, bad weather can make it even tougher on a passing team. But weather better than normal for Lincoln tomorrow for the big ball game. Temps in the low 40s. Chance of showers with the wind, and that's usually the key, only 5 to 10 miles per hour. Regardless of the weather, the Red Army will be there, and they will be loud. The Alan Parsons Project blaring out of the speakers there. I'll tell you what, it'll be all kinds of Husker Vision highlights going on, and that is intimidating for Colorado. The first of many goals, just survived the first round. Last 6 meetings, 3 times the Huskers have scored on the first play from scrimmage. Nebraska's last 7 opponents in their first drive of the game, 23 plays total, -1 yard. It's amazing. ASU bucked the trend, and they won the ball game. With more on tomorrow's Buffs-Huskers game, the ABC team of Brent Musburger and Dick Vermeil. Brent?
Now, Chris, remember, No cheering back in Bristol for your beloved Buffaloes. Dick, come in here and tell everybody just how talented this Nebraska defense is that will be facing off against Colorado.
Well, Brent, they have two All-American caliber defensive ends. Wistrom and Tomic coming off the outside. Good tackle inside with Peters. Good inside linebacker. Good second. They absolutely don't have a weakness. And they're extremely well coached, and they play with great confidence and intensity. So it'll be a real challenge for Colorado, but they have the kind of talent to match up with them.
Now, how about the absence of the suspended Terrell Farley? Will that affect them defensively?
Well, it can't help him because he is an outstanding football player. Maybe the best defensive player we've seen play all year. And losing him is going to hurt him. It can't help him.
One other thing, Chris. It's Nebraska weather in Lincoln this weekend.
No question.
I'm joined by Rick Neuheisel. Coach, happy holidays. I am surrounded by skeptics in the studio and I guess around the country, but then again, there's reason to be skeptical because Nebraska has had two things working, the intimidation factor of Lincoln and the very quick starts. What do you say as a coach to kind of counteract those two syndromes?
Well, I agree with them. They have been very, very tough, especially here at home. I think they've got a 35-game winning streak here in Lincoln, and they are the two-time defending national champs. So it's going to be a tall order for us to get up and win the game tomorrow, but that's what we're going to try to do. We're not going to come in here and lay down for them.
Offensively, knowing their defense has had 7 straight 3-and-out series with a combined -1 yards. Do you throw your best stuff at them early, or what do you do try to get some points early and not fall behind again?
Well, it will be important to get off to a good start. As you mentioned, Nebraska can seemingly look like a tidal wave if they get off to a great start. So it'll be important for us to do some positive things early. We'll mix it up like we have all year and hopefully have some success.
You know, Coy Detmer has not always had great starts in some big games. What do you say to your quarterback to get him going early in what might be really his date with destiny, his chance to get a big win before he leaves the program?
I think the best thing I can say to Coy tomorrow is to have fun. You know, this is what we all look forward to. As children, we all remember watching these games, and now he's in it. And that's really a tribute to not only he, but his parents. So I'm just going to tell him to enjoy it, go out and play his best, and have no regrets.
Are you, within the walls of your locker room, using as motivation the fact that you're 2.5 touchdown underdogs and given no chance?
Well, as I said all along, the invitation list for this bowl season has already been mailed out, and we're not on it. So to get into the deal, we got to crash the party. But if you know me at all, I'm not above doing that.
Need to ask you about, you seem to be linked to about every job in America. Were you watching that Lions game with extra interest today as they were having 10, then 12 men on the field? I mean, there's going to be speculation, I guess, every year that you're there because of the rule against multi-year contracts.
Well, it's a nice problem to have your name linked to opportunities rather than wondering what my next opportunity will be in the legal field. You know, I'd prefer to stay in coaching as long as possible, but I'm very happy here at Colorado.
Rick, thanks, and happy Thanksgiving to you and Sue and Jerry and Jack. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it.
Now, in this game, there's no big talent gap, and there hasn't been in recent years, but there's been a big execution gap. No penalties or turnovers for the Huskers last year. Frazier was nearly flawless. They're going to have to eliminate that execution gap if they have any chance.
Well, I think this is one of those football games you're going to be able to tell in the first couple series for both teams which way this game will go, whether it's going to be close if Colorado can do that early or if it's going to be a blowout if Nebraska can score early and stop Colorado. Let's look at Colorado when they have the football. They rank #1 in the Big 12 in total offense. They're led by their quarterback, Coy Detmer. Coming off reconstructive knee surgery, Detmer has regained his blue-collar attitude. 22 touchdowns, over 2,900 yards. Now, they must pass protect. Give Detmer time to throw the football. People such as Ray Caruth, a legit 4-3 with 8 touchdowns. Nebraska will counter defensively, rely on a great push up front, 44 sacks on the year. But the players to watch are the cornerbacks. Ralph Brown, a freshman, senior Michael Booker, the MVP from the Fiesta Bowl of last year, to challenge Detmer in its arsenal of receivers. Now, just as much as Colorado relies on the passing game to win ball games, Nebraska has to be aware of Herschel Troutman in the running game of Colorado because that can really hurt you if you think too much about Detmer. I think this football game will be very, very close. The reason, Colorado's defense. They have been playing extremely well the last few weeks, but I think Nebraska at home will win this one in a close one.
Well, the heart and soul of Nebraska's football team is a running game, and they average 302 yards per game on the ground. The quarterback, Scott Frost, extra athletic ability, extra dimension to stop, makes him even tougher to stop. Now, Nebraska has a tremendous football team when it comes to running the ball near the goal line. Here's Scott Frost, touchdown, excellent strong runner. Then they'll run the play-action pass. they'll freeze the linebackers. The reason, those linebackers has got to stop that run. Impossible to stop this play. It's a great play. Now, Tom Osborne is tough to beat at home. He has 128 wins and 15 losses at home. Uh-oh. I mean, I'll tell you, it might be closer than the experts think, but I like Nebraska. They got that tradition. They got that big red, and they got that big sign up there. I'll take them.
The Husker vision makes it tougher to win there, I'm telling you.
That TV thing, boy.
Osborne, they've used some trick plays against the Buskers in years. I think Newhouse, you kind of get the feeling he's going to try some stuff. Should be interesting. I agree, closer than the experts. Matt Russell has quote of the year. He says, quote, "I don't pay attention to the odds too much. If I did, I would have gone to Boston College." Butkus finalist and maybe the Benny Award finalist, too. Of course, winner goes to St. Louis for the Big 12 championship game. In the South Division, Texas goes if they beat A&M in college or in Austin. The rivals from College Station can crash the party and create a three-way tie for first. Tech would have the tiebreaker in that case. Better record against Southern Division teams. They would go into that championship game. A&M Texas call it the Starbucks Bowl. It's an early kickoff, 10 a.m., but you don't need coffee to get ready for this ball game, especially if you're the Longhorns. Aggies have come into their house, beat them bad the last two meetings there, 34-10 and 34-13.
Yeah, but Texas is a different football team this year. They're ranked second in the Big 12 behind Colorado in total offense. The main reason, great offensive line play, led by guard Dan Neal. Now, Dan is one of the finalists for the Outland Award for the best lineman in the country. Notice, boom, takes two men right here. Now, Kirk, Texas is dealing with a sense of urgency here. They got to win this football game to get to the championship game against Nebraska. I think that sense of urgency is enough for them. I like Texas offensively by a touchdown.
If we go back to the beginning of the year, the thing about Texas that everybody wanted to talk about was the great skill. It has finally emerged and surfaced in the last 6 weeks. The last 6 weeks, the big three of James Brown, Sean Mitchell, and Ricky Williams have accounted for 88% of the Texas offense. I think that will be the difference. James Brown has really come out of his shell. At the first beginning of the year, it looked like he was a little conservative. Now he's breaking contain, making things happen back there. And along with Mitchell and Williams in the backfield, too much for A&M. I think Texas wins this football game without any question.
Hey, Aggies got a lot to play for, too, Lee. They must win this game to go to a bowl.
That's true.
Speaking of urgency, in the Big East Conference, it's chaos. It can get sorted out in the Carrier Dome this weekend. We'll talk about that in just a second. And also, it's Lou Holtz's finale in the regular season against USC. Is it John Robinson's finale? That's ahead.
Away from home the first time, you've got a friend at ABC Drug. They accept most insurance and credit cards. They also carry various lines of aspirin, vitamins, makeup, and cologne. Plus, stop by today to pick up your copy of the Karen Collector's Newsletter at ABC Drug, your Value Right pharmacy.
If you have Allstate Auto Insurance and you have an excellent driving record, have your Allstate agent check out your coverage. You could qualify for a preferred driver discount of up to 10%. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Midas has been giving their customers championship service for 40 years, making them #1 in their field. Our ASE certified people will fix your car right the first time. I'm Gary Brandt, manager of Midas & Kearney. Let us help solve your auto repair problems. Come in and give us a try. You'll be glad you did.
It's new, it's easy to play, and best of all, you can win. It's Kearney Keno at their new satellite location at the Big Apple Fun Center. Play Keno at the Big Apple and you could be the big winner of up to $25,000. Play Keno tonight at the all-new Big Apple location or win big at our downtown location.
Love to make their New Year's plans early, but if it's up to Vandy, they'll be singing the blues when they duel with the Doors. Saturday night in Music City, Tennessee Vanderbilt. Saturday at 6, only on ESPN.
In April, they were the last to lose at the dance, but the Orange knew all summer they'd get another chance. Now, Otis Hill and Syracuse want nothing more than to get back at Ron Mercer and the Cats. Syracuse, Kentucky, tonight at 9 on ESPN.
Other fateful finishes for Irish coaches against USC. Ara Parseghian, 74, that big Anthony Davis comeback game, a heartbreaking way to go out against the Trojans. And Dan Devine in 1980, when the Irish were ranked #2, lost to the Trojans and really cost themselves a national title shot. Lou Holtz has his finale Saturday against USC. Holtz is a short timer, but he may actually have more time than Robinson. You see, Notre Dame will play in a bowl game. USC will not play. And again, the storm of controversy continues in USC about John Robinson. You know the history against the Irish. 0-12-1 the last 13. Robinson's record in his second tenure against the two rivals, 0-6-1. 48 games into his second tenure, has not delivered on one of the things he promised he said he would when he got there. So amid all this rhetoric, with the players saying they will jump to Robinson's defense, they'll get a little angry at the administration for not backing him. They say they're going to be a mass exodus if they get rid of John Robinson. Interesting backdrop for this game.
Yeah, there's going to be a max exodus early in this football game. I think Notre Dame will jump out early in this football game. The reason I say that, USC has had a problem stopping the run all year long. They rank near the bottom of the Pac-10 in rush defense. Just so happens that Notre Dame has been running the football right down their opponents' throats in recent weeks. Take a look at this right here. 56 points a game the last 4 games. Astounding 348 yards rushing per game, 538 total. USC will still be laboring from last weekend's game against UCLA, the embarrassing loss. Notre Dame has no pity. They win big and physical, pounding over USC.
Pounding, and this is very simple. Notre Dame is hot. They've won 4 in a row. USC is not. They've lost 3 in a row. Notre Dame has 2 head coaches, Holtz and Davey. USC only has Robinson. And everybody knows 2's better than 1. Notre Dame's the winner. Easy, simple.
Well, a loss for the Trojans, by the way, that cements only their 3rd losing season in the last 35 years. Teams do not bounce back well after overtime losses. It's one of the trends of this first season of overtime. Holtz has promised his team will not be flat after all the emotion they went through last week. It'll be emotional in the carry-down. Can Syracuse get over the Miami Hex? It's a big ball game. We'll talk about that. Upset specials are also still ahead.
Introducing the Audi A8. The future of the luxury car has arrived.
Somewhere between dusky gray and pale green is a color called moss. One of the colors between the colors created by Canon Laser Color. Canon Laser Color. Its only competition is reality. Somewhere between silver and white is a color called chrome. One of the colors between the colors created by Canon Laser Color. Canon Laser Color. Its only competition is reality.
College basketball's best and brightest descend on Chicago for the DirecTV Grade 8. At 7:30, he's the game's premier pivot, but Tim Duncan knows he can't carry the Demon Deacs alone. He'll lead Wake against Mississippi State. At 9:30, the Cats know everyone's gunning for them, and Ron Mercer and company will look to hold off the defending Big Ten champs, Purdue. The DirecTV Grade 8, Wake Forest, Mississippi State at 7:30, Purdue, Kentucky at 9:30, Tuesday on ESPN.
Who will get that Big East Alliance bid? Will it be Syracuse with 8 straight wins? They've scored 30-plus in all of them. Might it be Miami? 3 home losses, but only one of them in the conference. Or will it be Virginia Tech? The coaches poll respects them. The media poll does not. If Syracuse beats Miami, it's clear cut. They go to the Orange Bowl. Virginia Tech would likely win the tiebreaker if Miami can knock off Syracuse. Paul Pasqualoni going out of his way to call this ordinary, just another game. And why not? He knows the Syracuse history against Miami, 5 straight losses. The last 3, they've been outscored in the second half, 69-0. Think about Miami, the weather, the Orange Bowl. It's good incentive as they get ready for the Hurricanes.
Well, listen, last week Miami had a sensational offensive ball game. Against BC, they had 617 yards total offense. That's the best in 12 years. The main reason, great offensive line protection for quarterback Scott Covington. Now, Scott was sensational in this ball game last week. He hit 22 for 29, 3 touchdowns. Covington spread the ball around to 10 different receivers. Here he hits Tony Gator. 76-yard touchdown pass, touchdown Miami. Now, in the 1990s, as Chris said, Miami's beaten Syracuse 5 times in a row. And this, to me, is a helmet game, just like Michigan and Ohio State. When Syracuse sees that helmet, they're going to freeze. Upset special, Miami over Syracuse.
I think they may prevail here. The fact they're playing at home. Covington first start on the road in a hostile environment. I like Syracuse to win this game at home.
Well, Clement may go if he's got that ankle.
Right. Yeah, but he shouldn't. The other guy.
I know you'd start Covington. That's very clear. Elsewhere in the Big East, Tech, the likely Orange Bowl team if Miami can knock off Syracuse there. The game's in Blacksburg, but that doesn't mean anything. The road team has won the last 4. Tech had the big comeback, 16 points in the last 7 minutes to steal that game. They're always high scoring. You never know what might happen. A coach might try to trip somebody from the sidelines. It almost happened last year.
Well, after leading his team to the Sugar Bowl victory, Jim Druckenmiller was supposed to be the man for Virginia Tech. Now, he got off to an early start this year, and one of the reasons he lost a lot of his receivers. 2 of his best receivers from last year, his 3 favorite targets this year, didn't have a lot of experience coming in and had to learn the system at the beginning of the year. But in the last 6 games, Druckenmiller has really been looking good, thrown 11 touchdowns to only 1 interception in that span. His favorite target has turned into Sean Scales, also playing much better the last 6 games, 4 touchdowns, and he's averaging 22 yards a catch. Now, between the combination of the running game, the power running game of Virginia Tech with Ken Oxendine, Marcus Parker, and also the ability to throw the football, I think that will be the difference in this game. Virginia Tech wins this game very, very close.
I agree with you. The reason, Tech is 6-0 at home, make it 7-0. All
right, we're going to come back and find out who the turkeys will be on this Thanksgiving weekend. Upset specials are straight ahead. Get that guy.
Get him.
What would you call a guy who came up and tapped you on the shoulder and asked you to step outside? Well, if you'd had a few too many at the party, and the same guy asked for your car keys and got you home safely, you ought to call him your best friend. He'd sure be a friend of mine.
Honey, where are you?
With a Sharp View Cam, there are none of the distractions you get with ordinary camcorders. Its big color screen and pivoting lens mean there are no tiny viewfinders or flip-out screens to get in the way. So you can easily get close to the action and get the shots you'd miss with those other camcorders. You either have a Sharp View Cam or you need one. Now get up to a $100 rebate when you buy a Sharp View Cam.
Here's Bledsoe. Incomplete. Oh, ouch. Holy cow, Bledsoe. Nothing but bullets.
It's New England at San Diego on ESPN Sunday Night NFL.
Well, Bo Morgan has a record. All-time rushing yards by a quarterback, breaks the Stacey Robinson record, but Aztecs have a 21-6 lead. It's the WAC, of course, a minute into the second quarter, and it's already 27 points between those two teams. Our lineup on ESPN, Tennessee will bring lots of their own orange-clad fans to Music City as they take on Vanderbilt and try to secure that Citrus Bowl bid. On ESPN2, I love this game. It's the Battle of the Golden Egg. Mississippi State and Mississippi. Now, it's subject to blackout. You won't see it in SEC country. And East Carolina, they've been circling this game on their schedule since the summer. They take on NC State on a neutral field at 3:30 Eastern Time. Those of you that head into cyberspace occasionally can vote in our Heisman poll on ESPN Net. And apparently a lot of you are voting from the Buckeye State because the big guy, Orlando Pace, a 4 percentage point lead over Danny Werfel, more than 13,000 votes cast. Our straw poll of actual Heisman voters reflecting very different results, although that is changing week to week. We'll show you the results of our Heisman straw poll coming up this Saturday morning on College Game Day. Obviously, fellas, Danny Werfel, the front runner in most polls except for that one going into this game. Is it his, even if Florida doesn't beat Florida State and he doesn't play well? I know what you think.
I think so. I think if Danny Werfel, even if Florida loses and even if he has an average game, I think he wins the Heisman based on a brilliant career.
Does he have to show up?
No, he show up. And 2 reasons. Now, wait a minute. 2 reasons. Number one, last year, your friend Eddie George had a lousy game against Michigan. He still won it. And number 2, there's no candidate out there making a strong, united bid for the guy.
I disagree with that. I agree with you that Danny Werfel, no question, is the guy at this point. But I think if he needs to go out and have a good game, and it's easily going to be his. But I will say that Jake Plummer has definitely put up some numbers. He beat the #1 team in the country, engineered that. He's engineered 3 come-from-behind victories. The team is 11-0, and he's made many, many plays that you can pose as the Heisman Trophy. The other, Troy Davis. Anytime you have a running back rush for 2,000 yards twice It's never been done. He's got to be mentioned.
I know their team's 2-9, but what do you call a strong play? What does he have to run for? 3,000 yards for you to give Troy Davis?
Hey, Hansbrough got 2,000 yards.
Your guy is definitely the front.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, back to the game in Tallahassee. Your thoughts and your selections for this big win up there.
Okay, I like Florida for 2 reasons. Number one, off week gave them an opportunity psychologically to rest their minds and their legs. And number two, fifth-year quarterback Danny Werfel. He'll be the difference. Florida by 4 points. Mark it down, my friends.
4 points.
4 points.
And when you say points, I know to listen after last week. I think that this game is going to go down to the wire. Obviously, it's one of those games you can flip a coin. There's so much talent on both sides. Going down to Gainesville earlier in the week, very impressed with the coaches and the players, very confident. I think the difference in this game would be the confidence on the other side and the ability playing at home. I think at Tallahassee, I think Florida State will win this game in a very, very close.
We'll see you there on Saturday. My upset special, Ole Miss. Home dog against Mississippi State for the Golden Egg. Love Tommy Tuberville. Right. Up close, prime time.
A blade can leave you feeling irritated. What would possess it to do that? Introducing the Norelco Reflex Action Razor. A great shave with less irritation than blades.
1, 2, 3.
Right now, McDonald's is your Dalmatian location because you can get one of 101 different toys when you buy your kids a $1.99 hamburger Happy Meal. With this many puppies, you better get to McDonald's right away.
90.
Has he done all his chores? Put all his things away? Has he been a good boy this year? Well, maybe he deserves a shiny new toy this Christmas. And maybe we can help you find just the right one. At the True Value Christmas is just around the corner sale. Hurry in now and get one of these 2 Gerber Multipliers 13-in-1 tools for only $29.99. They make the perfect gift. True Value. Christmas is just around the corner.
Lou Holtz leads the Fighting Irish in his final regular season game as coach. They go to war with the Trojans of USC in a primetime showdown Saturday night on ABC Sports.
The winds of controversy swirling around USC's John Robinson, the head coach there. John, that game tomorrow on ABC. USC and Notre Dame. Speculation about his future at the school. And all this, I mean, it was only a year ago. Right. He had them in the Rose Bowl.
And he just got a 5-year extension. And we did their game last week. And they're winning by 7. The running back fumbles the ball. UCLA comes back, wins that football game in double overtime. But you know, it's funny. There's been 19 vacancies now in coaching this year in college. 3 have been filled. Probably more to come, but boy, it's amazing how things can turn in 1 year.
Yeah, you don't want to answer those messages from the AD if you're a head coach right now when you come home. Ball goes out of the end zone, so Parker lets it go there. It'll come out to the 20. Tradition, a big part of this series. Let's go down for more from Dean.
Well, guys, the bonfire tradition is really big at A&M. I mean, this thing is 55 feet high when they get the thing lighted, 195 feet in circumference, and they set the bonfire earlier this week, and it celebrates the school's burning desire to beat Texas. They have 5,000 students come out, spend 125,000 man-hours doing it, and for Texas, the Hex Rally is what they do. That's a tradition based on a fortune teller instructing the horns to light the red candle and let it fully burn to put a hex on the Aggies.
Well, they probably got some extra candles out, Dean, for this one, because right now they are putting the hurt on the Aggies. They lead 44-9.
You know, I was over at College Station and I saw the bonfire. It was over at Wings and Things, owned by Mark Denner, the former Aggie center.
And John,
you can feel the heat over there, but you know, they used to do it here, and they don't do it anymore. The environmentalists knocked them down, said can't do it anymore. And that's part of the distinction between these two schools, the two traditions, the two cultures, if you will. That, you know, they do things differently in College Station than they do in Austin, that's for sure.
Positive aspects from both sides. The differences to be celebrated. And this is Dante Hall. Out to the 30-yard line near the first down. Stopped up initially by Casey Hampton, number 64. Hall, number 34, just one of 4 tailbacks that they use in conjunction at Texas A&M, in stark contrast to the one-man attack, or the 3-man attack, the BMW attack from Texas. It's a BMW against a 4x4, I guess you'd say. Brown, Mitchell, and Williams. And Parker, Hardeman, Bernard, and Hall, the respective rushing totals today.
Yeah, again, but look what James Brown has done through the air today. 300 yards.
Brandon Stewart through the air. Completes it at the 37-yard line to Derek Spiller, making his first reception of the afternoon. Look at who's got the better precision vehicle today. A&M with more total yards, but as you pointed out, John, James Brown with his work through the air today, making a huge difference.
Yeah, you might want to tack another 300 on there. But Dante Hall is the guy who has been most impressive to me, over 100 yards today. I saw him in their last game against Oklahoma, and the true freshman you saw in that one play still is not going to give up in this game.
2nd and 4, Brandon Stewart to pass and sacked. Back at the 33-yard line for the second time today, Casey Hampton, number 64, making the stop. Hampton fills in for Chris Akins at the nose guard spot. Hampton 6'1", 317 pounds.
Actually, what's helped Hampton is that he plays in conjunction with Akins now. It's a move they made in mid-season. Big number 64 is a guy who plays real well in space. He fights off Hemuli, the right guard, who actually does a decent job protecting him, but when Stewart steps up, he slides laterally and makes the tackle.
John, after the loss, it's now 3rd and 7. Stewart downfield and incomplete. Intended for Leroy Hodge. Trey Thomas, the strong safety, in on the coverage. And it's 4th down. I guess when you're leading, you can afford to kick back a little bit and take a sip. Shane Leckler into punt. Mike Adams has already had a fantastic day. Back at the 18-yard line with the fair catch. A 48-yard punt, nothing on the return. 40-49 when we come back.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
We thought this would be a good time to show you around the roomiest extended cab pickup there is.
Like a rock.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Like a rock.
Ever notice how some things look sweeter than they really are? Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat Cereal, 98% fat-free. One side's sweet, but one side's wheat for a surprisingly delicious, sweet, but not too sweet taste. Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. Don't be fooled by the frosting. Try it.
Budweiser, always brew refresh.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Dig it.
Well, the Texas Longhorns will play one of those two teams in the Big 12 Conference Championship game next week on ABC.
Yeah, we saw them play against Colorado. They lost that game 28-24, and it was up there in Boulder, Mark. You know, recall that Mike Adams dropped the pass. Ricky Williams got stripped. I mean, they were in that football game. Colorado was in trouble, fighting for their lives in that game. Boy, Detmer got knocked out, too.
And everyone up in Colorado remembers who the villain was.
Yeah, that's right.
Out to the 24-yard line is Rich Cody.
Ray Mosier with the big hit, you're right.
Yep. They'll be wearing the black hat if, in fact, they do face Colorado. Colorado and Nebraska coming up next on ABC.
Get one more look at Dan Neal coming across there with a big hit right at the end of the play. The score, the way he plays right now, they're down by 30-some points, not up by that many. That's how this guy plays game in and game out.
I have to admire the effort. This is the effort of Ricky Williams out to the 28-yard line near the first down. Richard Walton is the new quarterback in. Larry Walker made the tackle. There's a look at number 69, Dan Neal, the Outland Trophy semifinalist.
And what I like about him, Mark, is here's a guy who plays every snap to the fullest of his ability. There's some players here in Texas who were highly rated earlier this year and last year who, may be coasting a little bit, whose stock has dropped. And I think Chris Carter's one name that comes to mind, a guy who played real well. There's a look at Richard Walton, his numbers for the year. He's actually alternating earlier this year with James Brown. Some players, they feel like they have good sophomore, juniors years, and they just try and get through the senior year without getting hurt.
Yeah. Tend to put it on Cruz. 9:23 to play in the fourth quarter. Priest Holmes near the first down at the 30-yard line, tackled by number 96, Brandon Mitchell. But getting back to number 10, the quarterback in the game now for Texas, Richard Walton. He and James Brown have a very good relationship, although they are competing, in essence, for the same job. And that's a credit to James Brown, because he said when he was fighting Shea Morenz, the prior quarterback here at Texas for a starting job, that Morenz never really warmed up to him and helped him out.
Neal just got a big ovation coming out of the game, recognized by these football fans here. But you're exactly right. James Brown is more than willing to share the information he can with Richard Walton.
And Walton completing a pass nicely that time. Good pace on the ball to Derek Scott, number 85, the tight end. A pickup of 15 yards. And the clock stops with 8:33 to play in the game. Larry Walker pushing him out of bounds.
Number 32, Larry Walker is the second. And number 5.
McGarity coming out of the ball game. Ricky Williams still in the ball game.
This is neat. You're getting separate. Each one of these guys in the offensive line. Ben Adams just came off to a handshake and a hand from the crowd. And just see how John Makovich tries to get his players out of the game.
And Ricky Williams is still there. Ricky Williams is going to take it to the house. Touchdown, Texas. 55 yards. You talk about great ways to make an exit. He can take a seat now.
Ricky Williams in their last game had 190 yards against Kansas. There's 145 today. It's a beaten down Aggie defense. He just breaks it right up the middle, and the big man can run. 6 feet, 220 pounds, out of San Diego, California. And he is just a joy. He's like a little puppy dog on the football field. Runs around, has fun, catches balls, plays with guys. I mean, to him, he's playing football because he has fun doing it. It's exciting to see him have so much success.
Dawson with the extra point. It's interesting that before one of the games this year, Bucky Godbold, the running backs coach, showed Williams some tape of Barry Sanders, and he pulled off a couple of spin moves in the next game. He's a quick study. John Makovich loves the fact that he's playing. We'll be right back.
The Panasonic Razor. Shave wet or shave dry. Your choice. Your shave. Rinse clean. Work hard. Play hard. Shave your way. Panasonic.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics. And the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Chevy Blazer with the exclusive driver control system. A little security in an insecure world.
Go for the gold. The new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush.
Going to go back in time. Earl Campbell, the Earl of Tyler, with his hard running style and the signature stiff arm. Former Heisman Trophy winner, now an assistant to the AD here at Texas. A lot of comparisons made between Campbell and Ricky Williams. They call Williams Little Earl. There he is, number 11, after that 55-yard touchdown run.
Same build, same stature, same running style.
You know, it's interesting. Williams said when he first met Campbell that Campbell gave him a stiff arm. He said, I still think I can kick your butt.
Gave him the old Heisman pose.
Yeah, might be right, too. Sir Parker with his first touch.
This guy has some speed.
He sure does. He was their leading rusher coming into the game, still on his feet. His mother called him sir to get respect, and he'll get respect with that run back. 100 yards. Believe it.
Sir Parker out of South Central Los Angeles.
Coming straight out of Compton on that one.
Here's a guy who was in a choice between Notre Dame and Texas A&M. He was in the car one day with his buddy and he flipped a coin. Came up heads for A&M. R.C. Slocum should get his face on that coin. But he is the fastest of the running backs, Mark, and you can certainly see it right here as he dashes down the sideline with a 100-yard return.
Sir is not a nickname, folks. That's what's on his birth certificate. His mother wanted to name him Sir so that he would command respect. And as I said, he'll get respect with that 100-yard return on the kickoff for the touchdown. And they're going to go for 2 instead of 1. On the fade, flag down, Connell, the intended receiver. Westbrook with one of his few gaffes this afternoon. They went to the fade route, intended for Connell.
That's interference. Defense. Half the distance. Replay the extra point.
Right at the end, you see a little bumping there by Westbrook as he comes around to try to locate the football. And he had that left hand on the receiver, Albert Connell, but Connell has not been heard of, not been heard from very much today, and that's because of that man right there, Bryant Westbrook.
Yeah, they've really shut him down. Meanwhile, there's a look at Parker. You talked about the fact he flipped the coin and A&M won out. If I'm Notre Dame, I make sure I get a 2-headed coin with the golden dome on it. Incomplete. So the 2-point conversion fails, intended for Derek Spiller.
But I think the other side is I saw a bit of frustration on his part, and that's because he had started 7 games this year, but he's not the dominant running style that they want, but he showed his speed right there.
A necktie. I can't believe they actually went out and got me a necktie. Would somebody please tell me what they think I'm going to do with a necktie?
This year, get your favorite cowboy something he's sure to like. Buy Wrangler apparel and get this free cowboy Christmas tape featuring George Strait, Vince Gill, Trisha Yearwood, and more.
I could have used a new pair of jeans for crying out loud.
It's the only one out there. And here it comes. The only compact pickup to offer a third door. Okay, folks, show's over. Chevy S10, like a rock.
If you're stuck on what to get the men on your list this year, here's a timely reminder. Radio Shack has the gifts men are attracted to. Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
College football on ABC Sports is brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. The U.S. Army. Be a part of the toughest, smartest Army in the world. Be all you can be. Nike. And Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. The Longhorns with a comfortable lead right now, and former President and former First Lady George Bush and Barbara Bush gone, but Senator Phil Graham still in attendance. Kick out of the end zone. Scratch what I just said moments ago. That's former President George Bush and former First Lady Barbara Bush.
What do you think of that? Last 5 possessions for Texas in the second half. Touchdown, 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 touchdown. Doesn't get much better than that, Mark.
No, it doesn't.
And they did it every which way. Didn't they? Big plays in the passing game. Big run by Ricky Williams. Mike Adams with 2 touchdowns in the second half.
8:07 to play in the fourth quarter. New quarterback in the game, Marty Cherry, number 14 for Texas. Ricky Brown on the run that time. The 6', 215-pound redshirt freshman coming in for Ricky Williams. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow at noon Eastern, 11 Central on ABC Sports, number 2 Florida State hosts number 1 Florida. Try to avenge last year's loss. And remember to start your day with ESPN College Gameday at 11 Eastern. They'll have all your pregame information for you. Pass complete.
I don't know about this. I don't know if you need to be throwing out routes, although John Malkovich just wants to run his offense with Marty Cherry. What I like he's doing, Fitzgerald just came out of the hand, Mark, when you were talking about that game coming up, that you know, each senior is taking his turn, taking some bows coming off this football field. Did it with Dan Neal. He's done it with Pat Fitzgerald now. So it's nice to see all of them getting an ovation from this appreciative fan base here in Austin.
John Texas running the ball well, as they do on this play.
Number 27, Chris Butcher.
Another new ball carrier, Chris Butcher, number 27. They have an incredibly successful record when running the ball for 200 or more yards. They've won 19 straight games.
This is a balanced attack, 200 yards today. And going into this game today, the school or this team had 2,000 yards rushing and 2,000 yards throwing. It's the third time in school history that they've been able to accomplish that. And that's just the signature of John Malkovich. I mean, probably people here want him to run the football more than he does, especially with all the weapons he has.
Sure.
But, you know, he just loves to keep teams off balance. You saw it today when he threw the football so effectively in the early drives.
And James Brown came out through it, and they really set the tone. Hall makes it bounce, lets it bounce down to the 21-yard line. A 52-yard punt, about 20 of it on a roll.
And there's Tyson King. You know, Tyson King is no stranger. He's led the team in tackles for 2 years. He's no stranger to these Aggie rivalries. He grew up in El Campo, which is in the heart of Aggie country. His grandfather was such a staunch Aggie supporter that at Christmas and Thanksgiving, he would say the prayer at the table, and I'll paraphrase this, he'd say, "God, help us beat the heck out of TU." Can you imagine the patriarch of your family leading prayer at a solemn occasion like that and bringing that into the verse? I wonder how many other prayers were said like that in the state of Texas yesterday.
Probably not the only one.
That's right.
New quarterback in the game, Randy McNown, incomplete. A lot of legendary names. And tracking the legends.
Yeah, this is what's interesting. You know, that's why you have to name Little Earl. It's coming in today's game, 22 games. You can see the yards per carry, almost even in rushing yards. Yards per carry, the edge to Ricky Williams. Rushing TDs and 100-yard games are identical. It's incredible. Now, the thing they didn't do back in the mid-'70s is throw the football at all. Ricky Williams, 38 receptions. Earl didn't get one in the first 22 games.
Earl doing it on the ground. McNown, incomplete for Connell. Now look at Ricky Williams' numbers today. 145 yards rushing, averaging 6.6 per pop.
Yeah, the two things that jump out at you, that's his average. He averages 6.5 yards a carry. But look at the job that the Longhorn defense has done on the Aggies. Team that rushes the football well, 230 yards a game. And They shut down that rushing attack, and that man right there, Brandon Stewart, who's had himself a frustrating afternoon.
And a somewhat frustrating season as well. The loss today, if A&M doesn't come back, would mean that they would not be eligible for a bowl game. The pass incomplete for Albert Connell.
Yeah, you have to get 6 wins, but you also have to have a winning record. So they came in at 6-5, and they're going to wind up 6-6 on the season, and that is not going to qualify for a bowl.
Richard Copeland Slocum in his 8th year as head coach.
And you know, Spike Dykes, with whom we had spoken with earlier today, Mark, may be happy to hear that. You know, the Aggies felt that they had a chance at that Aloha Bowl, and I think, you know, certainly don't qualify now, but they were kind of hearing rumblings of that as well. And I know that Spike already had his hula outfit on, the sunscreen and everything else, getting ready for that game.
That's a pretty sight, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is.
And Mike Adams is a pretty sight, too, when he decides to run the ball. 58-yard punt, 21 on the return. The Horns have hooked them today. We'll be right back.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
I am Tiger Woods. I am Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods. I am Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Back at Memorial Stadium, I'm Mark Jones along with Dean Blevins and John Spagnola. Texas in command, blowing out a game that at halftime stood 17-9 for the Longhorns. Running it on first down, that's Chris Butcher. Let's go downstairs to Dean.
Mark, you know, this 10 a.m. kickoff really speeded things up. I mean, it was an early day for everyone. I asked for a Texas itinerary. They had a wake-up call for the players at 6 o'clock. They're getting their ankles taped at 6:30 in the morning. John, I bet you never had your ankles taped at 6:30. Pre-game meal at 6:45. There you see the rest of it, and their kickoff at 10:30. And an ABC crew was in at 5 o'clock this morning, and I guess your limo guys came over, let's see, kickoff 10, about 9:45, right?
Yeah, by the way, you did a real nice job driving that thing for us, too, Dean.
Is that what they call Volkswagens these days? Ricky Brown on the carry that time.
That is an early wake-up call, though. You know, these young kids in college, they like to sleep in, too. I wonder how much that affected them to change the routine, but they've been doing it here for years.
And I've heard stories, a lot of stories, John, and complaints from head coaches where the student athletes now have all these answering machines, and it's tough to get through to them if they do sleep in.
Beepers.
Yeah.
And then cellular phones and everything else.
Hey, you used to hit the snooze bar, and it's all over. Longhorns weren't snoozing today, though. Artie Cherry, third quarterback in the game now. Passing incomplete. Intended for Derek Scott. Walton's pass is incomplete. Larry Walker defending on the play. Texas A&M will fall to 6-6 on the season, 4-4 in conference play.
You know, we followed Texas all year. They were 2-0. They had high expectations. They lose to Notre Dame at home. They go to Virginia and play by far their worst game of the year. Then they got completely blindsided by Oklahoma in that overtime loss there up in Dallas. You know, at that point, this program was reeling. They're able to pull things together and play good football. And Makovic, there he is next to Bucky Godbolt. his running back coach, said we still have a lot to play for. The South Division of the Big 12, going to St. Louis, playing in that game, and an at-large Alliance Bowl bid still hangs in the balance.
And to the players' credit of Texas, they rallied around one another.
And I'm sorry, not an at-large alliance, but they would get the Alliance Bowl bid by winning the Big 12.
Walker making the tackle. Ricky Williams watching from the sidelines after putting in 145 yards rushing on 22 carries. Under 4 minutes to play now. They keep it on the ground. Just trying to burn that clock. That's Brown, Ricky Brown, the 6', 215-pound redshirt freshman. Brought down again by Larry Walker and Pat Williams, number 99. Three and a half minutes to play. Well, for those of you expecting to see Colorado against Nebraska, stick around. That's coming up next. A showdown, a huge one of big proportions in the Big 12's North Division. Texas will play the winner of that game. Both teams locked at 7-0 atop the North Division. Right here, it's 3rd down and 4. Chris Butcher puts it on the ground. No signal yet, and Texas, it's been that type of day for them. They got the good bounce.
And you just hear a collective laugh here, didn't you, from 83,000 people? They just all chuckled, and you just got the feeling, yep, this is our kind of day.
Ryan White
Butcher coming through there. Yeah, somebody gets a hand on, knocks it out right there. That's Tat Wynn, who keeps playing hard. Had a fumble recovery in the first quarter. Look how the thing just kept sliding and sliding and sliding. Out of 3 Aggie people until Derek Scott got the ball.
Look at James Brown, and let's talk about it, folks. There were people in the black community in Beaumont, Texas, and around Texas that doubted his decision to attend Texas because there was a feeling in the community that they would never play a black quarterback. Well, they were wrong.
And his father had to take part of that decision for him. Said, you take that challenge on and erase those stereotypes.
Much to the credit of James Brown.
Well, I think John Magvitz standing next to his pupil there. I've got to be real pleased with his play today. He ran this offense today as efficiently as he ever has. And I've seen him develop over 3 years. Saw the game against Baylor 3 years ago when he played, last year against A&M, and today, and he's played well in all those games.
2:10 to play in the ballgame. Second and 6. Run it down to the 25-yard line. That's Brown, brought down by Wynn. The Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Dante Hall from Texas A&M and Mike Adams. What a day for him from Texas. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist those in financial need. It's been a Chevrolet tradition for more than a quarter of a century. Hall and Adams. Great way for Mike Adams to go out in his last home regular season game. 1:18 to play. Richard Walton under pressure. Makes like James Brown, escaping down to the 20-yard line, picking up a yard. Walker making the tackle. It has been all Texas from the jump. They scored on their first possession, and they have never trailed this afternoon. Walton filling in for James Brown at quarterback. And this day in large part belongs to number 83, Mike Adams. A deep threat, short threat, threat from everywhere. Backside of the eye. Butcher. Cutting his way down to the 15. Dat Wynn again on the tackle.
You know, by and large, that starting unit is still in there. See, Brandon Mitchell is in that lineup. There's Edward Jasper. I mean, as much as Texas has rotated the players through, I'm surprised that the Aggies haven't at least substituted someone. There's Nat Wynn. You know, these guys have been on the field for an awfully long time, and it's got to be very, very depressing for them. Been a great 16 tackles today for Nat Wynn.
Could be the last play of the game. And they're just going to let it wind down. This edition of Texas against Texas A&M will go to the Longhorns, 51-15. Hope you enjoyed your Thanksgiving football, folks. Coming up next, it's Colorado, Nebraska. Stick around for that one. For Dean Blevins and John Spagnola, I'm Mark Jones. Stick around for that one. See you later.
Wednesdays are changing. Brilliant. They're rearranging your favorite comedies on ABC.
All right. Wednesdays are changing because now you can see Drew at 9, 8 Central, followed by Ellen.
Wednesdays are changing on ABC.
This Thanksgiving, your Dodge dealer has prepared some very special things, like a tempting $1,000 cash back or 1.9 financing on Dodge Neon. $1,000 cash back or 1.9 financing on Dodge Stratus. Or help yourself to package value discounts up to $1,457 on Dodge Ram. But hurry, because this Thanksgiving, there might not be any leftovers. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Celebrate the holidays with classic decorations from Clayton's Christmas store in downtown Grand Island. Beautify your home with angels and nativities from Roman. Set the scene with a nostalgic Christmas village. Clayton's carries a full line of Department 56 lighted houses and accessories. With 56 years of tree decorating experience, the staff at Clayton's will help you celebrate the spirit of the season. They also offer custom floral arrangements to help you create something truly unique. Clayton's Christmas store, 215 West 3rd Street, downtown Grand Island.
Cash-free Christmas ideas at Payne Larson Furniture include beautiful all-leather sofas starting at $8.99. 150 different Lazy Boy chairs are on sale, and grandfather clocks, curios, lane cedar chests, and computer desks of every description. Plus, we're anxious to help you with cash-free, interest-free, payment-free terms till next summer. Free delivery, too, at Payne Larson Furniture in downtown Kearney.
Central Nebraska's news leader, NTV.
Stadium, Lincoln, Nebraska, better known as Roadkill America. And there's water on the old highway today. It's been raining hard, but that will not stop the faithful. They have sold out Memorial Stadium for 214 consecutive times. Their beloved Cornhuskers are a 3-touchdown favorite to make it to the championship. This senior class is awesome. It was introduced moments ago, and a hug from head coach Tom Osborne. They have gone 45-2 with back-to-back national championships. On the other side, not much enthusiasm, and this is planned. Rick Neuheisel has been preaching all week. This is a business trip. We will not be jumping up and down until it's over. Let's enter Memorial Stadium with unfinished business at hand. Get the job done, and then we'll be on the road to St. Louis. The stakes have never been higher for both Colorado and Nebraska. ABC Sports welcomes you to college football. It's the championship game of the Big 12's North Division, matching Colorado against Nebraska. And the two teams come in with identical records of 7-0. But keep in mind that this is the biggest home field advantage in college football. Welcome, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger. The Cornhuskers have won 35 consecutive home games here. But it's November, and the stakes go up each time they take the field now. For either of these teams to have any chance at a national championship, they cannot lose from here on out. Corey Detmer will be at the controls of the Buffaloes today. 22 touchdown passes. He has a host of wide receivers, all with deep speed. But how will the rain affect this long-range passing game? We'll find out. We know one thing. He will not have a lot of time. A pair of the finest defensive ends in the land, Jared Tomich and Grant Wistrom. Wistrom, the Big 12's Defensive Player of the Year. A total of 44 sacks for this Cornhusker D. It is awesome across the front. Well, Dick Vermeil, we can rave on and on about the defense. But offensively, the Cornhuskers are very interested in what they do with the football.
Oh, they really are. I'm really fired up about having the opportunity to present this, and I think the fans are going to really enjoy it. And I'll tell you why. They run the option. They run passes off the option. They run the power. They run passes off the power. They run the counter. They run passes off the counter. They run reverses, throwback passes, halfback passes. They do it all, and they do it real well. And, you know, the other thing, in contrast, is Colorado. Now, they come to throw the football. Multiple receiver formations, and the receivers can really fly. The fastest group of receivers we'll see at any time, maybe even playing on Sunday. But with everything considered, Nebraska has a big edge in the special teams.
And Nebraska has an edge in coaching experience. Tom Osborne against the young Rick Neuheisel. We'll hear from Neuheisel in a moment.
It's that time of year again. Time to get your car in shape for the holidays. Well, we've got everything on your list at Napa's Season Savings Sale. Like Chilton repair manuals, just $16.99. A Napa Evercraft screwdriver set with free tape measure, only $14.99. And a Grip Light flexible flashlight for a low $16.99. All at Napa's Season Savings Sale.
We keep America running.
A lot of people my age set off on cruises around the world. Now I set off on a second career. Hi guys! Of course, my Dean Witter Broker's impeccable investment advice prepared me for any sort of retirement I chose. And I chose to start over with a business of my own.
Wait a minute, are you sure you're old enough to be here?
That's my idea of a fascinating adventure.
At Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
Daffy Duck! You're the greatest!
Thanks. Take a check?
Sure, Daffy. Just need some ID.
Are you serious? How many big cartoon stars come into the store?
Checks are a pain, but your bank has a better way, the Visa Check Card. And if your ATM card has a Visa logo on it, you've got one. It automatically deducts from your checking account everywhere Visa's accepted.
You're despicable.
Visa Check Card works just like a check, only better.
What a maroon.
From hilltop to high-rise, menorah to manger. Every family celebrates the holidays in their very own way. But no matter what you do, we're here to make it easier. With convenient hours, packaging supplies, and overnight deliveries even on Christmas Day. So whether it's choirs or Kwanzaa, palm trees or chimneys, you can count on the U.S. Postal Service to help you handle the holidays.
Rain continuing to fall in Lincoln, and let's go down to Jackaroo. Jack?
Rick Neuheisel had intended to be with us, but Colorado won the toss. He said, look, I've got to be ready for the first offensive call. I also asked Rick just moments ago, what was the weather going to do to the offensive game plan? He said nothing as long as the wind doesn't kick up. I also asked him about what you alluded to, about losing you're out of an Alliance Bowl bid. He said, hey, they've mailed the invitations to the bowl games, and we're not on the invitation list. He says, well, we're going to crash the party, something that I've done before.
All right, Jack. That means that Nebraska kicks it off here with Chris Brown, a very talented, long-range kicker, and we will see what kind of depth he gets in this weather. Beautiful. It'll come out on the 20-yard line. Senior Coy Detmer from Mission, Texas. Folks, he's been here before against Nebraska, and it has not been pretty. Something to prove, as he was intercepted a total of 3 times and sacked 5 in his 2 appearances. Our Chili's backs and receivers. Herschel Troutman. Can Colorado run the ball? Troutman would be the key, number 5.
Well, I tell you this, they plan to run the ball if they can there, Brent, and they want to start out that way.
They will open up with a tight end to the right side of the formation, and then Detmer will change the call. But he wanted Troutman to stay right there. Having trouble hearing, Troutman squeezes a couple of yards out of the middle of that offensive line. And here is the offensive line. Naioli, his big guard, was trying to move the pile there. Number 65, Kyle Smith, 52, the other guard. And the center's Adam Reed. Now, the defensive story today, and it's a good one. Look at the bottom. Terrell Farley. Their great linebacker is gone. He's suspended and will not play today. It means that they will have to replace one of the best players on that defensive front. Play fake, Detmer hit on the release. That's how little time he has against this defense. So Farley comes off the defense, and it means that Mike Minter, the strong safety, will frequently step up to that outside linebacking spot, and Octavius McFarland is going to be there at safety. Basically, Dick, a form of nickel will be used here by Coach McBride.
Well, and against this style of offense, Brent, that's a real advantage.
Now 2 tight ends for Colorado. 3rd down and long. Detmer gets his time and passes to the near side over here to the 32-yard line, and that will be enough. It was Ray Caruth, number 21, with his first reception.
He did a beautiful job of keeping his feet in. Brent stopped, came back, but stretched out for the football, and both toes were in that bound line.
So the ball is on the Colorado 32-yard line. 1st down, Buffalo. Troutman, hole on the left side, and he bursts through for 7 yards. Big hole on that left side.
There was a hole there, and then number 10, Michael Minter, who's the safety you mentioned, Brent, up playing outside linebacker for the first time in his career, had to take on a great big offensive lineman. Did a pretty good job, but he got his fanny whipped anyway.
Well, clearly the Colorado coaches now have seen that change. It had not been publicized into what McBride was going to do with Minter, and they will try to get at him with the run.
Oh, I'm sure they will, Brent. They haven't given much up in the last 7 games, as you can see by that graphic.
Using Troutman on a draw play. Big hole again. And it is close to midfield for another Colorado 1st down. Now there is one thing that the Buffaloes must do when you come into Lincoln, and that is run the football.
Well, and they run the football here. It's a draw, and they run it a quick draw, Brent. They've moved the fullback up in closer to the line of scrimmage so he can hit the draw a little bit quicker, and it paid off right there. They want to establish the run to slow down the pass rush.
Johannickmeyer, number 81, brings the play in from Rick Neuheisel's sideline. He is the tight end.
He is the run blocker of the group.
They go with a slot left double tight end, and they hang in here with Troutman on a play fake. Detmer getting time, fires complete to the 36-yard line. So Detmer starts out and completes his first 2 passes. That time he hit Chris Anderson, and he is the 6'4" junior wide receiver.
You see the slot formation. Now they're going to run combination patterns in there. The inside guy pulls the short defender out. He turns back inside and drives in the ball, but good rhythm, good timing. Now Nebraska will try to disrupt that timing with a good inside rush from their tackles.
Dick, what's impressive so far is that Detmer's getting time from his offensive line. He was only hurried on the 1 incompletion. And on 1st down, here's Troutman picking his way, and that time he was jammed up, perhaps a yard, but certainly nothing more than that.
Carl Dunbar, the offensive coordinator for Colorado, told me he's going to use the tight ends to help on the defensive ends, help the offensive tackles, and they're doing that effectively right now, so they're going to have to get some rush from the inside.
So the winner of this game will play Texas in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship next Saturday in St. Louis. Here comes 2nd and 9 for Detmer and the Buffaloes. Sticking with the 2 tight ends to help out on the blocking. Detmer short drop, fires complete, and he's coming right back into Anderson's hands. It was defended by Eric Warfield, who made that hit, number 3.
You run those slant patterns as a receiver, you know you're going to get hit inside by the safety. Here comes Eric Warfield, right side of your screen, pads down, and nails it.
Hefner brings the play in from the sideline. Detmer and the Buffaloes need 3 yards on this 3rd down. Short drop again, deflected, incomplete. That was Hess, number 44, the middle linebacker, who is there defensively.
He's a real good football player and a very smart football player. He's strong enough at 250 pounds to move up and play right nose on a guard, and they do that, and he's got the ability to leap and back the ball back like he just did there, Brent.
Now here comes a big change for Colorado.
Here at the far right side of your screen, you'll see him leap. Right, good rhythm. He just up there right on time. Smart football player.
Aldridge is in as the kicker. Jeremy Aldridge gets the first call. So Neuheisel makes a change, and Rozga puts it down, and he goes after the 45-yarder, hits, and goes across. The first bounce goes for the Buffaloes. He hit the crossbar, and it bounced over. A 45-yard field goal. It's 3-0 Colorado. Luck be a lady tonight.
The sticks have a personality all their own, and Chili's fire-roasted skewers set the tone. Watch them sizzle from fire and flame. Now beef and chicken ain't the same. Zucchini and squash hooked between peppers and corn. With chili pepper, honey, and lime seasonings they're adorned. Then lusciously lanced, they're laid upon the flame to feel the fires dance. Fire-roasted skewers, oh, you haven't had them yet? Well, Chili's grills like no place else. On that you can safely bet.
I'm grateful that Michael Garcia is in our lives.
State Farm, Mike Garcia speaking.
We had a house fire, house burned.
That was a tough day.
They didn't treat us as a policy holder, they treated us as a neighbor, as a friend.
I gave him a check right away. We went from there to putting the pieces back together.
He's not a hero in the sense of a sports hero or a movie star. He's a quiet hero.
He looks out for everyone in the neighborhood.
It's gone from being a slogan to really being my way of life.
Has he done all his chores? Put all his things away? Has he been a good boy this year? Well, maybe he deserves a shiny new toy this Christmas. And maybe we can help you find just the right one. At the True Value Christmas is just around the corner sale. Stop in today and apply for the True Value MasterCard. There's no annual fee, and you get a 2% rebate on all purchases at True Value. Christmas is just around the corner.
When the schedule came out, everybody circled this one. Number 1 Florida meets number 2 Florida State. It's the game you've been waiting for, Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Very important. I don't have to tell anybody that. In a big game, just score first. And you can see that overwhelming statistic. Now, we talked about Aldridge kicking the field goal. But on the kickoffs, they will stick with the barefooted one. Jason Leslie. And again, Rick Neuheisel was interested in the fact that Leslie, when he kicks off, puts a shoe on. But when he kicks the field goals, he takes it off. And I asked Coach about that, and he said, well, you know, he's a kicker.
And that explains everything, believe me.
There we go. He sheds the shoe, and here he comes. This is D'Angelo Evans, the talented freshman from the 14-yard line, and he will give Scott Frost and the Nebraska offense decent field position at the 26-yard line. Here comes the young man who's been improving all season long. The Cornhuskers lost a tough one in Tempe, Arizona to Arizona State, but since then the numbers look pretty good. 13 touchdown passes, and our Chili's backs and receivers, Amon Green, has been struggling this season with turf toe. He says he's 100%. So we'll get the first call, and certainly Colorado and Nebraska fans remember the first play from scrimmage a year ago in Boulder when Amon Green took off for a touchdown. He gets the call, no touchdown this time, and not much doing. That was number 77, Mau Mau, who has played very well, working against, again, another outstanding offensive line. There is Taylor, number 67. He'll play both center and guard. Eric Anderson there, number 70, according to the coaches, is the most underrated of the 5. So second down and 10. And Black, the safety, up tight for Colorado. Option Frost, late pitch. Green slips in the water. Rosga took the pitch man, but Green slipped down at the 32.
A.J. Kristoff, defensive coordinator, Colorado, has them in an 8-man front, meaning they're bringing 8 people up in position to defense the run initially. The 8th man up on top gets blocked by the wide receiver. That's why they're able to get outside and get it pitched, and you can see that he just slips in the astroturf. Nobody runs the options any better than Nebraska.
Lance Brown and Cheatham are the wide receivers to Frost left. No tight end. It's a 3-pack, and they run the option out of it. They put the ball back in Green's hands, and a great tackle. Fumble! Colorado has got it over here on the 35-yard line. Buffaloes recover on the game's first turnover. That is Black, the strong safety who has come up to press and is one of the hardest hitters on this Colorado team. What a positive start for a team that has won 10 straight on the road.
They come right down the line of scrimmage. We call this a load option. He flips it out there. He has the lead blocker out there. Now in from behind him, there comes Jones that strips it. The ball's on the ground, and there they are. They take the ball away. Now Nebraska has done a great job in these situations of shutting down an offense. In contrast, Colorado has done a great job of taking advantage of it. This will be a battle.
Now the Colorado coaches make a change. They load with a fullback. They have Fisk, and they're going to isolate and try to get something going with Farley gone, and the Blackshirts, as the Nebraska defense is called, swarm all over him that time. They were equal to the task, so right away the game of cat and mouse continues amongst the assistant coaches here.
No question, they're going to have a hard time, Colorado that is, of pulling offensive linemen, because Nebraska's defensive line attack and read on the move, and that's what happened that time. They pulled 2 offensive linemen. They couldn't get the defender cut off. He comes in the backside and throws it for a loss.
Now in a passing formation, Neuheisel with 1 tight end and 1 running back. Detmer will step to the left, no time. Gets it off, incomplete as he turned back, and there's the penalty flag. He was under enormous pressure from Jason Peter, number 55.
Jason Peter is a load to block. He came into the ball game with 4 sacks, 12 quarterback carries. He's right here on this side of your screen in a 3-point stance. He will attack on the ball. There he goes. They block down on him. They don't get down on him quick enough. He is awfully quick, as I said earlier, Brent. It's hard to down block these guys.
On the defense.
That is
5 yards from the 3-yard spot. Second down.
So the face mask penalty.
Jason comes to play.
Well, came to play a little too hard that time.
Yeah.
So the 5-yard penalty moves the ball up to the 30-yard line, and it is 2nd down and 5. So we've had 3 breaks in this game. A field goal, bounce over the crossbar, an early turnover by Nebraska. Now a face mask penalty makes it 2nd and 5, and Troutman blasts through, strong running for the first down. Moving a whole pile, the young man from Naples, Florida, gives Colorado a first down at the 20-yard line.
They did a good job of pulling an internal offensive lineman. The center snaps, comes around, they get the ball back there deep, and he takes him right up through the hole. An excellent power running by a little 5'7", 195-pound guy with a lot of guts.
Now Fisk is back in at fullback. He'll line up directly behind Detmer. Nebraska presses defensively, and Troutman is hit right away by number 93, Jared Tomich. Now the story about Tomich is he's playing with anger today. He feels that he was snubbed by the Big 12 coaches who left him off the all-defensive team. In fact, Jared Tomich, a finalist for the Lombardi Award, made only the 3rd team. Go figure.
I asked him about that the other day in the office, and he says, Coach, I really sincerely don't care. I just want to play on a winning football team on Saturday afternoon.
2nd down and 13. Play fake Troutman. Detmer with time. End zone. And it's broken up. It was broken up by Ralph Brown. They went after the freshman cornerback on that side, and he was equal to the task. against Ray Caruth.
You see Brown, number 2, middle of your screen. See, he's got the short flat outside, no one in front of him, so he drops back and does a great job of getting back there and helping Eric Warfield, number 3. An excellent job, excellent coaching by the secondary coach to teach him, nobody in front of you, fall back and help your safety. Excellent job, excellent throw as well, Brent. It was there, just good defense.
3rd down and 13. A 3-pack to the right. And the tight end, this formation as they go empty, puts everybody on the right side. Offensive line holds, snap, throwing complete. And that was number 22 again, Ralph Brown.
He was up, bump and run, did a great job reaching around with his left arm and just flipped it away. They went after the right guy, so he got the inside position on him. He's going to throw the ball, he's got his right hand on him, he reaches in, pow, knocks it away, and the tight end, Tennyson McCarty, went down the hole, wide open, and he didn't see him, Brent.
This has to be somewhat discouraging to Colorado and its coaching staff. To have field position like that, Jeremy Aldridge, who kicked the 45-yarder, is now setting up to see if he can add a 40-yarder.
Remember, this is the first game he's ever kicked in for Colorado.
And it will not be his last. It's 6-0 as Jeremy Aldridge puts 2 field goals on the board. But Nebraska breathes a sigh of relief that they didn't give up a touchdown.
It's about time. And finding faster ways to take new ideas from drawing board to reality. It's about the search for methods to make machinery last longer. Or make a long drive seem shorter. It's about making time to look beyond the obvious. And most of all, about taking time to listen. All things change through time. Cars, trucks, and a company.
Together we are better than we could ever be alone. We'll be a team forever. The world is ours to own. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me. Ooh, yeah.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. And Dr. Pepper in your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game next Saturday in St. Louis, Texas, has qualified as the winner of the South, and the winner here moves on. Colorado changes field goal specialist and winds up with a 6-0 lead.
And you know, you and I were both second-guessing that decision. It had come with a brand-new kicker at the end of the year that's never kicked in the game, but it's worked out positive, a good decision by Neuheisel and his staff. And emotionally, that's got to be a big lift for the rest of the squad because they now know they can make a field goal.
Colorado needs a little more depth on the kickoff if they can get it here. And this one is a little deeper. Evans back at the 3-yard line. They push him to the middle. And Evans, the freshman running back from Kansas, out to the 25-yard line. So let's go through the Colorado defense and take a look at the fellows who will try to keep this outstanding offense in check. There you see Greg Jones, number 59. He was very active on that turnover. Created a big play for him already. And of course, Matt Russell, a talented linebacker.
Number 2, Damon Wheeler, the freshman corner's in there, Brent.
And Bennings, the running back. And there's a penalty flag thrown on the play. So after the fumble by Green, the coaches switch to number 21, Damon Benning, the senior from Omaha Northwest.
Well, he's got a lot of experience. He's carried the ball 268 times in his career. He's a senior, yes, but he's, almost as efficient running the ball, averaging 5.5 yards a carry. So he knows where the end zone with those 7 touchdowns he scored this year. And no one calls the plays any better than this guy. It's going to take him a little while to adjust to the 8-man front that Colorado was throwing at him. When you have an 8-man front, that means you're only 3 deep. Look for him to go some play-action passing.
Well, it's 1st and 15. Tim Carpenter is the tight end. He is to Frost left. Again, 3 wide receivers, and the whistle sounding before the snap. Nebraska is the defensive ringleader here as we...
Dead ball, false start, offense.
Brent, that's amazing. They've only had 5 offensive line penalties all year. Now they get one.
So there you see the leader. Now Ryan Black, Dick has been telling you about the change defensively. That 8-man front, and Black is up there pressing. But of course they'll figure to slough off here now. It is 1st and 20.
Well, Colorado's spreading them out now with a 3-receiver look.
And Jeff Lake is off to the left. Frost wanted to run, slipped, now regains his balance and makes a good gain. Looked like a bit of a disaster when he quickly slipped, but he ran out to the 28-yard line.
See, as soon as you notice 8-man front, you want to spread the defense as much as you can. He goes back there in the draw. As you said, he slipped, but a great athlete. This young man is a tremendous athlete, and his passing has really improved. Last 4 games, 10 touchdowns, 1 interception.
A 14-yard gain for Frost, and that will leave the Huskers in 2nd and 6. Holbein and Brown, Lance Brown, are the wide receivers off to Frost's right. The tight end to the left, they can option either direction if they want to. Frost wants to throw high, incomplete. And that could be a situation where the wet ball got the better of Frost that time. He is not the slickest passer you have ever watched. And if there is a real significant change offensively, it is the fact, of course, that Nebraska does not have Tommy Frazier to fall back on. But Frost, an excellent runner. He has improved in the passing department. And Osborne now making his decision on 3rd and 6. They'll run a double tight end formation. Benning still the tail. They run him on the draw into the middle. Broke a tackle, but he appears to be just short of that 1st down.
Ryan Olson, an all Big 12 defensive tackle, 3-point stance right there. They block back on him and step around, but he fights back up here and then prevents the 1st down. But this offensive line for Nebraska is so physical. You defensive linemen, they have to keep their pads down, and Ryan Olson can do that. Not only does he keep his pads down, he's an outstanding student. Civil engineering, 3.5 GPA.
Nunez set to return Jesse Cush's punt. Cush is an interesting story. He has studied meteorology here in Lincoln, and so he had the last weather forecast and said we could expect some of this rain to turn to snow. Takes a bounce on Nunez, fielded at the 19-yard line by the freshman. Nothing doing. He'll go right down at the 16-yard line. So a good punt by Cush and excellent coverage by Nebraska. Colorado's ahead by 2 field goals.
Budweiser, always brew refresh.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Dig it.
I see you now, appeal, see you must win. Fight for every yard, see you knows no defeat. We'll roll up a mighty score, never give in. Shoulder to shoulder, we will fight, fight, fight.
You told us you wanted a truck with more playful performance. So for the all-new Dodge Dakota, our engineers matched quick ratio steering with a precision-tuned suspension, making it a blast to drive. Now, when Dakota responds precisely to your input, you'll know it's because we did too. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Today's Marriott moment. Let's go back to Boulder, Colorado, 1991. Trailing by 7, quarterback Keith McCann pitched the ball to Derek Brown, who took it in from the 7, and the game was tied with 6:40 to go. Then the Huskers, winning field goal attempt, but it was blocked. And Colorado tied Nebraska at 19. That was back in 1991. Now the Buffs come up, leading by 6 in Lincoln, where the Cornhuskers have won 35 straight games. Troutman, the running back. Detmer on first down, deflected, intercepted. Number 56 scores. That is Jay Foreman on the deflection. And just like that, the Huskers have tied it.
Boy, Detmer at 6'1", setting in a shorter drop at a 5-step drop, you know, Brent, and it any penetration at all. That's tough.
So Foreman goes in from 21 yards out, and Brown for the extra point to put Nebraska ahead. Like that.
That's the 6th touchdown this year that Nebraska defense has scored. They're used to it.
7-6.
Here we go. Good rush right up outside there. See, good push inside. Good rush outside, but good tackle penetration by Jason Peter. He gets that right arm up, bats the football into the arms of Jay Foreman. No one out there covering from an offensive line standpoint. They're all in there battling pass protection-wise. Touchdown. Here comes Wistrom off the corner. Good, hard outside rush. Gets a push. That forces him back up inside. Bats the ball. Look at it wobbling there. It looks like a lame duck. But Foreman didn't care. He saw the end zone.
They're having trouble blocking Peter. Remember, he made another big play that was negated because of that face mask penalty. And that time, they couldn't handle him either. He raised a hand, deflected it, and now Nebraska leads it. So here comes that point when it is very important for the Buffaloes to get a decent return on a kickoff. They're coming out of the closed end of Memorial Stadium. If the Huskers cover this well and bury Colorado back there, and last time, remember, they kicked it out of the end zone, then this crowd's going to make it tough for Detmer and the signal callers down there. Nunez and Stiggers are back, but the last time it didn't matter because Brown whacked it about 8 yards deep. Jackaroo.
Brent, Nebraska relies on their defense. We see that evening up the score now. But consider this fact, 50 schools from around the nation came here to talk to Charlie McBride over the offseason, asking McBride what the key to the defense was. Listen to some of the schools: Ohio State, Tennessee, Virginia Tech, and tomorrow's big opponent for Florida, Florida State. They like what they see in Nebraska's defense.
They like what they saw against Danny Werfel and the Gators in particular, and this one will not be returned. So Detmer and the Buffaloes, trailing for the first time, come out to the 20-yard line. Speaking of Danny Werfel, Florida and Florida State, Tallahassee. You just want to know the time of that one. You'll be there. 12 noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Then Tiger Woods against John Daly, Freddie Couples, Tom Watson. That follows the football. And then, of course, tomorrow night we'll have prime time action from the Los Angeles Coliseum. Lou Holtz and Notre Dame against USC. And an embattled John Robinson. Detmer with a first down. His tight end is over to his left. They run to the strong side, and Peter is just off to a monster. They are not blocking 55.
He just took Kyle Smith and stuffed him. Good control. He had both hands on him right there. You'll see what I'm talking about right in the middle of your screen here. Number 55, he's down to 3-point stance. He butts straight up, right in the left hand. Now he throws, he moves back in there, pads down, helmet up, pops him one. Fine defensive play. fine play. Look, he's a man, isn't he?
And Peter is playing right next to Tomich. Jason urging the crowd on. And Minter comes up to that linebacking spot on the right side of the defense. Movement now by the left side of the offensive line, and this will be a penalty as number 75 moved for them that time, Dick.
He did move, Brent. Now this time another guy moved. They moved Jason Peter over to line up on Chris Nioli, the big All-American guard. That'll be a nice matchup. Those two guys
There are 2 fouls on the play. Dead ball, false start on the offense. Dead ball, personal foul on the defense.
Here's Tomich coming to the inside right there. Grabs him right there. Oh, he doesn't let him down. Look, he's trying to hold him up. A little friendly love tap there.
Now, Tomich get an explanation. He's saying, I really was trying to hold him up on that. I didn't mean, but of course the whistle had sounded. So when he made that contact, then they had to throw the penalty flag.
Right. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't hear the whistle.
Yeah, I clearly think that it was accidental on his part, but Colorado will take it. Thank you very much. But Dick, the storyline that's clearly developing here is whether or not this Colorado offensive line can stand up against this defensive front.
Well, they're still trying to run the ball. They cannot quit on running the ball. Yes, they're not running it successfully that much, but that does constrict defensive people. It tightens those defensive ends, and they'll get the ball outside in the passing game. Now they spread them out.
Now Peter moves over to the right defensive tackle, and there's movement again.
Dead ball, false start, offense.
You know, Colorado's very close to breaking the school record for penalties. They came in with 88. They need 92, and they'll be the worst penalized team in the history of Colorado football. Here's number 75 right there, Aaron Wade. He's going to move a little early. You know, I might move a little early if I looked up and saw Grant Wistrom there, too. In fact, I'd go high.
Detmer changing up, and Nebraska, like an NFL team, changes right up with him. And Minter now slips back out. Troutman is hit from behind. Wistrom was coming off that side, and they're not blocking Wistrom over there either.
Remember what you told me the other day? You said you were watching tapes on Wistrom. He said, you know, you can't run at him, but when you're one away from him, he chases you behind and makes a play. That's exactly what he did right then. Your backside blocking is critical. See, now Andrew Wells, 74, if he's not assigned to him, see, he's blocking inside. That's too short a corner for Wistrom. He comes down real flat, makes the play. Excellent quickness.
Second down and 15, and the Blackshirts are ready to go again. Jamel Williams is over on the right side. Here comes the blitz. Minter and Williams, they're all over Detmer. They bury him at the 18-yard line.
Mike Minter, number 10, was up there as a linebacker from his strong safety position, which they planned to do because Farley's not there, and he leaped right up over the top of the blocker. What an athlete that young man is. Minter will appear on the right side of your screen. He looks like a long jumper coming up inside there. Here he gets back there. He's going to set in 5 steps. He sets. Look at Minter up there. Wow, and then he gets help from Wistrom from the backside, who nails Detmer.
They've got 45 sacks. At 44 coming into the game, and they're showing no signs of slowing up here.
They only needed 6 to break the school record.
Minter up on the left side. Huskers press again. Here comes Williams downfield. Detmer goes incomplete. Hefner is tied in, and there is a penalty flag.
Before the snap, dead ball, delay of the game, offense.
The closed end of the stadium. Things start to go badly here at Memorial Stadium, and suddenly it mushrooms. Jackaroo.
Red penalties have been a problem for Colorado all season, so much so that what Rick Neuheisel did early in the season, he started getting volunteers and referees from high school and surrounding areas to come in and actually work at every practice, trying to cure his team from committing so many penalties. What was the penalty for bringing a penalty in practice? Run the stairs in Boulder.
You ought to use a baseball bat. Maybe you'll get their attention.
The Husker defenders know about this closed end, and they have been urging the crowd to stay alive. The blitz, Jamel Williams chasing Detmer, got him on the release. It was Williams coming from the blind side.
Andrew Welsh, number 74, the left tackle, cannot block Grant Westrom by himself. They're going to have to help him. As they said, game plan, they would do this. From the left side of your screen, you'll see the flash. That'll be number 98. Chase him out of there. Here he comes. Gets him right there at the end. Can't get him down.
That's why Williams is the leading tackler on this great defensive unit. He too was snubbed by the coaches when they selected their first team defense. There were more Colorado Buffalo players to that defensive unit than the Cornhuskers. And it has been the talk inside that locker room all week long.
Lousy punt.
Under the pressure, and McFarland fields it at the 43, almost in slow motion when he made the catch.
Good coach's decision, Brent. That time they had 3 deep safeties to field the punt, because anticipating maybe in this weather, a lousy punt, right there to field it.
Yeah, that has been a feature of the Cornhusker punt return teams through the years, Dick. We saw it used to the Huskers' advantage back in Manhattan, Kansas.
Right. Good decision.
Now Frost and the Huskers. Thanks to the great Nebraska defense, the Cornhuskers lead Colorado by a point, 7-6. Buffalo's kicked 2 early field goals. Option Frost. Pitch man's Benning. It's wide open, but there's a penalty flag on the far side. And we see running backs slipping in the sloppy going here in Lincoln today. This is going to be against Colorado.
He comes down the line of scrimmage. He waits for the immediate pressure, flips it with his right hand. And see, this has a high arc, this turf does. And he's going downhill when he gets there. He tries to get those cleats in the ground. He can't do it. Not in the ground, in the turf.
Offside on the defense. 5-yard penalty. Replay first down.
So it's 1st and 5.
They're audibling to that option against specific fronts that time, especially in the direction they want to go, Brent. When they see the end man outside the tight end, they take the ball to him and then pitch it up.
2 wideouts added to the Nebraska attack. A tight end and a wideout leave. But they still show the tight end over here to the left, the fullback, and now there was movement against Jones, and that was Sheldon Jackson who was getting into it with Jones, the big tight end, busted across.
A.J. Kristoff.
Both start, offense.
The defensive coordinator for Colorado had him back up there in the 8-man front. The last time they ran the option, they were in 7-man front. This time he's put 8 people up there. Look for a play-action pass.
They're at the Colorado 44-yard line, the Huskers are. And again, the shuttling of receiving personnel with the plays coming into Frost. The messenger brings it in. Brendan Holbein, the wideout, is off to Frost's right. The fullback is Schuster.
8 guys
He's
up.
in front of Benning. Option, it's Benning, comes clean on Black. He slips, dives forward to the 37-yard line.
On a dry turf, he scores with that. On a dry turf, he'd go with it. Real good job with it. Fake to the fullback initially, then they send the fullback up to block the man trying to come to get to the pitch. You'll see what I'm talking about from the right side here. You watch the fullback as he fakes and then goes into the perimeter to get a block. Fakes, now follow him, there he goes. He's looking, bang, nice block, but the runner slips.
2nd down and 4. The Buffaloes back off the wide receivers, and it is D'Angelo Evans, the freshman, his first carry, short of the first down. He'd reached the 35-yard line, and the whistle had sounded on this play after several Buffaloes wanted the football after that, but the whistle had sounded and he was down. His forward progress was stopped.
Here's big 70 Eric Anderson pulling around there trying to, but penetration got to him and he couldn't get a clean course all the way to get to his responsibility. Give credit to the defense.
Yeah, Greg Jones doing a good job. It's 3rd down and about a yard, so 10 touchdowns for D'Angelo Evans.
You know, he's a wide-based runner. He can run on this kind of turf.
Got a chance. Steps, spins, moves, and there's why the coaches love his future. to the 28-yard line.
You see how he runs? He skips, he keeps his feet apart, he can dance around, he's a patient runner, which is amazing for a true freshman. But he'll come in here, follow him, ladies and gentlemen, as he moves to the line of scrimmage, number 4, middle of your screen. His base will be wide, see, wide base, back up inside, working upfield, first down. That kind of guy can run on this kind of turf.
If he reminds you of Barry Sanders, perhaps he should. He broke all of Sanders' rushing records. He's from Wichita, Kansas. They play fake to him, Frost all kinds of time. Goes down to the end zone, incomplete. The other side of Federal, who had come off the left and turned back to the right.
Tried to get down between those two safeties. Now Colorado committing those linebackers to stop the run. You run that fake, you pull the linebackers. But the two safeties were sitting back there, good discipline, just watching for something like that to happen.
2nd down and 10. And again, almost on every offensive play, Osborne and Nebraska substituting 3 players as the rain continues to fall. It has been raining since very early this morning here in Lincoln. Strong to the right, Schuster, the fullback, with his first call behind the right guard, short of the 25-yard line. Terrell Cade, the defensive end in the game, making the stop for the Buffaloes on that play.
I'm surprised they didn't audible out of that play because they really had all 8 people up there defensively to stop that kind of a run.
So we come down to the end of the first quarter. The Buffaloes kicked a couple of field goals, and then Nebraska answered with an intercepted pass by Foreman for the touchdown. The extra point putting them ahead. This, the last play of the first quarter. They put it in Holbein's hands, and he's to the 19-yard line. His first reception of the day, and the first quarter comes to an end. Nebraska, a 3-touchdown favorite, leads by a point, 7-6.
You're the one I can count on day after day. Oh, there's no second guessing. You show me the way. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Together we are harmony. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me. You're the one.
It's country driving. It's fancy coat and tie. Ooh, it's the football team, your beauty queen. It's why we're right nearby.
Call today. For just $18.95 a day, you can rent a Dodge Neon or similar compact car from Thrifty.
Best of all is Thrifty, coming through like we knew we would.
When the unexpected happens, the all-new Dodge Dakota swings into action. Standard dual airbags help guard you from the front. High-strength steel door beams help shield you from the side, while the new front seats are designed to help protect you from the rear. When it came to building a safer truck, we considered all the angles. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Room 1203 wants to swim without floaties. Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
Chris Brown enjoying a fine season for the Cornhuskers is on the field. It is 4th and 2. And from this field position, with a 1-point lead, you always have to be mindful of the fake. Now, Vedral is a young man who can run the option. The kicker, Chris Brown, is not just a kicker. He's a one-time high school quarterback, and he's a fine all-around athlete. If they come up with the option in this situation, the pitch man would be Brown. But on the other hand, he's also a very good field goal specialist. There comes the option. Vedral keeps it. It's open all day long. Vedral, first down, Cornhuskers.
The reason that's in the game plan, Brent, is Colorado rushes very hard to the outside and down very, very flat. Now, Vedral, as you said, a gifted athlete, He comes up, fakes it, penetration inside because they knew that they'd come down there very, very, very flat. The head coach, Tom Osborne, has to make that call. No assistant makes that call.
Disheartening for the Buffaloes. And Vedral did an outstanding job of indicating that he was going to put the ball down before he took off. He was extremely patient on that fake. Schuster's the fullback, the freshman Evans. Crossed the option, a good runner, keeps it, slips inside, and he's down at the 2-yard line.
See, what they did that time is the defense stretched to get to the outside, to get to the pitch. You'll see what I'm talking about. He'll come out of the fake, and the defense gets stretched, and he takes it back up inside. He's been taking it to the corner. See, now the hole opens, he gets up inside there, showing his athletic ability and his running skills to take it toward the goal line. They wanted to get to the perimeter to try to stop the pitch. He takes it inside.
You can see how successful they have been, and aren't they every year? Muscle up front, 2 tight ends. Power look in the backfield. The freshman to the right side, Evans. And he stopped at the 2-yard line, cutting off his block, and Ryan Olson. So we've got 2 55s who are fine defensive tackles in this game. Olson for Colorado and Peters over there on the other side.
And these people play darn good defense down here. They really do. 71%. And the thing is, 16 touchdowns, just a little over 50%. That you want to keep touchdowns in that low 50% category. And that's what they're doing. A.J. Kristoff and staff doing a good job. They just don't want to let a great team like Nebraska get down here very often.
So Vedral is off to the right, and now he steps in motion. Frost, play fake, going to throw, and he's sacked at the 14-yard line. Matt Russell, the determined linebacker, makes a huge play, and now Chris Brown will come in and surely kick it.
A real good change-up call by A.J. Kristoff, because for a linebacker to sack a quarterback in a situation like this, he's got to be called to go. He doesn't automatically go. He's got to be called. That was a good change-up call. He wasn't picked up. He gets the sack. Big play.
So Vedral will put this ball down on the 20. It'll be a 30-yard attempt.
Holding will be number 25, John Vedral.
They won't get much of a rush this time.
30 yards on the attempt.
And it's good.
See what that did? No rush at all. They said, hey, you got me one time. You're not going to get me the second time.
Brown's field goal boosts Nebraska to a 10-6 lead. We'll be right back.
The engineers of the Pontiac Grand Am design cars for people who get a kick out of driving, complete with a powertrain built to precise aerospace tolerances. And that's kept more Grand Ams tearing along even after 11 years than any car in its class. So buy a Grand Am for a good time. Have it around for a good long time. Grand Am, built for kicks, built for keeps. Starting around 15.2.
Bud. Bud. Wise.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
He's earned his stripes. Now golf sensation Tiger Woods is ready to take on John Daly, Fred Couples, and Tom Watson in the Skins game. Saturday on ABC.
Nebraska's defense. They were the story of the first 15 minutes. The sights and sounds of how the Cornhuskers forged a lead. And now somehow Colorado must find a way to block that defensive front. First things first, they look for the return here on the kickoff. And they won't get one. 3 times in a row. Brown has buried them in the end zone. And you can see the difference. Their first 2 scoring drives for 64 yards. But again, they did not put 6 points on the board either time. Now, Rick Neuheisel's been unable to get downfield. There's just not much time for Detmer to do that. His offensive line, especially against number 55, Peter, and Wistrom, number 98 for Nebraska.
And they've also had lousy field position starting those last 2 drives too, Brent. Combine that with quarterback pressure, you're in trouble.
So Welsh and Thomas will try to tackle. Troutman, and Hess brings him down at the 29. Jackaroo, it's not good footing in the wet going down there, is it, partner?
No, Brent, it's a little wet, a little slippery, but here's what's surprising. On the Colorado side, they have the shoe boxes here, but it has not been cracked open. Nobody's changed shoes. On the Nebraska side, the running backs specifically have been coming off the field after each series and trying different types of shoes. Now, you would think with this being the home field, that Nebraska would know what kind of shoes to wear.
First half, time remaining. Nebraska with the lead. Caruth is slotted to the left. Detmer licks in that way. Comes now to the wide man, Anderson. Fumble! And Anderson goes back after the football. He had the first down. Ball came loose, and Anderson pounced on it. It is a first down, Colorado.
You use the term after. Well, I think they're going after true freshman Ralph Brown as much as they can. One-on-one situation, 22 Brown, a true freshman. Anderson, a junior with more experience. You're going to try to get the big guy with more experience on the true freshman, but the true freshman steps up and makes the play.
I believe they have called it incomplete on that. Now, that is an incompleted pass. The official looking right at it said he never did have control when he coughed it up. So it is now 3rd and 2 for the Buffaloes. So check that first down, and McCarty along with Johannigmeyer checking in, and you can see the defensive players bringing the Memorial Stadium crowd back into it. It is tough going for a road team in here. Troutman, first down. Good run by Troutman. He has that low center of gravity, and he dove for the first down.
Combine the low center of gravity with a good base and attacking the line of scrimmage rather than going parallel, you can move the football on the slippery turf. And he's done that a number of times already. The play that's been really effective is the quick draw. They ran that within that series for about 7 yards. They ran it earlier for about a 10-yard gain. They've got to come with those kind of plays. Let those tackles jump around and run opposite the direction of their jump.
Peter is lined up opposite Smith this time. Troutman looks at that hole. They did a good job of blocking Peter, and it is a 4-yard gain for the Buffaloes.
Well, Rick Neuheisel told us, Brent, that he was not going to get away from the fact that they came here to try to run the football, and even if it's 3 and 4, but they're going to try to keep that within the entire game because they had confidence that their defense could keep it close and they'd get a big play somewhere in their passing game.
Savoy brings the play in from Neuheisel's sideline. Some of that rain starting to turn to snow.
The wind is picking up too.
Now Peter is matched against Naioli. They'll drop it off, and Troutman, well-conceived play. They had a strong rush from the left side, and they threw over the end's head, and it's another Colorado first down. Good-looking play.
Yeah, and you know, the man that made the play, John Hess, was blitzing as an inside linebacker, came off the block when he was picked up, and moved out into the perimeter and made the play, and the snow is coming down a little harder.
Can't believe I'm here on this day. It's snowing, and Barry Switzer and Oklahoma are nowhere in sight. I don't get that. What happened here? I thought that'd go on forever. So the rain is freezing. We've got sleet falling in Lincoln. It's a first down. Detmer on a play fake. Lidstrom was coming, throws long. Caruth intercepted. Dropped. That was Brown, and he should have had it off the deflection, in and out of his hands.
That was not a good decision for Coy to try to throw the football. Play action. They went into a zone down there, so he had help back to the inside. He should be able to read that. That's one disadvantage of play action passing, because you can't always see what's happening as you make your play fake. Brown almost comes up with it. He looks like he's going to put it away, and it slips out of his hand. Boy, you don't want to lose that guy.
Shaken up. The big play wide receiver comes over to the Colorado sideline. Of course, he's out of Sacramento, where he was a fine high school running back. Set all kinds of records that a defensive back at Colorado by the name of Wheeler has now broken. Second down and 10. They pull Nioli. Troutman behind the guard with a hole, and he runs to the 46-yard line. So Nioli lined up against Peter on the pull that time. He leads the way for Troutman.
Big Wistrom out there was in on the play because he's the defensive end, and he constricts it. He moves back down to the inside, tight ends it, and he holds his ground, see, and pushes it back up inside. And big Melvin Thomas at 320 pounds comes up inside the hole. They make 4 or 5 yards. Not a bad play.
So it is now 3rd and 6 for the Buffaloes. Pressure front. Here comes Minner on the blitz. Deflected. And Colorado is forced to punt as Mike Minter, who has replaced Farley at that outside linebacker spot, does the job again.
That's the second time that he has done that, Brent. Good change-up call by Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, to bring him in almost the exact situation, different formation, but he got good penetration. He leaped and he bats it down, playing outside linebacker for the first time in his career. Top of your screen, number 10, Minter, good leap. See, he likes to leap up over the top of those running backs blocking him. And a new punter.
Andy Mitchell will try it this time. They can rotate Peach.
He's got a little sleet to his back.
From the 12-yard line, it opens for Fullman. And Fullman slips. He is down at the 22-yard line. And that's where Nebraska will put it in play, leading 10-6 in the sleet in Lincoln. We'll be right back.
Together we are better than we could ever be alone. We'll be a team forever. The world is ours to own. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
This is the Pontiac Bonneville, one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. The luxury of the driver's command center surrounds you with 12-way adjustable seats, steering wheel stereo controls, and a powerful supercharged engine. Order this free video information kit and see for yourself why J.D. Power and Associates rank Bonneville most appealing premium midsize car. Just call 1-800-443-4444.
Jack Caruth, what's the situation with Ray Caruth?
Well, Ray Caruth came out of the game with his left ankle. He said he had a little bit of a slight sprain on the outside of his left ankle. And what the trainers have done is they've rewrapped that ankle, but also added an ace bandage underneath the tape. They've retaped it. He'll be going back in the next series.
Well, Jack, we want to pass along a very happy Thanksgiving to everyone who is watching this game, and certainly we always enjoy coming to Lincoln. Dick, let me ask you about a big favorite like the Cornhuskers in raw, tough weather. What does that do for an underdog like Colorado in this situation?
Well, there's not going to be a lot of scoring by either team, so it keeps it closer. But the disadvantage, but Colorado likes to score in the big play, and that'll be a little bit tougher for them.
Nebraska with the lead and the football, and it is the freshman. In case you're wondering about his workload, the Nebraska sideline has set up the word that Amon Green is suffering from another foot injury. X-rays are negative, but they're saying that this time it was not the turf toe, but he injured a bone in the foot during practice earlier this week. It then healed. He thought he was fine, but he's come up gimpy. So therefore, we're seeing a lot of D'Angelo Evans, and he's in there now. He's the pitch man, but Frost will keep it, an outstanding runner, and Frost just wheels out to the 45 for a first down.
See, that's what they have to do against that 8-man front. They have to get outside. You'll see right here, there's 4 here, there's 4 here, so it's hard to run in here. So they want to fake and get the ball outside. They get a nice crack block up on top. I'm sure you understand everything I said, huh, ladies and gentlemen? Pow, there's a crack. He gets up inside there. The fullback's leading out in front. Good running skills by the quarterback. First down.
Well, Scott's father, Larry, played halfback here for the Huskers back in the 60s. He was in practice yesterday watching his son get ready, and his mother, Carol, threw the discus for the United States Olympic team in 1968 down in Mexico City, and then Carol coached the women's track team here at Nebraska from 1977 through 80. So the young man, Scott Frost, comes from an athletic family, and meanwhile the Buffaloes, and remember their bench is very close to the sidelines here, and they have pulled it out onto the field away from everybody. It's a very tight, intimate setting here, and when the coach has something private that he wants to say to the troops, they just kind of like bring him on out to the field. I remember Hubie Brown in his days when he coached before he became a broadcaster. He would say, yeah, you can come put a microphone in my huddle until I pull the team out on the floor, then stay away from those microphones because the folks might hear something that they shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, Rick Neuheisel's done an awfully good job of preparing his team mentally all week with an approach, like you said, come in and play with confidence and poise.
Dick, here is the Big 12 All-Conference team I've been talking about. There you can see the 4 players from Nebraska and 6 from Colorado. Now, one suggestion is the fact that, and we don't really know the answer, but someone down in Baylor would have it for me. They're not sure that the coaching staff down in Baylor, which is undergoing a change down there, filed a vote. That was somewhat of a question up here, but at any rate, the Cornhuskers feel a little bit snubbed in that area. Regardless, here comes Evans and the freshman Powers to the 48 on first down. He's just such a patient-looking running back. There are a host of outstanding young running backs. You've got Irvin at Michigan State, Enos at Penn State, Evans here at Nebraska. You go all around the country.
Well, anytime as a high school senior you can average 207 yards a game, you can step on a college field behind an offensive line like Nebraska and run the ball efficiently.
Problem which we apologize for, and we will get it fixed here as quickly as we can.
Normally they run that counter outside. Coming into this ball game, they want to run it both inside and outside. So they want to run it inside to constrict the good defensive ends like Greg Jones and Nick Ziegler, to get him down in there tighter so they can then get outside with the counter later in the ball game.
Third down and a long 2. And on the option, it is Evans, 40-35. Got the angle, they're pushing out of bounds at the 10-yard line. The freshman breaks one for Nebraska, and it'll be first and goal after the 40-yard run.
Well, they went with quick pressure in the quarterback's face. Ryan Black comes right down the line of scrimmage from the left side of your, no, it's the right side of your, no, let's see. Left side of your screen, you'll see the pressure areas. Take the quarterback right now, but they don't get contained position on him. They get the other man blocked. Up inside that thing he goes. Good speed, almost to the end zone. They made the decision coming in. Short yardage and goal line there. We're going to take the quarterback right now. And they did it.
Evans stays in. Makovica, the fullback. 2 tight ends. And Frost will try Makovica, but the defense was ready for that ploy. And Cade, number 48, makes the stop.
Boy, I tell you, Ryan Olsen carries a load inside there. They tried to trap inside there. When they blocked back on him, he just stuffed it back in there, and the guard couldn't pull around in good position to make his trap block. Boy, what a force inside.
Mau is not on the field defensively for Colorado. Marshall has replaced him on this series. Second down, and Frost changes up at the line of scrimmage. Cheatham is his wide receiver to the right. Evans on a delay, has a crease. Evans, touchdown, Nebraska. Young man with a great future. Here's Brown for the extra point. Already 70 yards and an 8.8 yard average in the early going. Nebraska ups its lead. Remember, if you just joined us, Colorado jumped out to a 6-point lead, but then the Huskers woke up, and now it is 17-6 with the freshman Evans squirting into the end zone.
The engineers at the Pontiac Grand Am design cars for people who get a kick out of driving, complete with a powertrain built to precise aerospace tolerances. And that's kept more Grand Ams tearing along even after 11 years than any car in its class. So buy a Grand Am for a good time. Have it around for a good long time. Grand Am. Built for kicks, built for keeps. Starting around 15.2.
Hello, I'm John Beekner, president of the University of Colorado. You know, it's easy to get the big picture from up here. But here, in the daily life of a university, we face new realities in higher education. Our classrooms can no longer be bounded by walls. Classrooms of the future must extend from cyberspace to the daily challenges of our communities, and from deep space to the inner reaches of each mind. It's a total learning environment. It's the University of Colorado.
Did you know the University of Nebraska Museum houses more than 10 million specimens, including the world's third largest collection of fossil mammals? And we've just opened the George W. Beadle Center, named for our Nobel Prize winner, to do further state-of-the-art research in genetics. I'd call that scientific proof. There's no place like Nebraska.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement, and Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. The Nebraska offense puts its first touchdown on the board. The defense scored earlier on an interception. There's the average drive this year for the Cornhuskers. Take a look at this one, Coach, huh?
One play a little bit beyond their average.
That's right. What's wrong with this bunch?
I don't know. We got to talk to Frank Solich, the offensive coordinator.
Nunez and Stiggers. And this is Nunez. 25, weaves his way out to the 29, but there's a penalty flag thrown on the far side.
Nunez showed a little bit of a flash. He's a true freshman we saw earlier in the year, and they said he was improving, and they thought by next year he'd be an excellent
Holding
kick returner.
on the return. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
It is amazing how after the interception, Coach, things turned around for the Huskers.
Well, this counter gap play was run real. They get a good seal off inside. They pull Hoskins to come over here, kick out Anderson around the corner, and there they go. Into the end zone. Bang! Nice kick out right there. Good running skills. Get in the end zone.
Now it's first down for Detmer. Colorado in a catch-up mode, and they stick with the run. Troutman out to the 20-yard line. That is an important consideration, because in talking to coaches around the Big 12 that take on Nebraska, a lot of teams get away from the run too early, and then the waterfall comes crashing down on them. You can't give it up completely.
No, you can't, but Colorado's been in bad field position this whole first half. After that drive, Brent, they're always down inside this 20-yard line. Tough to really open up.
Second down and 7. There's a slot formation to the left. 4 wide receivers. And they run. Troutman And Troutman to the 23-yard line. So this will be about a 3rd and 4 with John Hess, that middle linebacker, making the stop.
Naioli, big, strong guy, number 65, middle of your screen. He's on Jason Peter. He's going to take him back to the inside. They just want to run off his charge. The running back reads Naioli's block and runs opposite the charge of Jason Peter. That's a good change-up. It's been successful today. I'd run the opposite of him, too.
Now Mentor switches over to the weak side of the formation if they're going to blitz on this play. And it's complete to the tight end. And a fumble.
He's
Loose
down.
ball, but he's down. That is a first down for Colorado as they put the ball in Hefner's hands.
Well, Hefner is the receiving tight end. He's the big guy at 6'5". He comes off inside, and they pop it to him quickly. That's what's important to do against Nebraska. You'll see from the right side of your screen, he gets right up inside here quickly. So linebacker is lined up outside it. They see that right now. Here it comes, and the middle linebacker, Hess can't get over there quick enough to make the play.
22 yards for a conversion on a 3rd down. And Colorado, I thought when I saw it that it clearly was a fumble. But at any rate, here's Troutman, and that's a 2-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 8, and Big Thomas, the offensive tackle, gets in it downfield with Jamel Williams, the linebacker, but quickly they disengage.
See what's happening now with a couple first downs back-to-back. They're moving the ball out into a field position area where they can open up the attack a little bit. And I'm sure that Carl Durrell, the offensive coordinator, is thinking that right now. And Wistrom, he folds back inside. He just finds the ball carrier wherever he's going.
So it is 2nd and 8.
With the 2 tight ends, they can at least help the tackles thrown in pass protection.
Play fake, Detmer under pressure, fires high and incomplete. James Kidd was the wide receiver, and Detmer goes down on the release.
That was Jamel Williams, the fine senior outside linebacker that pressured him. You know, everyone talks about sacks all the time, Brent, and they are important. But the advantage to pressure, you can intercept the ball thrown poorly under pressure. Here comes Williams, 28, gifted athlete, just keeps right on coming. Not a big guy at 205 pounds, really a strong safety skilled type athlete playing outside linebacker. An advantage against this kind of an attack.
3rd down and 8. Detmer looking for a play. Naioli is lined up against Peter. Switches, he's got McCarty, but it's short of the tight end. And the stop was made by Eric Warfield, the free safety.
And that was a mismatch physically, but good tackling fundamental technique. He comes up and really pops him, but a big tight end at 260 pounds many times will run over that smaller safety if the safety doesn't tackle fundamentally correctly. And Nebraska kids really tackle well. Good athletes normally do.
And with that tackle, Colorado forced a punt. Mitchell on the field to punt.
And the punt for the Buffaloes, number 28, Andy Mitchell, back deep for the Huskers. Number 12, Mike Fullman.
Andy Mitchell with his 2nd punt. Fullman back deep, standing at the 10-yard line.
He's very dangerous. He had a 62-yard touchdown run this year, a 72 last year. Not going to return this one very fast.
He's going to let it go. Going to take a Colorado bounce, and it'll be down around the 17-yard line. Well, that huge one coming up in Tallahassee tomorrow, and to find out what we got cooking from there at halftime, let's go now to John Saunders. John, how's the weather down there?
Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96 from Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, Florida, where tomorrow it's number 1 against number 2.
A classic battle of strength versus strength. Florida, the number 1 ranked offense in the country. Florida State, number 1 defense.
All right, coming up, we'll hear from Keith Jackson, Bobby Bowden, plus a look at the rivalry between Florida and Florida State.
Yeah, thanks, John. Look at him sitting on a field. You know, nice, warm, sunshiny day down there, Coach.
I can remember when Blackledge used to be tough.
Here's the pitch now to Evans on the option look. And Evans is hit at the 21-yard line by Ron Merkerson, the junior linebacker.
You know, Ron Brown, the receiver coach here at Nebraska, does a great job of teaching receivers to block. These guys have to block as well as catch footballs. And sometimes I think it's even more important that they block well. That time, the outside wide receiver came down and got a crack block on the defender outside. good block, good fundamental techniques. And Tom Osborne, as you see on that screen, insists on fundamental technique. 8 people up.
Frost on second down, hands to Evans, and Evans is whipped at the line of scrimmage that time.
Boy, I'll tell you, there was a real collision on that line of scrimmage that time. A real collision between a good blocking fullback and a linebacker. Matt Russell is a big, strong guy. He likes to take people on. That's why he's an All-American. That's why he's still in the hunt for the Butkus Award.
Well, we've got a timeout, so we'll take a break and come right back to Lincoln. 2:19 left in the first half.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns.
Get up there.
The ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell.
Area secured.
Hurry, girls, before Daddy gets up.
Ooh, ready.
Now, no more of these are Daddy's corn pops.
Oh, look, Daddy's bowl is too full.
The problem with a cereal that tastes like popcorn, only sweeter, is that it disappears like popcorn, only faster.
Mommy, that's Daddy's.
We share.
Hi, girls.
Happy birthday!
Thanks, guys.
Now let's all go make him breakfast.
Kellogg's Corn Pops. It's hard to stop when it's Pops.
Craig Lambert isn't too worried about how to invest for Zach's college education. That's because he works with a broker from Dean Witter. Together, they developed a long-term investment plan to help take Zach wherever he wants to go.
Clients feel most comfortable with our ability to see things from their perspective.
Now, when Craig looks into his son's eyes, he can see the future and smile. Dean Witter.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Well, if you can't wait for that one to start at noon Eastern, the folks from Gameday at ESPN will be on the air at 11 a.m. with a good look at the Florida State game. Great matchup. Danny Werfel at the controls, favored to win the Heisman Trophy, goes into Tallahassee to see what he can do against that Seminole defense. Great speed on that attack. Warwick Dunn, perhaps underrated this year, very efficient. And the chief says, bring it on. Let's get going tomorrow. 1 and 2 tomorrow here on ABC. 3rd down and 6 yards to go.
Colorado's defensing them to run the football. Frost is audibling.
And he pitches to Evans, 25, and down at the 28-yard line. So it's right at the spot, which would give them a first down, where Evans was pushed out of bounds on the near side at the Colorado bench. That was Merkerson there.
See, the whole theory of running an option, Brent, is try to get the ball in the perimeter and have more offensive players outside than they have defenders. They almost had it that way for a big one.
Tom Osborne giving the play to Jeff Lake, who dashes onto the field with it for Frost, the quarterback, and a fresh set of downs from the 29-yard line. Nebraska 17, Colorado 6. Inside of 2 minutes remaining in the first half in Lincoln. And Frost again changing up after looking at that defensive front. And timeout is called as he looked down at the clock was running out, and Frost forced to take a timeout here, leaving Nebraska with 2.
You know, Frost isn't going to make many mental mistakes at that position, Brent. He has a 3.7 GPA in business. You know, he went to Stanford University originally and then transferred back here, back to his home state. Not going to make many mental mistakes.
Well, let's take a break and check in on some upcoming programming coming at you from ABC.
Rosie's spending a fortune redecorating, but money can't buy taste.
It's a little revealing.
I know. I got it for when Dan comes home to distract him in case you don't like the furniture.
On an all-new Roseanne. Then it's Lisa versus her mom in the battle of the control freaks.
Your problem is you always want to have the last word.
Not to.
It's the mother of all wars on an all-new Life's Work. Then Brad's getting serious. Time for Tim's talk on responsibility and safety.
Responsibility and safety. Are you sure I'm the right person for this?
Home Improvement, followed by Spin City ABC Tuesday.
That efficient Nebraska running game that you talked about at the top of the broadcast.
Yeah, they finally got it going. They were struggling there for a little while. A little while ago, I had them checked on it. They had 54 yards. Now they've got it going. But still, I think Colorado has got to be pleased with their overall defense against the fine offensive team like this. They just got to get something big in their passing attack now.
Well, one of the reasons why they got it going was D'Angelo Evans.
You love that guy, don't you? You're going to make him a Heisman Trophy when his sophomore year. You are. Yeah.
Well, now that Ron Collis is moving on, I got to have somebody.
Well, you get your turn to pump him tomorrow night.
11 carries, 81 yards, and 1 touchdown for D'Angelo. Fake by Frost, stands tall, time, wobbler, and he hits his tight end for Sean Jackson.
You know, they used a drastic shift. When a team uses a drastic shift from an offensive standpoint, personnel-wise, usually you're trying to confuse people. You see what I'm talking about? All these people up here on top shifted over. Now that you hope to create a mistake in the defensive standpoint, they come with a strong play-action fake. They actually, number one, want to throw it back. It wasn't there. They throw it onside.
The handoff from the shotgun is to Evans, and he gives Nebraska a first down at the 41-yard line. The Cornhuskers with a 17-6 lead and 1:09 remaining here in the first half. And Tom Osborne certainly just wants to keep that clock moving right now. Doesn't want anything of a high-risk nature down here to give Colorado an opportunity to score a touchdown or kick a field goal. The shotgun look, and Frost going to go with another wobbly pass. He has not thrown the ball well in these conditions, and that stops the clock with 57 seconds and makes it 2nd down and 10.
You know, it's not automatic that they will throw the ball from that shotgun. They run the option, they run the draw, they run the quarterback draw, they run the direct snap to the running back in the backfield. Now with 57 seconds, they may not do that, Brent, but they have a lot of little gimmicks within that shotgun formation.
Now here's 4 wide receivers. And Frost an inside shuffle. Evans to the 49-yard line. And again, he's right at the first down marker, Nick Ziegler.
They got the full package.
And it's Florida State tomorrow, followed by the skins competition. And then tomorrow night it'll be Notre Dame at USC. So 3rd down and 1, 30 seconds to go. Evans, a first down, continuing to power ahead. Nakavika, the fullback, one of the blockers over there. The clock is stopped in the college game after a first down, and that will allow the Cornhuskers to take a crack at it if they wish here in the last 24 seconds, leading it 17-6.
You know, Matt Russell has really been a thorn in Nebraska's running game inside there. He's done an excellent job of stuffing the stuff right at him, and he did it that time and made it bounce over there. They still got the first down, but it wasn't his fault.
Now let's see if they give Chris Brown a last-second shot. He kind of
went the wrong way with it.
Pushes the ball, and it is incomplete.
He went the wrong way, Brent. Federal crossing underneath was wide open. If they'd have thrown it to him, I bet he goes back and tells him he was wide open. If they thrown it to him, he'd have been able to turn up the sideline for at least 20 yards.
You know, it's interesting in watching Frost. He shot puts the ball, and in high school, he was an outstanding shot putter. As a matter of fact, he defeated Big Eric Anderson for the shot put title. Scott Frost was out of Wood River High School. Watch the motion. It's just a
boom, pops it right out there.
Yeah.
58-foot shot putter. There's the direct snap.
Evans to the 40-yard line.
Have to use a timeout now.
And a timeout is taken at the 11-second mark. There's no use taking 2 on into the locker room, and just one little completed pass here and a quick timeout, and they can give Chris Brown a shot at a long field goal. That is certainly not out of the question right now as Brown gets ready. And then coming up at halftime, we'll take you live down to Tallahassee, the sunshine of Tallahassee, where the Gators are getting ready for the Knowles. And again, like this game, the loser figures to be out of the national championship picture come tomorrow. So these are the most important games. And now let's go down to Jackaroo. Jack?
At Monday's press conference in Colorado, Rick Neuheisel didn't talk about the Nebraska game. He made a statement initially. He said, I am not going anywhere. I am not interested in going anywhere. It seems what's happened is there's been a lot of rumors. One that surfaced early in the week was the fact that he was under consideration for the Alabama game. Just yesterday, a noted broadcaster said he's on his way to Detroit in the NFL. When you talked to Neuheisel, when I talked to him, he said, I'm not going anywhere, but it's awfully complimentary to be considered about those games. But one thing to remember, Brent, state law in Colorado says you can only have a one-year contract. So who knows what lies in the future.
What that means is those rumors will come up every year.
I'll tell you this, I talked to Rick Neuheisel's wife, Susan, yesterday. She says if any one of those rumors is true, he's going alone.
Time out, Colorado.
Chances are he won't go.
Time out, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that eventually if Rick Neuheisel goes anywhere, it's going to be west, okay? And just keep an eye on those West Coast. Not only the NFL, but the college teams. He's a Southern California lad, but he likes it in Colorado, and he's done a good job with that program so far. He needs to win a big game. He'd certainly like to be closer here today.
Well, you know, all he's going to do is get better, Brent. I mean, he's just a kid. Here he is, the third youngest coach in college football. 3 years down the road, there won't be anybody in the country probably doing it any better. Look, walk on to the Rose Bowl MVP. USFL shot to the NFL a couple of years. Law school, graduate assistant to head coach, assistant coach, Colorado to head coach. What a fast, rapid pace to grow in a tough profession.
Oh, he's got that law degree. He can negotiate his own millions. Oh, yes.
I thought that was you when I looked down there, Brent.
I needed that for my head this morning. Thank you very much, Coach. Third down. And Frost going to throw it again with that quick complete. There it is. Got to get down and get the timeout called.
Got it called.
3 seconds to go. That's all they needed. And here comes Chris Brown.
See, they were in an 8-man front, still defensing the run. We get one-on-one situation out here, right here with Holbein on Young, Wheeler, a true freshman. It's a deep comeback route there, good timing, good play action. All you have to do is throw that accurately and you'll get it. That's a one-on-one situation all the way. This guy has not been real effective outside the 40. He's 2 for 4 outside 40 yards. He has an awfully strong leg, though. When you watch him kick the ball in practice, it gets up quickly. Plus, he's a gifted athlete, this guy. They say he's good enough athlete to be a backup quarterback here.
41-yard field goal attempt.
Look at that ball.
No good. Missed this one.
It looked good, just didn't go straight enough.
So the hard work by Osborne's offense comes up a little empty.
He has not been as accurate outside the 40-yard line, Brent, which no field goal kicker is, but his leg is awfully strong. He's a 55-yard field goal potential guy. He's just got to become more accurate.
So we have reached halftime here. It is 17-6 in Lincoln. And we will send you from the cold and the sleet down to sunny Tallahassee. John Saunders, take it away.
Brent, you're right. It is sunny, but it is a little chilly here as well at Doak Campbell Stadium, but things will heat up tomorrow when number 1 faces number 2. Coming up at halftime, Valvoline Halftime 96, Todd and I will be joined by Keith Jackson, and we will hear from Bobby Bowden. It's all coming up.
And the little dragon looked up to the moon with fire burning in his eyes, and he
Why
said,
does he have fire in his eyes?
because he's a dragon.
How come he's a dragon and not a dinosaur?
Well, because...
How come
When you use your Visa card this holiday season, we'll make a donation to Reading is Fundamental. Together we'll bring kids a million stories.
Have I answered everybody's question?
When do we get snacks?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Introducing the best thing to happen to breakfast in a generation. New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Sweet life is calling, falling for something bold. It's a kick, it's a crunch taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Sweet honey and nuts baked to an incredible crunch. And under it all, the simple goodness of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the heart of gold.
Something new that never grows old.
New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Taste of honey and a heart of gold.
The Miller Brewing Company wishes you and yours a very happy holiday season.
I blame my father's death on the thin rope. My grandfather's too. In a tightrope walking, a wider rope is more stable. The crowds, though, they want thin. But I tell you, wider is better.
Introducing the new Wide Track Grand Prix. Its wheels are set wide for better balance, tighter grip.
I tell you from experience, più largo e meglio.
The new Wide Track Grand Prix from Pontiac. Wider is better.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. From Tallahassee, John Saunders and Todd Blackledge.
Doak Campbell Stadium pretty quiet right now, but boy, will this be a rowdy place come this time tomorrow. Welcome, everyone. John Saunders and Todd Blackledge, and let's talk a little bit about that Colorado game with Nebraska. They come in, they're on the road, it's raining. They figure they got a good shot out of the gate, and then goes the other way.
And they're doing everything right to start the game. They move the ball, they're controlling the game, they take the crowd out of it, build a 6-0 lead, and then bang, one mistake, Nebraska intercepts it, runs it into the end zone, takes a 7-6 lead, and for Nebraska's defense, now 58 points they've scored.
All right, the second half still to come, but right now let's talk about #1 against #2. This is a big game for various and obvious reasons, but this will be a big game regardless of the rankings or the records of these two teams. University of Florida at Gainesville, and then just about 200 miles to the northwest, Tallahassee and Florida State. These two football powerhouses have grown into bitter rivals both on and off the football field.
I was born in Gainesville, right down the street there, and so it's in my blood, and I'm too intelligent to be lowering my standards going to Tallahassee.
The only thing good to come out of Gainesville is I-75. I heard that.
I'd never even want to go to UF. I can't stand UF. I've never even had a desire to be a Gator. I've just been born a Seminole and always wanted to be a Seminole.
Florida State was an all-women's college until 1947. FSU was considered a lesser opponent by the folks in Gainesville. It would be 10 years before the Gators and Seminoles would play each other. So on November 22nd, 1958, the team from Tallahassee would travel to Gainesville. And after the Seminole Bobby Wren returned the opening kickoff 78 yards, this interstate rivalry was born. And for the next 2 decades, these two teams would battle for local bragging rights. Bobby Bowden, Florida State's head coach for the past 21 seasons, has learned how much beating Florida means to his program.
I think every coach that's a college coach, he knows there's one team on his schedule he better beat. I mean, he's got to beat them. I mean, the alumni want you to beat them. The people who pay the bills want you to beat them, you know. And this is that type of game for us.
In the late 80s, the Seminoles were dominating the Gators. Then in 1990, a Florida football legend, Heisman Trophy winner Steve Spurrier, was named head coach, and the Bowden-Spurrier rivalry was born.
Certainly, it is a big game, and it's an important game. I think our fans get into it maybe a little bit more than players and coaches in the fact that they see fans from the other school all the time. And the bragging rights, certainly within the state, are important, whoever wins the game.
Now with Steve coming back and having the success he's had, it's now really developing into a rivalry that has nationwide implications. That's the thing I like.
Since these two coaches have stood on opposite sidelines, the national rankings year in and year out have been affected by the outcome of this matchup. The 1993 game in Gainesville was the first in which one of the teams was ranked #1. The top-ranked Seminoles, led by Heisman Trophy winner Charlie Ward, beat the 7th-ranked Gators, ending their 23-game home winning streak. And the Noles would go on to win their first national championship. The game in 1994 at Doak Campbell Stadium was one of the greatest comebacks in all of college football history, cementing this series as a national rivalry. Down 31-3 in the fourth quarter, Florida State scored 28 unanswered points, and the Seminoles completed one of the greatest comebacks in college football history.
I lived through the choke at Doak. I don't ever want to have that happen again.
Later that same year, at the fifth quarter, in the French Quarter, Florida did not have another opportunity to choke, as this halfback option pass from Warwick Dunn to Omar Ellison helped the Seminoles beat the Gators in the '95 Sugar Bowl. Last year, Florida was undefeated as they hosted Florida State. The Gators won 35-24 for only their second victory in the last 10 meetings between these two teams. But the players are the ones who make this a rivalry, including this year's stars, Florida's Danny Werfel and Florida State's Warwick Dunn.
When you play someone you know, even if you like them, you want to beat them that much more. You know, even if it's not a hate type of thing, you respect them, you like them, but you really want to beat them.
I think the rivalry has grown over the years and has become one of the probably most dominant rivalries in college football. The two schools hate each other. Two schools have great athletes, great coaches, and it's just a matter of who's on a roll at that particular time.
Tomorrow, number 1 against number 2. This stadium, on this field, the rivalry continues. Todd, one of the main reasons this is such a great game, it's not just 1 against 2, it's 1 hates 2, 2 wants to stomp on 1.
Well, John, certainly there are other rivalries in the country that have a longer history, but now in terms of national significance, this game has really risen to the top.
Yeah, it is, and we will have it all for you here. We'll talk more about it. Keith Jackson joins us, and we'll hear from Bobby Bowden right after this. Stick around.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex, otherwise your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex, extreme protection for today's engines.
They are a new breed of individual investor, and their numbers are growing. They know the power of information, and they don't act on impulse. They go into a stock armed with facts, building portfolios for the long haul. For this new breed of investor, a major new resource from NASDAQ, stock quotes, price performance, and soon, company news and personal portfolio tracking. Accessible instantly over the internet at NASDAQ.com.
The Big 12. Togetherness. Cool, huh?
Two great defenses, two terrific offenses. It might come down to special teams tomorrow. Florida State and Florida as number 1 goes up against number 2. The winner will probably be headed to the Sugar Bowl down the road. And welcome back, everyone. Another reason this is such a terrific game is because of the coaches. Steve Spurrier, he's an offensive genius. Bobby Bowden, 21 years here, he's won a national championship. We had a chance to sit down with Bobby Bowden and reflect on some of the aspects, of this game.
It affects all Florida State and Florida alumni because every job in this state, there happens to be a Seminole working next to a Gator. And they jab back and forth all year, and every day one of them mentions this game if their team happened to have won. If we get 21 points ahead, it don't mean nothing. They can come back and beat you. If they get 21 points ahead, don't worry about it. We did that one time before here. You know, it's a game of runs. It's like basketball. There's 18 unanswered points and the 19 unanswered points, you know. And that's the way you have to think in terms of this game, because If you let them get 3 ahead of you and quit, now they're going 60. There's no big weakness. You would say, are there parts that you could that are exposed that you could take advantage of? Not many. It gets down to blocking and tackling. You know, you'd like to say, gosh, we can do this against them, or we can do this. And I'm sure they're saying the same thing on us. But as far as we're concerned, if we can block better than they do, and if we can tackle better than they do, I bet we win the game. My opinion of Danny Wuerffel, not only is he the greatest quarterback we have today in the country, but he's a great individual. We tried to recruit him very hard when he was a senior. We got Danny Cannell. Wuerffel went to Florida. I've always wanted him. Steve Spurrier is definitely as innovative offensively as the press makes him out to be, maybe even more. The 2 greatest offensive minds, in my opinion, the last 50 years in college football, maybe 100, has been Walsh, Bill Walsh. He was just is so innovative offensively, you know. Well, Steve Spurrier and those two be neck and neck to me. Yeah, everything they think about him is true. That's why they're winning.
And joining us now is Keith Jackson. You'll call the game tomorrow. As a matter of fact, you've called about a third of these 31 national championship games. How do you see tomorrow?
Close. I think, you know, if you sat and talked to Bobby Bowden all day, one of your legs would be 14 feet long. You know that. But he made a comment in the middle of the interview that reflects back to the days of General Neyland, who won more games as a major than he did as a general, but nonetheless. He said, touchdowns follow blocking and tackling just as surely as night follows day. And I think that's what will determine the outcome, is who blocks and tackles the best. It'll just be that simple down the long, because defense is going to rear its head in this ball game, I think.
Keith, you've been a part of a lot of games like this. What kind of an advantage does Florida State have if they've got only one game to prepare for? That's this one. And then they don't have a game for a bowl game. Florida's got a game next week in the SEC championship game.
And Todd, you know that game next week, like Steve said, is where they pass out the rings.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that goes in the history books. But this is that old neighborhood thing, and it has meaning from generation to generation. But I think Steve Spurrier's argument all along has been fair. You know, just get this thing, move it somewhere so we can have a little time off before we have to go play for the championship if we're eligible. I think he's got a very valid point. But you know, as well as anybody, sleeping in your own bed and eating at your own table and being with your own pals the night before a game like this is very important.
Yeah, it's very tough on Florida. Have to win on the road, then 2 neutral sites to be the national champions. When we come back, we'll continue. Thanks a lot, Keith. 17-6 right now. Nebraska has the lead over Colorado.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
It's back, the Goodyear Buy 3, Get 1 free sale. Right now, buy 3 selected Goodyear tires at regular price. And the 4th tire is free. So call 1-800-GOODYEAR today and get on the line with your local retailer.
How does it feel to be Steve Young? It hurts. Give me my Advil. Nothing has shown me it works better on aching muscles or lasts longer. Advil is the one. Nasty game.
Advanced medicine for pain.
You want to play sports at an NCAA Division I or II school?
You must be certified by the NCAA Initial Eligibility Clearinghouse. Get one of these student release forms from your coach or guidance counselor. Fill it out and send it to the clearinghouse. Remember, if you're not certified, you can't compete as a freshman in NCAA Division I or II. For more information, call toll-free 1-800-638-3731.
Want to play? Know the rules.
This message provided by the NCAA.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
Second half of Nebraska-Colorado still to come. Texas will meet the winner of that game because they blow at A&M 51-15. James Brown, the most yards ever thrown against A&M, 336 yards and 4 touchdowns. Michael Adams, 6 catches, 153 yards and 2 touchdowns. Virginia leading Virginia Tech at halftime, and LSU over Arkansas. It's 14-0. That has moved into the third quarter. A reminder, the Skins game coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern Time. That follows the Florida State game, which is on at noon Eastern Time. And also tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern, the final game for Lou Holtz during the regular season as Notre Dame goes up against USC. And it's time now to introduce the Burger King Scholar Athlete of the Week Award. This week we feature Senator Wayne Wyatt from the University of Arizona with a 3.94 GPA in philosophy and business administration. And here are this week's other 9 student athletic winners. Burger King and its franchises are proud to donate another $100,000 this week to the general scholarship funds of these colleges and universities. Remember, stop by your local Burger King restaurant for details on the College Football Scholarship Fund. And we'll return with the second half after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Has he done all his chores? Has he put all his things away? Has he done everything you've asked him to? Everything he's been saying he'd do? Has he been a good boy this year? Well, maybe he deserves a shiny new toy this Christmas. And maybe we can help you find just the right one at the True Value Christmas is Just Around the Corner sale.
Every holiday, millions come to a very special place. They come for what they know they'll find, and for some new ideas that may surprise them. And of course, they come for help with their mailing needs. Priority mail takes 2 to 3 days. Express mail delivers overnight, even on Christmas Day. The place, your post office. Where more than ever, we're helping you handle the holidays.
Wednesdays are changing. Brilliant. They're rearranging your favorite comedies on ABC.
All right.
Grace Under Fire kicks off at 8. Wow. Then Townie's and Drew Carey show and Ellen make it rain.
I'm in on that.
Wednesdays are changing on ABC.
Catch new episodes of your favorite shows at their brand new times, Wednesday, right here on ABC.
She wants to change her name from Heather to Feather. She's very picky about her food.
Fried
Bill
chicken.
thinks he's losing his little girl and his Kentucky Fried Chicken. So last night he brings home a bucket.
Hello.
With original recipe, extra tasty crispy, and now tender roast. They'll mix it any way you want. Bill's got his fried pieces, Heather's got her roasted pieces.
Thanks, Dad.
And I've just got peace.
Mix your chicken choices any way you like it at KFC. Now mix and match an 8-piece meal with your choice of tender roast and fried chicken, 2 large sides, and 4 biscuits, just $11.99.
This holiday, don't buy a cellular phone from just anyone. Go to Alliance Cellular, where we give you all the trimmings. Expert sales and service from Western Iowa to Western Nebraska. Your choice of statewide rate plans starting at $19 with 15 free minutes. And low prices on quality Motorola phones with delivery available. We've got so many good things, you're sure to trim the time you spend shopping. Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
Folks, let's meet Cindy Lou, one of our finalists.
That's my girl.
Cindy Lou, honey, what would you do to make the world a better place?
I'd buy Ma and Pa a new 4x4.
Great idea, Cindy Lou, and Anderson Ford's got them. A big selection of 4x4s all on sale. Drive one home for little or no money down.
Could you tell us the difference between a 4x4 and a 2x4?
Well, a 4x4 is a truck, and a 2x4 is what I'd use upside your head if you don't get your hands off me.
Anderson Ford Lincoln Mercury, Central Nebraska's volume dealer.
You're watching the Nebraska Cornhuskers on NTV.
Nebraska's last loss in Lincoln, September 21st, 1991. Washington won in here, 36-21. 35 straight home wins and a 17-6 lead over Colorado. Yet the Buffaloes led this one on the strength of 2 field goals until Jason Peter got a hand up, deflected this Coy Detmer pass, which was intercepted by Jay Foreman, and the linebacker ran it in for the game's first touchdown. The offense put the second one on the board, a Chris Brown field goal, and that's where we stand. Now, it's a great defense, the Huskers right now. That has paved the way this season. 1 sack in the first half gives them 45 sacks already this year, and that interception was number 20. The Huskers offense will get the ball to start the second half. Ahman Green forced out with a foot injury, but D'Angelo Evans, the freshman running back, picks it up, and Dick Vermeil, can Colorado stick in this game?
I think they can if they stay with the same approach, hope for better field position. I think this is a big series right now. If they can come out and play real good defense, that defensive team has only given up 10 points so far.
Fielded a yard deep.
Should have stayed in there. Should have stayed in there.
And he does get it back to the 20-yard line. Jackaroo, what the coaches have to say.
Rick Neuheisel went into the locker room and he had a very inspirational speech. It all revolved back. He told the story of 1990 right here in Lincoln when the Colorado Buffaloes came in, and at halftime he pointed out they were down by 12 points. They came back and scored 4 touchdowns in the second half. He told his boys, you can do it again this time.
Colorado players on defense, Jack, to start the second half. They played well on defense overall. Russell, number 16, at that linebacking spot in particular, has been a force. And the fullback, Schuster, runs to the left side of the offensive line, and they were able to take care of Russell that time.
See, that's something they did not do in the first half. They did not hand that direct handoff to the fullback and establish it in there. That'll help slow down that inside-out pursuit on the option.
There are the leaders. Roska, the safety, forced to make 7 tackles. So this running game of the Huskers getting into that secondary. Second down and short. A double tight end formation. D'Angelo Evans on the toss. Runs patiently for a first down and out of bounds at the 33-yard line.
Nobody does any better job of getting a body on a defender than Nebraska. They get the red jersey on the white jersey. They don't always get them knocked down, but they get everybody accounted for. That time it was critical by the running back and wide receiver. The lead backer, number 28, Brian Schuster out there. See a body on a body. He knows that's not his man. He goes after his guy and gets there a step late.
That gives Evans 100 yards rushing for the day.
Boy, you're excited, aren't you, Musburger? You love this guy.
First and 10, D'Angelo lined up as the I-back. They switch the tight end over to the left. And they come right back with Schuster. Huge hole for the fullback. Roska's in a foot race, and Schuster outruns him to the 45-yard line. Well, the big change that the assistant coaches made on the offensive side was to convince the head coach, Osborne, that the fullback was there all day, and he made a good run.
And it was a real good blocking scheme that time. They down-blocked the tight end, and they pulled the left guard, Dishman. They pulled him out. You'll see him right here. Pull and kick out as everyone else seals inside. See, bang, he'll pull. There he goes. He kicks out right there. There goes the hole. And now it's the fullback carrying the ball.
And a whistle along with a penalty flag. There was still time showing.
You know, the Nebraska offensive line.
Dead ball. Ball start. Offense.
Nebraska offensive linemen are big enough to whip you physically one-on-one and straight ahead, but yet they use a lot of scheme blocking like they did that time. Now they have Dishman at 6'3", 310, pulling and blocking an outside linebacker. See, they change up, they move around, they trap you, they kick you out. You really have to defense everything across the board when you line up on that front 7.
We got Benning and Green both are out.
First down and 15.
I just did.
Frost keeps it on the quarterback keeper. And he crashes to the 42-yard line.
Boy, he demonstrates his athletic ability there. They wanted to run the draw up inside. It was plugged up by the defensive tackles. Flexible enough, quick enough to go ahead and bounce it to the outside of his offensive guard and tackle and take it up there for the nice game.
Jeff Lake brings the play in from Osborne's sideline. Lance Brown, the wide receiver, will go off to Frost's left. Second down and 7 for the Huskers. Evans, the lone running back in this formation, the slot left and 3 wideouts. Fires complete, puts it in fumble. Colorado's got it. The big play man, Steve Rosga, comes up, and I don't believe the ball ever hit the ground. We'll have to see, but I think it was an interception rather than a fumble recovery.
I agree with you, Brent. That's how I saw it from up here. They were going to run a little delay right there, just stop inside that slot formation. They threw it to him, but he bent down low, and he picked it up, but he didn't get it tucked away properly, and Rosga picked it up as it bounced out of there.
That is the second turnover of the game for the Cornhuskers.
Middle of your screen. Here he comes, number 14. That's Lance Brown. So he gets it tucked away. Now he's got the ball out from his body right there, and he took it right off the turf, as you called it.
Now Troutman in. And a big moment for the Buffaloes. Troutman, nothing doing, and there was Jason Peter, the defensive tackle from New Jersey, making this big stop. Christian Peter, his brother, was a member of this team a year ago and wound up, I think, very unfortunately for him, being a lot more controversial than he wanted to be. His brother has signed a contract with the New York Giants, apparently, and let's hope that things straighten out for Christian. He's a fine football player, gets a chance, and if the Giants didn't sign him, what we learned here this week is that the Miami Dolphins were going to. Jimmy Johnson was going to give him a chance. Now it is Coy Detmer bringing motion on 2nd and 10, and he fires the kid. A play we did not see, and he's out to the 43-yard line. This will give Colorado 3rd and short.
You know, in the first half, after the turnover, they only got 3 points out of it, Brent. Right now, you get a turnover, even at this field position. To win a football game against a great defensive team, against a good college football team like Nebraska, you've got to turn it into 7 points once in a while. Nebraska does a good job following a giveaway. And I'll tell you, they make you run a lot of plays to score. The average college team scores about every 26 plays. You see 59 plays is a lot of snaps.
All right, it's 3rd and 3. Detmer's short drop too low. He wanted Hefner. The pass was low. I'm not sure that the ball was catchable. Hefner and the Buffaloes are screaming about interference. It was not a well-thrown ball. Warfield, the defender.
Now, they used that twice in the first half, but to me, it looked like pass interference. Bang! He's definitely. That's pass interference.
Yeah.
It's pass interference all the way. No excuse for not calling that. It's too obvious.
But regardless, forced to punt.
Yeah.
And they will go on as Mitchell continues to be the Buffalo punter and the 3 deep men.
So right now, there's 2 turnovers and over 3 points out of it.
And penalty flag comes down on the fake. That is a very dangerous spot.
Both start, offense.
And they will punt this time.
Yeah. And that was a risky call, but if you're going to run a fake punt, you better run it where they don't expect it, because you cross the 50. A good defensive team many times will leave the entire defense on there and play with a defensive call. It's a gutsy call. He needed a change of pace. He had what he wanted. I think he'd have made the first down. A direct snap. He's going up inside there. I think he'd have made the first down.
That was Black who took the direct snap. And now on 4th and 8, that changes the odds completely in this situation. And it is fielded by Fullman.
Got to play.
35, cuts back at the 40, penalty flag thrown. Fullman to the 44-yard line, and a penalty. So we'll pick up the infraction. And then we'll take a break here in Lincoln on the illegal block, so it'll be against the return, and that'll set the Huskers back. We have 10:41 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Huskers survive a turnover, I should say, and force Colorado to punt it back to them.
Back on the return, 10 yards from the spot of the foul. First down, 10.
So we'll come right back to Lincoln with the Cornhuskers leading 17-6.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
At the end of the day, there's only one full-size pickup that's best in initial quality.
Like a rock,
Chevy CK. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Came here to fire you, Jerry.
There's no real loyalty. And the first person who told me that, Jerry Maguire, was you.
I think I was trying to sleep with you at the time.
Well, it worked.
I'm not gonna do what you all think I'm gonna do, which is just flip out! He said, I don't know what it's like to be a black person. I'm Mr. Black People. You come after me, and you will lose.
Tom Cruise.
No one wants to listen to me. You know that feeling?
Jerry Maguire. Rated R. Opens everywhere December 13th.
It's equal parts sweat and steel. It's decisions made in the split of a second. And pain endured for the length of a day. And at the finish, you're either toasting victory or getting set to do it all over again next week. It's auto racing, the way we do it on the Miller team.
Lou Holtz leads the Fighting Irish in his final regular season game as coach. They go to war with the Trojans of USC in a primetime showdown Saturday night on ABC Sports.
First half possessions +1 here in the second half, and they are not dominating this game offensively, Dick.
You've got to give credit to A.J. Kristoff and their approach. They're playing the 8-man front, and they use a spread formation. They still keep 2 linebackers inside, daring them to throw the ball. They're forcing them to throw, and they aren't throwing, but they're leading. That's the important thing for Nebraska.
Schuster, the fullback, set in front of Evans, the I-back, and Rashawn Jackson. And the substitution.
Well, substitution infraction. And huddling with 12 players, 5-yard penalty.
On almost every play, the Cornhuskers substitute a package of 3 players. It's usually a tight end and 2 wideouts. So it looked like he was leaving. They had too many on the field. Got him in the infraction, and it's 1st and 15. Now Rashawn Jackson flexes over to the left-hand side of the tight end. Big fella, good receiver. But clearly this Nebraska team not polished. End around fake. Evans keeps it. Stretch Russell is right there. Russell didn't bite on the fake, and he rode the I-back down.
He has played well all day in there. Runs right at him. Now there's a run all the way out. And they use that fake reverse. If you're in man-to-man, that pulls the corner chasing that guy coming back in the face. That reverse, and it softens that corner. Now here he comes, 29 right there. That's Chevin Wiggins. He fakes it, hoping to pull the corner out of there so they don't have anybody to block. They weren't in a man-to-man defense that time. And here comes Russell. He doesn't care what defense it is. He just knows where the ball is.
So it is 2nd and long and a shotgun look, which again is not a pure passing formation, but this time it will. Wobbling down the middle, and double coverage at midfield. That one falls incomplete. Marcus Washington along with Damon Wheeler. Now Damon, that young man number 2, is out of Sacramento. There's Washington, who teamed with him. The other young man right there, Wheeler, has a brilliant future in front of him. One of the things the Colorado coaches will try him at next spring will be as one of their kickoff return men. It is now 3rd and 14. Wheeler picked off a big pass last week in Boulder in the snow against K-State. 3rd down for the Huskers. Frost under pressure, wanted to set the screen, threw low to Schuster, and Nebraska will punt it away. And Colorado has to take heart about how things have started here in the 3rd quarter. A turnover, and now forced to punt on a 4th and 14.
And Nebraska hasn't had people force him to 3 plays and out very many times this year, Brent.
Now what Colorado is looking for is a big play on their special teams. Something to give them the lift. Nunez back deep. And here is Cush. Jesse Cush, 48-yarder in the first half. He's the meteorology major. Nunez set now to return to see if he can give him a lift.
Bad snap.
And the rush was not on. They were going to set a return. Fair catch, though, on a good punt by Cush at the 35-yard line.
Good punt and good poise. Bad snap, hits a turf. How many times have we seen a punter swallow the olive as soon as he sees that bad snap?
Got a lot of olives go down, Coach. We'll be right back.
Here we go.
You fill me with passion.
Like you know, just like you know. Sweet song. Yeah. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
Room 518 wants to give a speech that brings his company back to life.
Good morning. I had a speech written, but I think it's better I speak to you from my heart.
Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
Chevy Truck salutes all of the athletes on the U.S. ski team who refuse to be beaten.
Like a rock,
You make us proud to be a member of the team.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road, and Marriott Hotels, Resorts, and Suites. We believe when you're comfortable, you can do anything. Hope you're nice and warm and comfortable. We've had some heavy rain sweep across Lincoln, but that has not stopped the faithful. 214 consecutive sellouts and a great defense. They'll go to work against Coy Detmer. Detmer to throw on first. Wistrom is blocked, and Detmer steps away from trouble, and for the first time scrambles and turns it upfield. A brilliant decision by the quarterback, who instead of going out of bounds, took it downfield for another 7 yards before he steps out at the 46.
Grant Wistrom comes around to the outside and pushes him back up inside. Now the guards are doing a good job. Nioli does a good job, creates that hole up inside. Now he shows a little more running ability than I thought he had. Good blocking by the wide receivers. He goes tight roping down that goal sideline.
18-yard gain for Detmer, who underwent knee surgery last season and has returned. He wears that brace on his left knee, but he sprinted out of trouble, gave the Buffaloes a big lift. Going to throw again on first down. Incomplete. Was going to throw the slant over here, and that was to number 80, Phil Savoy. Wistrom is unbelievable, Coach. Not only does he have a speed rush to the outside, but he's got a bull rush, and he was just collapsing the pocket in on Detmer on that throw.
Well, Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, told both you and I that his second move is to get into you, make him believe that it's going to go all the way outside you, then redirect his power and just take the tackle to the quarterback. It's good observation, Brent, because he has that ability. At 6'5", 255, a lot of strength in that young man.
Second down and 10. Wistrom is the right defensive end if you want to watch him. The Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He lines up at an angle. I thought the defense was offside. Troutman, nothing doing. I thought the man outside. Here comes the penalty flag down. I thought the Nebraska linebacker stepped up into that neutral zone and was offside. You know, that was the penalty. Dick, you know, there's somebody I want to say something about. I don't know if he's watching the game or watching on television, but I really hope the young man, Terrell Farley.
5-yard penalty.
Terrell Farley is not here, and he has a problem with alcohol. There's absolutely no question. He went through rehab for Coach Osborne once, been suspended from the year after that pending charge of driving under the influence. I hope he gets treatment, cures his problem, and goes on to a career. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he's a fine football player, and let's just hope he corrects the problem and goes from there. Second down now. Detmer on a short drop, pressure, complete, goes to the tight end. The middle was open, and they got it past the free safety Warfield to the 21-yard line, and the Buffaloes are in business.
They're moving the ball well, and they're doing the intelligence things, not high-risk throwing. Now, they've got to, Nebraska's standpoint, cannot allow the tight end to come off clean down the middle of that defense when they're going to play that double coverage deep zone like that. They've got to chuck him and don't let him off clean.
So the ball is at the Nebraska 27-yard line. A double tight end with Troutman, a counter step. Troutman looking for a hole, and Troutman to the 21-yard line off that quick counter step, and then cuts back to the left.
See, what they do with that counter step is freeze the middle linebacker just one step, then they pull the guard and tackle from the backside and kick out there and try to create that cushion. They got 6 or 7 yards out of that. Good changeup. Hard to get outside those defensive ends. Better to run up inside them.
Now Wade, the tackle, is replaced by Welsh. Clearly Welsh is not 100%. They haven't been giving him every snap. Double tight end again. They offset Troutman now to the right. Detmer throws over Peter, end zone, Anderson incomplete at the goal line, and that was the freshman Brown defending him there, and Anderson, the big fella, had a crack at it.
See, they tried to get this 6'4", 220-pound wide receiver on the shorty 5'11" guy, true freshman. They're going after him. They get the ball thrown up high. He has a chance to make the play, and he should make that play. If they're going to win the football game, your wide receivers have to make this kind of play. The ball's thrown where it ought to be. That's good defense too, but the big man was up there, should have come down with it.
Now with the rain coming down here in Lincoln. 3rd down and 4 for the Buffaloes. The ball at the 22-yard line.
Blitz, here they
Detmer over the blitzer, and Kidd can't hold on to the ball. It's incomplete. It'll be 4th down, and now we will await Neuheisel's decision. He will send the field goal unit onto the field. 2 field goals representing all the points, and here comes Aldridge, who has kicked both of them. Jeremy takes over the field goal kicking chores from Jason Leslie today, 45 and 40 yards away.
The fact that they've already tried a fake punt, I would recommend the defense play just a standard defense and don't go blindly rushing this guy.
You might want to recommend, though, that they kick the field goal here.
Gets it up.
He's 3 for 3.
3 for 3.
Not bad for a rookie. 17 to 9. And the one thing Nebraska fans have to remember, Colorado has been able to hang in this game.
Fight, see you now, appeal, see you must win. Fight, fight for every yard, see you knows no defeat will roll up a mighty score. Never give in, shoulder to shoulder we will fight, fight, fight.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Go for the gold. The new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush.
Is it Diet Dr. Pepper or regular? You have 10 seconds to decide. But if you can't tell the difference, don't worry. You probably can't taste the difference either. Even with all the time in the world. Discover the great taste of Diet Dr. Pepper.
ABC's the place to be tomorrow, and there are 3 great reasons why. Florida State, can't get any better than that one. 1 versus 2, then the Skins game. Watch and see how Tiger Woods, the young phenom, does. And then tomorrow night, Notre Dame and Lou Holtz. Lou's never lost to USC. Nebraska sends Wiggins and Cheatham back deep to return this Leslie kickoff. It is 17-9. Huskers with the lead. Cheatham, number 6, is there to the left. He's a wide receiver. And Wiggins over to the right-hand side of him is a young man out of Florida. And he looks like he's going to get a crack from the 10. 15, 20. Strong return out to the 28-yard line.
Colorado 42 plays apiece, domination in terms of total yards. Nebraska about 60 there more. Time of possession favored Colorado. They are hanging in tough.
Defense has been solid. Forced a couple of turnovers already in this game. D'Angelo Evans has replaced the injured Amon Green at that I-back spot. 2 wide receivers. Solid 8-man front. Evans to run against it. Bounces off the first man to hit him. And that was Aaron Marshall.
When you're only 5'9", you don't have to bend over far to get your shoulder pads down underneath the tackler. That's exactly what he did that time. He took that inside shoulder, popped him, ricocheted off, and moved the ball up for 4 yards that he wouldn't have gotten if he hadn't had that kind of ability.
Tim Carpenter, the tight end, is to the left side of Frost's formation. Schuster, the fullback, was effective in their first series. He'll lead the way for Evans on an ISO play. And fumble, Colorado. That's the 3rd turnover of the game. Watch Russell, number 16, who is having a huge afternoon.
The Buffaloes will take over.
Matt Russell moving inside out. We've mentioned him many times. There he is in the middle of your screen, moving inside out. He crosses the face of a blocker, goes under the other. Now he just keeps right on hustling. The ball's on the turf, and he's the man of the hour. He's right there. You keep turning it over, you're going to lose a football game. That's all there is to it.
Hannibal Navy's in on that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you.
Charge that ball loose, and Russell recovers it. And now Corey Detmer and the Buffaloes will go back at it at the Cornhusker 39-yard line.
Great field position. They can open up their approach offensively. They can attack a little bit more. This is what they like to do. Now, Nebraska's defense all year has played awfully well in this situation. They don't give up many scores following a turnover.
Kid goes in motion. Troutman is the running back. Detmer, Wistrom's got him. Wow! Wistrom throws him down at the 42. And a penalty flag.
Oh, delay of the game.
They took too much time, so the penalty flag falls, and Wistrom, you can see, coming off that block at the quarterback. He is awesome.
He is, and Andrew Welsh, the tackle, you know, he's been injured. This is his first game back. He's missed some practice time. He needs a little help in pass protecting this guy. That time he got him leaning forward, then grabbed him and pulled him on by him, and he tried to strip. Did you see him use that right arm, Brent? And try to strip the quarterback?
Another sellout at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska. With Dick Vermeil and Jack Arute, I'm Brent Musburger. Nebraska leading, but it is 17-9. Colorado with 3 field goals, representing all their points. 1st and 15. Detmer fires. Anderson drops it again. That is 2 drop balls by Anderson.
Good adjustment from the coach's standpoint. That this time they moved the running back over to help on Wistrom. They have 2 people on him now. Now you have Chris Anderson, big tall guy, 6'4", going back after that comeback pattern. Just a little bit high, should make that catch.
He should have.
Wistrom's going to get help now, so he's going to get 2 guys on him. 1 man, here comes Welsh, 2 guys. Tough to get to the quarterback with 2 guys on you.
2nd down and 15. And Minter shows pressure, steps into the hole and backs out, and Hess now goes in. Here comes the backer. Good call against that play. Troutman to the 39-yard line.
Nebraska came with a change-up defense, moved the defensive tackle over on the center's nose, moved Hess right up on the guard, played tough up there, and they popped it right in between him, running off the center's block. Good call. That play has been effective all day. Now it's 3rd and 10. Tough to convert.
McCarty brings the play in from Neuheisel. Detmer needs 10 yards, as Dick said, for the 1st down. McCarty is to the left side of the formation. Staying to block. Tomic coming. Throw almost intercepted by Brown. It was not well thrown to Kidd, and Brown, 22, had inside coverage.
That time it was his fortune that he got rid of the ball quickly, because Tomic came around the outside right then, was going to sack him if he hadn't been able to throw that ball in time, and Brown knows he blew it. He had 4 interceptions coming in this game. He should have had his 5th.
Now Mitchell.
Great defensive series that time. 3 plays and out after a turnover in your own territory. Good defense.
Mitchell needs a pooch punt here as the Buffaloes hope to play a little field position.
Pretty good, pretty good.
It's going to be caught by Colorado and downed inside the 10-yard line. Good job for the punter, and a reminder that at the conclusion of the game, we'll select the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the Game from each team. And to date, Chevrolet has awarded nearly $6 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities. So there have been 3 Nebraska turnovers today, but Colorado has been able to score only 3 points off those turnovers, as you see the quarterbacking breakdown. It's not a good day to throw the ball. Miserable weather conditions out here, and both have been affected, but Detmer has been affected by a savage pass rush also. And there's a player down.
Last year, who plays the perfect game? Nebraska. No penalties, no turnovers. You almost never lose when you do that.
Mike Fullman was shaken up on the play, the return man, and he is hobbling off to the side. Nebraska already has lost I-back Amon Green because of a foot injury, and now Fullman, the main punt return man, joins him on the sideline, and he's going to receive a little bit more assistance. Needs a little more weight to put some pressure on, so clearly that left foot ankle area. And Frost brings him up. Dangerous field position. This is where Arizona State was able to attack early in the season when they upset the Cornhuskers down in Tempe. They handed the fullback, Schuster, and the Buffaloes were ready. So there was not that option look with that dangerous pitch to the freshman I-back. Instead, they came ahead with Schuster, and Murkison with Jones made the stop.
Yeah, see, they did it. They doubled up on Olsen. Took Aaron Taylor and Dishman and doubled him, but they couldn't block the backside of that play as he cut back in there. Therefore, no gain, or a slight gain.
Very conservative look now with the double tight, one wide out. The fullback in front of Evans. Frost brings the option. Pitch dangerous, loose, and Frost loose again. The ball was fumbled a second time as Frost went down to recover it.
I'm surprised that they're running the option down there when you can run the other things within your game plan efficiently. To pitch that ball out there like that, down there in that area, see, you can gamble defensively when a team doesn't throw the ball very well. Plus, in that field position, you don't think they're going to throw the ball. I question that call.
Big Chris Dishman saves the day. He recovered the fumble. Frost dove after the ball, and it was still loose. And Dishman was there. Now third and very dangerous. Coming out from their own 4. Here's the fullback. And Colorado was ready. They stop him just short of the 5-yard line. And so it is 3 and out again. Aaron Marshall, number 90, the sophomore defensive tackle, did the job. And now the Buffaloes are sure to wind up with good field position.
I think Colorado Buffalo defense is gaining confidence every series, Brent. I mean, they're playing with great intensity. That was a backup defensive tackle that went in there and made that play. So they're bringing guys off the bench. They're fired up. They're playing real tough. They're getting field advantage right here.
Let's see if Cush gets the good snap this time. Coming at him. And they pull away.
What a beautiful punt.
Fielded near midfield. They bluffed the reverse. That was almost real dangerous. Down at the 49-yard line, Nunez. No need to get fancy there. You can play with half the field. Well, Monday night, 49ers and the Falcons. On paper, not much of a matchup, but a couple of years ago, didn't Atlanta sting them down there, Dick? I can't even remember now, to tell you the truth. But there's Mr. Monday Night, Mr. Jerry Rice, number 80. He'll be in full flower regardless of what goes on. Some larger snowflakes coming down, and now that Nebraska defense, the Blackshirts, asked to do it again. Tomich and Wistrom, the defensive ends. Minter shows pressure. Now they back it out. Play fake, here comes Tomich, throws complete. And Hefner, the tight end, is inside the 35-yard line. There's a huge play for the Buffalo.
A real good one, and they come with that strong running back fake up inside to freeze people, move the quarterback out of the pocket. You'll see the tight end will come from here. They'll fake here and bring him out this way. Good job, good call. They've been running Herschel up inside there. He comes back out. He's got a little pressure, but he gets rid of it right there. Throws it accurately right down the hole. First down.
An 18-yard gain for Colorado. Hess, the middle linebacker, backs back out, and it's Troutman, and he is slammed after a gain of a yard. Nothing doing that time, and you know who was over there. Mr. Wister. What a football player he is.
See, they did everything correct at the point of the attack. The guard pulled, the tackle pulled, but they could not cut off Winstrom. He's coming down hard. Inside out there, outside in rather, and the reason they were bringing the outside linebacker so that allows him to crash.
One of the things about Wistrom, he never takes a down off. He comes hard on every snap. Second down and 10. They hand off and try to get inside him, and Troutman inside the 35-yard line.
That time they stunted him. They took the defensive tackle, looped him out, brought him in behind there, and went right down the line of scrimmage and made the play like a linebacker would. It seems like all we're talking about is Winstrom. Here it is. See that stunt? He's going down to the inside. The tackle came to the outside, and he takes him right into the play. Good change-up call by Charlie McBride, defensive coordinator.
I think this is one of the great games I've ever seen a defensive lineman play in college football. This is remarkable what he's done out there in this game. Third down and 9. Wistrom's at an angle. Comes off the first block. Picked up by the second. Detmer goes in zone, incomplete.
Good change-up. They haven't gone for the score on third down yet. That was a good change-up call. He has a step on him, and James Kidd can fly, a 4.37 40 guy running on Michael Booker right there, but just a little too much poop in that throw.
Well, Neuheisel and his staff down here were trying to decide what to do, and they're going to give it a crack here as Mitchell is now going to come on and they're going to punt and play field position. Originally they'd had Aldridge, so there's confusion on the sideline. I don't know if they've got 11 men.
They better call timeout.
They better hurry. He's down. Maybe he'll take the 5-yard penalty there. Dick, in this situation, I'm not sure that the 5-yard penalty kills him.
No, but what you want to do is get your protection all organized so you don't get it blocked.
Dead ball, delay the game.
It helps.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have used the timeout in that situation. In other words, the 5 yards from this field position should not affect your punter that much.
Yeah, I agree with you. But my point is if your protection is not organized and they get out there late, maybe they get a punt blocked because someone makes a mistake. That's all. But you're right in terms of it's easier to pooch it further 5 yards back.
And he will try just that. Now remember, Fullman was shaken up and he's back.
Hey, this is the championship game.
It really is. Loser out.
Pain
no
only
question
lasts
about that.
Nice pooch. Really gets
it high again. They got to hurry, and they do not. A high bounce into the end zone, coming out on the 20-yard line, and that could be the break that Nebraska will feed off. Well, the snow coming down here, and John Saunders take us to the play of the day.
Time now for the Burger King College Football Play of the Day. Texas advances to the Big 12 championship game by knocking off A&M 51-15. James Brown, 18 of 30, 336 yards and 4 touchdowns, most yards ever against A&M. Michael Adams with that catch, 6 receptions for 153 yards and 2 TDs.
Well, here Nebraska leads Colorado 17-9, 2:04 remaining in the third quarter.
Timmy Carpenter, the tight end, the left tight end in a 2 tight end formation that time, moved.
That will bring up first down and 15 with the ball on the 15-yard line.
So Texas goes to the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship in St. Louis next Saturday with a record of 6-2. Texas Tech and Brian Hansford, they played well against Nebraska into the second half. That team, I suppose, could go to the Aloha Bowl. We'll have to wait and see. Evans could not get off Black at the 15-yard line. He is down for a loss. Now, Evans, a freshman, is being asked to handle virtually all the snaps from the I-back spot because not only is Amon Green out, But we get word now that Damon Benning will not return because of a sprained ankle. So D'Angelo with 19 carries for 109 yards and a heavy burden on this young man because the Nebraska offense has suddenly gone stale here. 2nd down and 15. The Colorado defense digging in for a stand again. And the pass was complete out to the 20-yard line. Federal.
Well, they don't get many opportunities to catch the ball, so when they get it, they better make it. Federal, a redshirt senior, just going right in that little zone, hooking up right there. When they spread them out, they don't get the 8-man front, Brent. When they're in tight, they're giving them the 8-man front defense, which has given them a problem to run against.
For Sean Jackson, tight end.
He's the receiving tight end.
He checks in, and he's on the right side, coach, of the formation. Tim Carpenter, the other tight end. Schuster down in front of Evans. Looking for Holbein. Bounces it to him. Incomplete. And going to get a little restless in here.
Scott Frost disgusted with himself. I had an opportunity to visit with him a couple times here in the past couple days, and he said he feels so much more comfortable in the offense. He felt very confident he could come in and both run the options and throw the ball efficiently today, but the weather is affecting him just as much as it's affecting Detmer.
Well, Nunez set to return as Cush comes back out to punt again. And he has punted very well. And 40 came across, and one of the offensive linemen flinched. That was Barnes of Colorado, who came into the neutral zone. And then one of the offensive linemen simply flinched on it. So they'll back Osborne up, and
well, Tom Osborne said the critical thing today would be the kicking game. And actually, within the kicking game, Colorado has played much better than they have all year within all phases of the kicking game.
Dead ball, false start, offense.
So 5 more yards of field position.
Well, Colorado's had the advantage field position-wise this second half. They just haven't taken advantage of the advantage.
Go get it! Go get it!
Some of the crowd wanting the Buffs to block a punt. Cush, a good punter.
Good snap.
They come after him, and he gets it off again. Left foots it, and it's a beauty. He drives Nunez back to the 35-yard line. Nunez runs into his own man, and Hessel bring him down at the 32-yard line. Fumble! And they say it's down. They say it's down. Nebraska pleading its case, but they won't get the football.
Demonstrating how important special teams are to Tom Osborne and staff. You said it was Hess. He's the starting linebacker down there covering punts here going into the fourth quarter. Actually, his own man initially got him. There's Hess right there stripping him. Yeah, he was down. He was down.
I never have understood why the ground can't cause a fumble. I always, if it's a fumble, it's a fumble.
Well, that means the ball's down.
Yeah, I think it was coming loose. Regardless, we'll talk about that later. First down and 10. Detmer now, and Troutman has to come up a little bit closer, make sure he understands, gets the call, and Minter comes right off the corner from that linebacking spot, but there were penalty flags down.
See, he read the blitz coming.
Dead ball, before the snap, false start, offense.
And he audible, and sometimes that audible also changes the snap count, and that fouls you up offensively. There's Mittner coming off the corner right up there on top. He's made 2 good plays already today doing that. Batted 2 passes.
Now, of course, that's the linebacking spot that was occupied by Terrell Farley until his suspension. Minter was the starting rover or strong safety here at Nebraska, and they simply moved him up to that spot.
Yeah, that's your school record's going to be hard to break in years to come. Going to have to try hard.
This is a tough stadium to operate in. The sellout crowd is not making it easy, and why should they? for the Road Warriors. Colorado comes in here having won 10 straight games on the road. Rick Neuheisel hasn't tasted defeat as a Road Warrior. 22 seconds remain in the third, and it's 17-9 Huskers as you look down on the sea of red, the third largest city in the state today. The entire state rallies behind this great football team, hoping to somehow three-peat, hoping to get on a run. Now Detmer rolls outside Wistrom, deflected, incomplete.
That was Jamel Williams, I think, Brent, that deflected that one. He's played well the whole time, or was it Booker?
That was Booker, number 20.
That was Booker. Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's what the third or fourth pass batted around in the air today.
It's amazing. He's averaging just, I suppose about 4 yards an attempt is all he's getting against this savage rush. Second down. Troutman, nothing doing. Hess was there. Hess got him first, the middle linebacker who made that big play on the punt team. Number 44.
They came with the blitz up inside, stunted the tackles, brought the middle linebacker right up that center guard gap, got the good penetration, no place to run.
We're through 3. The Nebraska defense holds on. We'll return with the fourth quarter after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The Chevy S10 Sports Side. The coolest thing to come on the back of a truck since the Nutty Buddy. Chevy S10 Sports Side, like a rock.
Rick Davis is really a blessing to us just to know him. He's a strong family man.
Hello, this is Rick. How can I help you?
He makes you feel as if you already know him, even when you meet him for the first time.
Last year we had all of our camera equipment stolen.
I told him, don't worry about a thing. We'll handle it for you.
That's exactly what he did. You feel as though he cares about your claim and that he's on your side.
It's wonderful to see someone who's very committed to helping other people.
It's all part of being a State Farm agent, and that's what I love.
A revolutionary new technology for treating brain tumors. No scalpels, no anesthesia, and it's painless. Your Health on ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Here's a rather simple math lesson. If you own or rent one of these and have one of these, you could save this. In fact, save up to 20% on your auto insurance with American Family. Just call an American Family agent. So let's review. One of these and one of these could save you up to 20% on your auto insurance. Told you it was simple. And all you have to remember are these 3 words.
American Family Insurance.
All your protection under one roof. An equal housing insurer.
Honey, I've been thinking. You're right.
Yeah?
We should get a brand new Mitsubishi big screen TV from Video Kingdom. We wouldn't have to pay anything down, no interest, no monthly payments till January of '98. You're so good with numbers.
Well.
Let's do it.
Yeah! Yeah!
Nuts. Your dream awaits at all Video Kingdom locations.
You're watching the Nebraska Cornhuskers on NTV.
So we get ready to start the final 15 minutes of regulation with Nebraska leading Colorado 17-9. And Colorado with a 3rd and 17. They go empty in the backfield. Detmer going down. Jamel Williams sacks him at the 20-yard line. So that is the 46th sack of the year by the Cornhuskers, and it could not have come at a better time. They have forced the Buffaloes into punting.
See, they were in a no-back formation, no running back there to help at all. And remember against Florida last year, when they went empty with no backs, they came after him. That's what they did that time. No one to help pick him up.
Mitchell standing back on the Colorado 5. 3 deep men. And Foreman will be the middle receiver.
Low, low, low.
And it will roll dead at the 45. The sights and sounds of the game from Lincoln. Nebraska, D'Angelo Evans, the freshman, their lone healthy I-back right now, slips through the right side of the line for a 3-yard gain before Matt Russell makes another stop.
Taking a look at the numbers after 3 quarters, pretty even football game when you look at the first downs and plays run. What's hurting Colorado is in the turnovers right here. They only got 3 points, 1 turnover here. Nebraska gets the 7.
Second down and 7 with the ball on the 48-yard line.
Osborne substitutes 4 receivers. Holbein, Brown, Cheatham, and Jackson, a tight end. Check in, a shotgun formation. Inside handoff, Evans. And he's going down at the 49-yard line. This will leave Nebraska with a 3rd and 4.
I can't say enough nice things about how well Colorado's defense has slowed down a very outstanding offensive football team that came in averaging 438 yards a ball game, over 300 yards a game rushing, and they're just playing them toe-to-toe.
Now Federal motions out. Jackson to the other side of the formation. Holbein and Federal to the left. Frost looks in that direction. Incomplete. And it...
See, Federal went inside and then tried to stop and come back to the outside. And I don't know if the guys are getting a good enough traction. You'll see this happening now from the left side of your screen. He's going to go back to throw it. There was a movement coming inside. He planted to go outside, and he couldn't get back out there to the ball. Tough to come one direction, then back out on a slippery turf.
Dick, I'd keep an eye on Wheeler, the defensive back for Colorado in this punt. He's over on the left side of the formation. They've worked a couple of tricks where he has been able to get some daylight in this game. Now he backs off and makes it look like they're going to go ahead and set a return this time, which they do, but we'll have to keep that in mind. Nunez bluffing into the end zone, coming out on the 20. So Colorado 80 yards away and trailing 17-9.
Your mission is to find the perfect gift. If they're expecting the impossible, now you can give it to them. Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible, rated PG-13. The perfect gift. Buy it today where video cassettes are sold.
We at Dr. Pepper never thought anyone would duplicate our one-of-a-kind taste. But someone finally did. We did. Discover what millions already have, the great taste of Diet Dr. Pepper.
This is Ford Escort. Did you know that it's new? If you knew that it's new, did you know the wagon's new too? The engine is new, the suspension improved. A safety cell protects but stays out of view. It's quieter inside to shush out the out. But for those who simply must twist and shout, there's premium speakers on a new stereo, so you can get every note and get it to go. This Escort is great. This Escort is nice. This Escort has a very sensible price. So why not check out the newest Escort this season? We've given you every rhyme and rhymed every reason.
He's earned his stripes. Now golf sensation Tiger Woods is ready to take on John Daly, Fred Couples, and Tom Watson in the Skins game. Saturday on ABC.
Grant Wistrom from Webb City, Missouri. 10 tackles, a sack, numerous pressures here today. And Brown, the freshman, holding up. He has broken up 5 passes for the Blackshirts here today. Detmer and the Buffaloes ready to go again. Troutman, who's gone the distance as their tailback, is set behind him. He'll carry again. And it was Jamel Williams. Tomich was being well blocked that time coming to the corner, but they couldn't handle number 28, Williams.
Well, Tomich is the guy, though, that forced him to go ahead and get outside, Brent. You'll see him right there in front of the referee. Boom, he's outside that tight end. See, and he forces the ball to bounce to the outside there, and I think they're actually holding on to him coming inside out.
Maybe that's why he wasn't moving. That was McCarty, the tight end, who was helping block or tackle, depending on one's point of view. He's gone to the Wistrom side now, and Troutman and Tomich coming up, and they sandwich him at the 20-yard line, and down he goes.
They tried to full block that time, meaning to block the center back to the right and step Big Nioli around to block it. They got a few yards, but not many. Trying a change-up blocking scheme inside.
56 Foreman, you just looked at him. He, of course, scored the touchdown for Nebraska that put them ahead. Actually, it tied the score at 6, and then Chris Brown's extra point made it 7-6. 3rd down and 9 for the Buffaloes. They show bump and run. Detmer fires over to the far side. He's got Kidd. Kidd's got it at the 40, inside the 40. Kidd will be out of bounds at the 28-yard line. The Buffaloes are in business.
I think they caught Ralph Brown looking back into the backfield right there, and he went on by him with a little move. And Kidd can fly, as we said earlier. He runs a 4.3. Good rhythm throw. He's going to set up and just let it go deep to the right side of your screen. See, he had him peek badly. Brown was, I think, peeking into the backfield, not watching that wide receiver, and Kidd gets one on him.
Really the longest play of the day, 51 yards down to the 28-yard line, and the Buffalo fans who are here from Colorado are ecstatic. 1st down now. Troutman behind Detmer. Double tight end. Slot right. End around's coming. And it's a bad play. Oh, baby, did they eat Savoy up. That is just handing it to a Nebraska team that penetrates with speed like that. That's a gimme, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, brother.
How many times have we seen a reverse break the momentum of a good drive? It takes way too long. You're a pressure defense. McBride had called the blitz, and there's Hess sitting right back there. I'll tell you, 2nd and 22 to go?
It's amazing what that play just did to this football game. 10-23. Now they go empty. Detmer's going to hit Troutman out here in the right flat. Warfield, the free safety, makes the stop at the 42-yard line, and it'll be 3rd and 22.
Wow.
Dick, the best thing for Colorado to do right now is to get themselves back in a field goal position in this situation, get the 3 and get out of here.
I agree with you 100%. They've got a field goal kicker that's gone 3 for 3. I've always, it's my philosophy in calling offense, not that I'm right, Brent. When you had momentum and moving forward, don't do anything really delayed and call a momentum-breaking type play.
Now Caruth, who's been very quiet, is slotted to the left. Detmer looks right, near side, throws middle deep, and it is picked off and then taken back. Cut. Savoy takes it back away from the defensive back at the 10-yard line.
Oh.
What a play by Savoy.
They were all over each other. Booker, I thought, had it, and he just got it taken away from him. Threw the ball up high, which was a real good technique. You get it up there high, then the bigger receiver has a shot at it. So you got it up there to the left-hand corner of your screen. Booker's got it. No. Excellent job by Savoy. 6'3" guy. And Booker's an experienced player himself at 6'2". They both get it. Super play.
So it's 1st down. Fake Troutman, roll right. Detmer's got to throw it to avoid the loss. Incomplete. McCarty had bounced on the short hop. And there was that fierce Nebraska pressure again, and it'll be 2nd down and goal for Colorado.
Jason Peter and Grant Winstrom, they get back there and shake hands with the quarterback. Yeah, Nebraska is really tough in the red zone. They don't allow many people. Can you imagine playing the game for the championship at the end of the year and only had to play defense down there 9 times? Pretty good defense. And this guy has to come up with a real good call right now because he calls the play in the red zone himself.
Now Detmer, second down and goal. Savoy is slotted to the left. Fires to Kidd high, and Brown deflected it away. It'll be third and goal.
And that's his 6th pass defended today. They're going after the freshman. You better go after the senior. That freshman's here to stay. There you are. Number 22, top of your screen, Brown. They're going to run a little delay right in there in front of him. The ball's thrown high, but regardless, Ralph Brown was sitting there waiting to make the play.
He's no longer a freshman.
No, by this time of year, it's November. Colorado's done an awful good job down here.
It's third and goal. 2 tight ends. Kidd is out to the right and Caruth to the left. Gonna look for Caruth. Gonna work to the corner. Double coverage, and Brown is there again. Brown behind him, Warfield in front of him. He looked back, and Caruth was doubled up, and it's field goal time again for the Buffaloes.
See, what he had help inside so he could sit outside. See, they had him I&O, inside and outside, so he sits out there and looks like the hero, and he just batted that down on purpose.
Well, here comes their point maker of the day, Jeremy Aldridge.
Maybe he didn't bat that down on purpose. Why should he bat it down on purpose and give him an opportunity to kick a field goal? But it looked like that's what he did.
Here comes a 27-yarder. Good.
Jeez, where's that guy been all year?
Wow, 4 for 4. 17-12. The young man from Federal Heights, Colorado, Jeremy Aldridge. He represents the Buffalo points today, and it's 17-12. Timeout.
I feel very safe in this car.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
I mainly bought it for safety and security.
I like the way it looks.
This car has everything I need to fit my lifestyle. Feels safe, reassuring.
It handles well, it hugs the road. I can turn on a dime.
I finally found a manufacturer who listens to the customer.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
It's forward moving, forward thinking, and I love being a part of that.
You can't beat it. Took it to the next level.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
The Panasonic razor lets you shave wet or lets you shave dry. You choose how to use it for a great shave every time. Lather up and shave wet or shave quick and dry. Your choice. Blade close, electric smooth, rinse clean. Work hard, play hard, and shave your way. Panasonic.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Ford Escort. It's new, it's nifty, made for the smart, the intelligent, thrifty. State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Kellogg's, with good taste, nutrition, and value, the best of you each morning from Kellogg's. And Dr. Pepper in your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered. 8 minutes and 46 seconds remain here in regulation. It's a 5-point football game.
Kicking off for the Buffalo.
And Leslie.
Jason Leslie.
With Wiggins and Cheatham back deep. Picked up by Wiggins.
Nice
Kirk
pop.
hits him at the 26-yard line, and down he goes. Well, next Saturday, it's a Dr. Pepper kind of day. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship in St. Louis, Texas against the winner here today. And that'll start us off. Then come with us to Las Vegas for the WAC championship. BYU against Wyoming. And then finally in prime time, the SEC championship presented by Dr. Pepper, Florida and Alabama. Some big football games still ahead of us. First down and 10 now.
8 people up there.
Nebraska has been stifled here in the second half. The toss to Evans, and that's good for a couple of yards. I tell you, Coach, Colorado basically is saying, let's go after the run. This team is not going to move the ball down the field with the forward pass.
I agree with you. See, they're in the 3 deep situation. That gives you a lot of area to throw down in between people down there, but they just don't feel that Frost could beat them throwing the football, and they're just going to take away the running game with those 8 people.
Tight end is to the left. That's Jackson. Holbein's out to the right. Looks sacked down, loose ball, fumble, and Colorado jumps on it. Hit from the blind side. And that ball was jarred loose by Navies, and Matt Russell gives them the turnover, and the Buffaloes with a chance now to take the lead.
See, what happened on that, Brent, Frost set up to throw the quick slant, a 3-step drop, and he couldn't throw. See, he couldn't throw, and bang, there comes Navies in from the backside, and I'll tell you, that is really tough. That's the second recovery by Russell today. They're one play away from taking the lead.
Well, with 8 minutes to go, there's a lot of time left in this one. Colorado will see if they can finally score a touchdown in this game. Field position, the 24. Ray Caruth's been held to 1 completion. Troutman bounces off the first would-be tackler and makes the most out of that. So Ray Caruth, 1 catch for 10 yards. Injured his ankle in the first half. Let's go down below to Jack Caruth. Jack?
Well, Brent, this is exactly what the head coach for the Colorado Buffaloes, Rick Neuheisel, told his team. He referred back to 1990 during halftime. He said that team went back and scored points 4 different times to win the game. Look at what's happening now. Good defense, solid offense, a good kicker, and they're going down to try and score again.
Second down and 7. Detmer steps up in the pocket, fires high, intercepted. Pass is picked off by Williams on the deflection. Booker was the cornerback. Number 20 deflected it into Jamel Williams' hands, and Nebraska comes right back with a turnover.
See, the outside receiver came back to the inside man on the slot came outside. They set there. Now, Detmer had time to slide up inside. You'll see here we got the nice isolation shot right here. He works up inside. There goes the other receiver moving, stretching the zone. It's thrown up in the air behind him, deflected. Big turnover.
Makavicka, the fullback, leads Evans behind the right side, and the defense throws him back after the gain of a yard.
Wow.
Two teams ranked in the top 5. Two teams wanting to go to the Big 12 championship game. Two teams dreaming of moving on to a big payday in the Alliance Bowl. It's been hard hitting. 6:38. Nebraska searching for any kind of offense here. Evans, the freshman, couple of yards. So D'Angelo Evans today steps in because of the injury to Amon Green. Spins, slices, and pulls away to his 100-yard day. But for the young man from Kansas, the biggest moments of the day are still ahead of him. He must carry the load now with 6 minutes to go.
He must carry it with great awareness. Protect that football, covered up with both arms, both hands.
And Frost changing Jackson to the left side of the formation on 3rd down. Hit. Russell sacks him at the 10-yard line. Frost goes down.
They're outsmarting themselves. Audible and defense change. The defense changed. Now they don't have the advantage that they thought they were going to gain with the audible. They run the blitz. Here comes Russell. play action fake. It takes a lot of time. Russell reads it, sneaks up underneath. He's got it zeroed in, and down he goes. Boy, has he played a good football game today. Solid candidate for the Butkus Award. One of 3 guys left in the voting.
Now Cush, who has been a huge mainstay, will be standing back in the shadow of his own goal, ready to punt again.
Came in averaging 45, and he's got to be somewhere around that today.
Wheeler on the right side.
No, that's not a good one.
Nunez going to let it go. It takes a Cornhusker bounce, and then he zips it out of bounds at the 44-yard line. So we'll take a break and come back with the Huskers hanging on.
Diet Dr. Pepper, the taste you've been looking for.
You gotta have fire. Slapping, lapping, fancy flames, flicking chicken from every side until marinated bird and garlic and lime has turned from good into sublime. Oh, what has Chili's thus created? Why, it's margarita grilled chicken consummated, served horizontally, grill marks up on a tostada with a lot of what your mouth waters for. That rib stickin' margarita grilled chicken, 'cause Chili's grills like no place else.
While the Ford Contour is an engineering marvel on paper, who wants to stay home and read the paper? Experience the quick reflex multi-valve moves of a very different four-door sedan. Ford Contour. One drive will surprise you.
In the rain in Lincoln, no one is left, and the Blackshirts on defense are hanging tough for the Cornhuskers. They'll try to do it again. Detmer's hit, and it is Wistrom with the sack on Detmer at the 32-yard line.
Brent, if they're going to throw play action, they got to throw the quick play action where it's just a token fake and get rid of the football. That's the second time within this last few series that they've tried to delay play action, and they can't get it off. Top of your screen, 98 Wistrom coming around hard to the outside. That time he goes underneath the tight end. A tight end cannot block him. That's all there is to it.
A 9-yard loss, 2nd and 19. The crowd alive in Nebraska. A slot formation to the left. The great Ray Caruth has been held to 1 reception today. Detmer looks for him. Detmer fires. Caught. No. Juggled. Incomplete. Caruth had it and then lost it right at the first down marker. And now it is 3rd down.
That was a real good throw, too. There he is in the slot, bending inside on a square end pattern, coming inside that zone. He just couldn't put it away. He's got to make that catch if they're going to win this kind of a football game. It's easy to say, but that was a good throw.
Eric Stokes added a little pounding for the Nebraska D. 3rd down now. Colorado with a tight end to the left is McCarty. 3 wideouts. They slot Caruth to the right. Will Detmer look back for 21? Has to hurry. Hit on the release. Gets it off. Caruth wide open. 1st down. 35. Out of bounds at the 29-yard line. A gutty throw by Detmer, and Caruth was running free.
That time, Brent, they went with a zone blitz. They brought the outside rushers, but dropped the inside lineman out to cover underneath and let him work deep inside that zone. See, there's nobody there. Nobody there, no linebackers, nothing. That gave him that huge hole to run and advance the football. Here's the pressure inside. Now see the tackles drop out of there. Jason Peter, I'd let Peter rush.
a 36-yard gain. Here comes Troutman. They don't give up on the run, and Jason Peter doesn't give up on the tackle. So it'll be 2nd down and 11 after that hit.
Sometimes you can outsmart yourself, you know, and come with the zone blitz. With the trouble with the zone blitz, they bring everybody outside, and then they expect down linemen to back out and fill those inside zones like that, and they just can't get there. Here, they're going to force him to cut back, but there's enemies sitting right there. That's Jason Peter, and we've said his name many times today.
Now, Caruth has taken a play off, and he's back. The 3-pack is to the right, and Caruth, who's so dangerous from that slot, is lined up on the right side. Detmer looks in that direction. Has time. Receivers covered. Now comes left, and it's McCarty can't hang on. Just a touch high. He was the fail-safe as Detmer looked back in that direction.
I'll tell you, this is the finest display of defensive end play I have, I think, seen in the 9 years of college broadcasting. Look at Wistrom 98. One guy blocks him, two guy blocks him, and here he comes still putting pressure on the quarterback. Just an outstanding game. You know, he's an outstanding student as well in pharmacy.
Pre-pharmacy, 3rd and 11. That is no easy way to go in college either. 3rd down and 11. Wistrom gets ready at that right defensive end spot. Troutman goes in motion. They're empty. Here comes the blitz. Fire, incomplete. Baby, it's dangerous when you go empty on these guys. McBride just steps right in the gaps and comes after you. Just ask Steve Spurrier if you don't believe me.
I agree with you. The last time they went empty, see, empty meaning the back is going to come out of there. That's an automatic say, get after them. And here they come because they have no one to help pick up inside. Here they come. They bring two guys there, cover everybody. Good automatic adjustment made by Charlie McBride. And look at, they're trying to tackle Thomas. I've seen Thomas do that a couple times today. That's the big right tackle.
Well, here we come. It's 4th and 11. The rain pounding down. 2:58. Colorado must get inside the
blitz
20.
Again.
Blitz, fire, high, incomplete. Nebraska ball.
Charlie McBride has a lot of confidence in his secondary and the pass rush to blitz that 4th down play. A lot of coaches would sit back and say, I'll let my down 4 get after him and cover the best I can. He brings 7 people.
Timeout.
Someone figured out together we have 115 years working on Fords. My great-grandfather built the Model T. My grandfather built the Model A. My dad crafted the sheet metal for the Lincoln. Today I'm an engineer on the Mercury Sable and the Ford Taurus. Growing up, I was taught whatever I put my hand to must be done with the highest quality. After all, it has to live up to the family name.
Precious Hotline, what's your problem?
We're stuck with skunky beer.
So it's not Budweiser?
No!
Remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
Next time, look for this!
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Precious Hotline.
Could we order some Chinese?
A daughter. A daughter. She's going to need all my love. She's going to need lots of hugs and hours of stories and dolls, braces, designer jeans, summer camp, a second phone, third bathroom, computer, college car, and a huge black tie wedding.
With ice sculptures. Honey?
Why does Visa Gold give you so much purchase power? Because believe us, you're going to need it.
Congratulations, Mr. Miller.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Nebraska scoreless in the second half. 2:53 to go, and a team badly in need of a couple of first downs, if only to give themselves some field position. The Colorado defense behind Russell. They've played their hearts out here today. They go with the fullback, Schuster, and he crashes for a pair of yards, perhaps 3, out to the 33-yard line.
Nebraska's got 17 points on the board. One of them was a batted interception pass running for the touchdown. They have scored 10 points offensively. Tom Osborne has had the brain working. He's talking to Frank Solich, the fine assistant head coach sitting up in the booth that works for the offense.
Could anybody have told us that Nebraska would have only 3 first downs in this half at this point?
No, but that's how championship games ought to be played, Brent.
Bet.
2 good football teams battling nose to nose. But I'll tell you this, I don't know if anybody gave Colorado enough credit defensively coming into this football game. A.J. Kristoff and his staff have done a great job.
Well, let's take a break and come back. Still 2:45 left.
A lot of what I do goes on behind the scenes. You know, most people aren't exactly on a first-name basis with their State Farm claim representative. They know their agent, but they probably don't know that their agent has a partner, that we're a team, that we've worked on hundreds of claims together. But people take notice when a claim is handled promptly, and you won't get too many complaints if you just treat them fair, because that's when people appreciate what we do and who they're insured with.
You know, life is a lot like football. Guy gets dumped on his keister, he's got to pop back up. Shake it off. Take this Favre kid. I don't know if he's the gutsiest quarterback in the league or just the best throwing nose tackle in the NFL. My point is this. When the clock finally runs out, it doesn't matter whether you got knocked down. What matters is whether you got back up. Could you top this off, please? What, am I talking to myself?
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a C. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
More great action tomorrow. High noon down in Tallahassee. Danny Werfel and the #1 ranked Florida Gators play a call on their arch rivals, the Seminoles of Florida State and Warrington. Dick, who do you like in that game, Florida, Florida State?
Well, Brent, we have seen Florida State. We haven't seen Florida State going in a little bit banged up. You'd have to go with Florida. You'd have to go with Florida. You really would, and Danny Werfel.
2nd and 7 now. Frost runs the option, keeps it. First down for the Cornhuskers. First down at the 44-yard line. No one doubts his ability to run, but that's the one dimension that he's still shown here. Certainly there's been very little of a passing game, and a couple of the tosses off the option have been shaky, and you can see how Colorado has shut down this offense.
Oh, they really have. Nebraska came in here for the entire year with 35 punts. Here they got 4 punts, or 5 punts here in the second half.
A little breathing room, however, on this first down. It is big.
That was a crucial one.
2:25. They'll go to work on the clock. 3 timeouts remain for Nebraska, 2 for Colorado. Fullback, bust free for Schuster. Navies tackles him at the 43, and now the Huskers on the move. The biggest play of the second half has been Brian Schuster, the fullback, on the quick hitters.
Yeah, they like to run that quick trap up inside. Block the center back, pull the guard across, and just pop it inside. You see what I'm talking about? Right up in the middle, center will block back. There he goes. Here comes a guard across right there. That was Zadaska 64. Pops him right up inside.
Russell and the rest of the Buff defenders need a turnover, need to get the ball back. Nebraska moving into scoring position. There's Evans, the freshman, slips a tackle to the 39-yard line.
Did you see Matt Russell take on that isolation play, meaning the fullback isolated on the linebacker, right up at him, just took him right on physically. Here's the ISO on Schuster going up in there. Pow! That's 2 good football players meeting, and Russell sort of won that battle because he got off the block and grabbed a hold of him. From the other side, there's Russell 16. Look at, you could see the water just spray off the shoulder pads. I know it wasn't perspiration.
Colorado uses a second timeout, giving them 1, which could affect them, but on the other hand, the clock is running down. Osborne has brought it down to 1:33 with Russell receiving Some quick attention on that sideline. The Buffs now must go all out for the football. And of course tomorrow, Florida State. That's at noon. The Skins will follow that. And then tomorrow night we'll have Notre Dame and USC from the Coliseum in Los Angeles. Big crowd expected in Los Angeles tomorrow night. Should be a great setting in there. Meanwhile, the winner here will be taking on Texas. So it'll be interesting to see what Ron Powlus does. Speculation as to whether or not this is his final season. Remember, he has a medical redshirt year if he wants to use it. And of course, for the Trojans, I'm going to tell you something. That Darrell Russell, is one of the finest defensive tackles we've seen this year.
Right, you bet he is.
Second down and 7. 1.5 minutes. Colorado came in a 3-touchdown underdog. They don't look like a 3-touchdown underdog now, do they?
They sure don't.
Frost starts the motion, hands to Schuster, and they're going to put it in the hands of the fullback. They feel that he is very sure-handed, more experience, as the Buffaloes attempt to steal the ball, and now Colorado will use its last timeout. They'll try to keep him out of field goal distance here and give themselves a chance. Jack Arute.
Friend, as we watch that run by the fullback, you know, since 1981, and that was when Tom Rathman was the last scholarship recruit that came in the last 9 recruiting classes that was recruited as a fullback. Here's what's happened with the style of play here at Nebraska. They have so many walk-ons, and because of Nebraska football, usually a high school player from the state of Nebraska is the biggest guy. Well, they've made kind of the walk-on program the place where they grab their fullbacks. That's the case with Schuster. You take a look at some of the walk-ons. It's been a great year for walk-ons. It always is here at Nebraska. These guys started as walk-ons. Many of them have now gained scholarships. But the one thing that's held out is kind of the golden thing that they can grab at, the brass ring, that position of fullback. That's what Schuster's got now.
Yeah, exactly, Jack. It's quite a story.
It is a story. You know, and he's a 2-time GTE academic All-American as well. So that's a pretty bright walk-on.
Well, here are our Chevrolet players of this game. Russell recovered a couple of fumbles. He's been outstanding as a linebacker. Wistrom just played a great game as a defensive end for Nebraska. And, of course, Chevrolet will make a presentation to the General Scholarship Fund of both schools on behalf of Russell and Wistrom. And now let's come up to the 3rd and 5. 1:27 remaining.
Got to bring the house.
Frost keeps it off the option, battles for the first down.
And he made it, I think, Brent. Real close. Depends where they put it down. See, again, they're running that option. The defense is stretching it. They cut off the defensive tackle inside. That opens up the lane, and the quarterback's taking it up inside.
And a first down with 1:21 to go. Colorado out of timeouts. They can't stop the clock. They'll have to go all out, try to steal the ball from Schuster or Frost.
They can't stop it. They can start flopping on. They can just flop on, Brent. They really don't have to run a play.
So
See, that's what they're going to do.
Run has done it. There's the formation. And Colorado unable to stop the clock. Just a tremendous defensive football game here in Lincoln. And now it'll be Texas against Nebraska. They did not meet during the regular season. They will play in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship in St. Louis. Should be very interesting. There'll be some Longhorn fans coming up to St. Louis for that one. And of course, these great Nebraska loyalists, they've already, I understand, reserved hotel rooms. They did that earlier this fall. And the Huskers keep themselves at least in contention. They're not favored for a national championship to three-peat, but they're still alive. Tough loss for Rick Neuheisel in Colorado. They played their hearts out, especially on defense, as Osborne goes across the field to seek out his counterpart, Neuheisel. Nebraska wins it 17-12. Nebraska goes to the Big 12 championship game. And tomorrow, high noon in Tallahassee, number 1 against number 2. So long, everybody.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
They have made the 150-mile bus trip into enemy territory. The number 1 team 10 straight weeks. Already they've conquered the largest crowd in college history, beaten Tennessee. No fear of the road for the Gators. Florida State arriving one by one. Renard Wilson on the left there dreams of hitting number 7. The epic tie with the Gators here 2 years ago, the only blemish in the last 28 home games. The long-awaited day has arrived. This man wants to shift the balance of power in this state. This man became a folk hero by beating the Gators. Players today who thrive on big games. Friend versus friend, brother versus brother. Finally, kickoff in this classic about an hour away across the street. Those folks are in the cheap seats way behind us here. This is the toughest ticket in the history of College Game Day, our 25th road show. There's the Sears Trophy. If you want to win that, you better win today. Folks, welcome to Tallahassee. This is the 5th consecutive 1 versus 2 game College Game Day has been a part of. We are set up here in Dick Howser Stadium a few feet from where Lee Corso used to roam center field back in 1954. Lee Corso coached in the first Florida versus Florida State game. Kirk Herbstreit, you've listened to this guy's stories all week long. Lee, I hate to tell you, today's game is bigger than that first game. This is the headline in the Tallahassee Democrat today. If a real war broke out, it would not be this big a headline. In the next hour, the beginning of the zenith of this 38-year-old bitter backyard feud, one of the most significant events in the history of mankind. Okay, maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not much. These teams play games that have nicknames. Choke of the Doke, or Rally a Tally, or Romp in the Swamp, or Fifth Quarter in the French Quarter. They're so big, they give them nicknames. But never have these teams been undefeated at the end of a season, ranked number 1 and 2. In fact, this is the last regular season 1 versus 2 game since the Noles invaded Notre Dame 3 years ago. Charlie Ward tried to bring them back, but in the closing seconds, his pass to the goal line broken up by Sean Wooden. Number 2 beat number 1, but the Noles got the last laugh in the polls, winning the national championship. Fast forward 3 years, the first 1 versus 2 game in this series.
There's such a big rivalry around this game. I mean, so much hype, and I mean, it means a lot to everyone. I mean, even when you lose the Florida game, I mean, you feel like you lost the whole season, really. So, I mean, we're going to be fired up and intense and ready to go.
Don't believe it's a big rivalry? On both campuses, the messages are plain as day. This is a truly Floridian feud. 2/3 of both rosters hail from the Sunshine State, and their paths have crossed before.
So that's what's neat about Florida State is sometimes you line up there and you know there's a face behind the helmet, there's a name that you know, a history, and it just adds that much more. And you love them, respect them, but you want to beat them even that much more.
A lot of trash talking has been said, but you know, pretty much on the field we're enemies, but off the field we're friends.
The Gators hold a 9-game edge in the 39-game series, but it was Florida State's 1994 comeback that was one of the epic contests. Behind the arm of Danny Cannell, the Seminoles rallied in the 4th quarter from a 31-3 deficit to tie the game. This season, the Sugar Bowl berth rivals even state bragging rights.
Well, I really believe it's more respect now that both teams have been successful and both of us coming into the game 10-0. Both schools don't like each other, that's for sure, and that's the way it should be.
It's been a rivalry that was very important between the two schools and within the state. Now, people in Hawaii care who wins it. People in Berlin care who wins it. People all over the world who like football is going to be interested in this game because the winner is going to play somebody for the national championship.
Now, if the game can just live up to all the hype, Steve Cyphers sets us up from across the street. Terrific matchup on paper, Steve.
Now, the breeze is picking up here on the field, Chris. In the last 90 minutes, forecast calls for winds up to 20 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye on the passers and the kickers during the pregame warm-ups. Now, if there's a difference in these teams this year, it has to be the Gator defense. Bob Stoops came over from Kansas State to coordinate the Florida defense, and already it's made a difference. He put in a 4-3 front and a change in attitude. They have 6 defensive scores this year. That's the sum total of the previous 4 seasons. They have 26 turnovers, but the biggest difference may be pressuring the quarterback. They have 42 quarterback sacks in 10 games. Last year, the entire season, that was 29, and Stoops says those sacks haven't come by accident.
We probably deal in a lot more pressure with different blitzes maybe than they have in the past. We crowd receivers more than they have probably in the past. Or a couple of differences. We line up with more people. Sometimes I guess it just depends on the situation, closer to the line of scrimmage in a position to come get the quarterback usually, So those are a few areas that were different.
Now, much of that pressure, of course, comes on third down, and that's where the Gators are, again, greatly improved. Last year, they allowed their opponents to convert on third down almost 35% of the time. This year, that number has dropped to 24%. Now, for more on the game, let's go upstairs to the men who will call it, Keith Jackson and Bob Greasy.
Thanks very much, Steve. Bob, I think that if we've ever had a game where analyzing could be paralyzing, this is it, right?
Oh, boy.
But big game-itis, or that little virus that runs through the ranks before a game such as this, you got to handle that first.
Well, and it gets down to the coaches and how they handle their players. And I think the way Steve Spurrier is feeling right now, I think his big concern might be his offensive line. He's lost a couple of starters, a couple of two redshirt freshmen are starting there, and he's going against his team that likes to sack the quarterback. I think Bobby Bowden's concern before the ball game right now is for his quarterbacks, Thad Busby and Dan Kendra. He has not gotten the production, the consistency that he'd like to get in a big ball game.
You got to keep him calm right now.
Oh, no question about that. And I think both of these guys are pretty good at settling them down. All the stats and all those stuff, just get out and make some hits in the smash mouth, and they'll settle down and get down to playing.
But are you really truly allowed in a game like this an opportunity for your mind to turn to oatmeal?
Yes.
But I think that wet palm time is probably right about now when they're trying to tie their shoelaces, guys.
Thanks very much. Yeah, there's not a calm soul in this state. There hadn't been for a couple of weeks. Guys talked about defense. This is the best defense in Florida State's history. They were on pace, and I think for the Gators too.
Absolutely. And Florida's defensive plan will be to go after the nose, but they will spy Warwick Dunn. The reason is Dunn in his career against the Gators has averaged 7.3 every time he's touched the football. Now, Florida will use a full blitz, especially from the outside, but they'll put a man on Dunn on every situation. Field position, down and distance means nothing. Kirk, the secret to trying to stop Dunn is putting more than one guy on him. Gang tackling is what Florida must do.
Well, they're going to get after Warwick Dunn with the pressure you mentioned. Bob Stoops touched on it just a little earlier. The differences between last year's team and this year. What they're doing this year, and I had a chance to talk to them on Tuesday, is they're getting up tight on receivers. It's the major difference. I said, do you disguise any coverages against Thad Busby, a first-year starter? He said, no, we'll get up in his face on a pre-snap. Now, once the ball is snapped, we could run to a number of coverages, and that's in the hopes to confuse Busby and his receivers. Thad Busby has thrown 12 interceptions already this year. Remember, Peyton Manning against his same defense. The first half, his receivers and Peyton Manning were really confused. By the time they made their adjustments, the game was over at halftime.
Yep.
And back to Mr. Dunn. They want to introduce him to Mr. Wright. Lawrence Wright. Exactly. The Gators will be the spy much of the game. Now, yesterday, Nebraska took a huge step closer to perhaps meeting the winner of this game in the Sugar Bowl. Tough defensive battle in the freezing rain in Lincoln. The Huskers earning the Big 12 North title. And Colorado earning something in defeat they were not able to earn in their 9 victories. True national respect. The defense played heroically. Matt Russell may have won the Butkus Trophy, but it wasn't enough. Now the Husker running game produced the only offensive touchdown as D'Angelo Evans came in after injuries to Green and Benning and got the end zone 100-yard game for him, but the defense was the story.
Well, the Colorado defense yesterday were very, very impressive, only allowing 294 yards, and more importantly, they came up with 4 big turnovers, 3 in Nebraska territory, but the Colorado offense could not do anything off of these turnovers, coming up with only 3 points.
Well, the defensive pressure by Nebraska was tremendous. Now, sacks are important, but also are the hits on the quarterback. What hitting the quarterback forces him to throw quicker and usually ends up in a big mistake, Chris.
And this was a big mistake that turned momentum right here. Colorado
6-0 lead until the Blackshirts, another defensive touchdown. They've scored 58 points this season on defense. The Huskers headed for St. Louis against Texas next week. Colorado perhaps headed for a Holiday Bowl game. Plenty more coming up on the Gators and Seminoles. You know, it's a big game. We saw painted faces last night, not just on game day. This fella here is ready to go. Flags on every car in town. It is insane. But there are also some other games to talk about. Miami and Syracuse in a big battle for the Big East up in the Carrier Dome. They'll talk about that game. And Notre Dame and Lou Holtz's swan song against their whipping boys of recent seasons, the Trojans. A lot more from Tally ahead.
College Game Day is brought to you by Honda, vehicles designed to help simplify your life.
Football on the Deuce today. I want to give a pop to Tommy Tuberville, one of the great coaching jobs in America. He goes for a winning season as Ole Miss welcomes their rivals from Mississippi State. That game subject to blackout on ESPN2 at 3:30, East Carolina and NC State. A storyline today in Hawaii. Wisconsin's Ron Dane, the biggin, did not start the season as a starter. He was just spelling Carl McCullough, but he came on. He became a four-quarter weapon, not just a fourth-quarter weapon. He can break Herschel Walker's freshman rushing record with just 93 yards today against the Rainbows. That should be a lock. Here's the all-time list. I'll tell you what, you do well as a freshman running back on this list. That's a predictor of success. Dorsett, Falk, Emmett, first-round picks. Herschel would have been. Two of the three guys, they are Hall of Fame locks. In 1AA, speaking of freshmen, Randy Moss of Marshall done a great job. Eric Kresser, meanwhile, the Florida transfer, drawing a smattering of booze here. Hooking up with him right here as Marshall takes on their first-round opponent is Delaware, the Blue Hens, the guys with the helmets. Meanwhile, another 1AA game. This was Montana. Last year in the finals, Montana beat Marshall. Now they take on Nicholls State, a team that was 0-11 last year. Great comeback story as they go to the quarterfinals. In Division II, meanwhile, Valdosta State with Hal Mumme, rumored to be the next head coach of Kentucky, #1 seed in the southern part of the draw, taking on Carson Newman. And in Division III, Mount Union, top seed, hosting Illinois Wesleyan. You see the rest of the matchups as they play for semifinal bids in Division III. Meanwhile, it's a sellout in the Superdome, a huge civic event in New Orleans, the Bayou Classic, Grambling and Southern. Eddie Robinson insisting he will not retire, contrary to rumors. Only the 7th losing season in his 55 years at Grambling. First time two white quarterbacks starting in this ball game. Michael Kornblau for the Tigers, and for the Jags, Marcus Jacoby. Southern's won 3 in a row. If they make it 4 in a row, they'll go to the Heritage Bowl. Now to the Big East Battle of the Year. Syracuse must beat Miami to get to Miami as Big East champs in the Orange Bowl. Escaping Syracuse for South Beach in December is a strong incentive for those players, but they don't need any extra motivation today. For the Orangemen, beating Miami is kind of like a Packers versus Cowboys thing. It is an obsession. To use the players' term, the Canes have been in the Cuse's cage in this game. 5 straight wins featuring several second-half rallies, one very close call.
Final seconds. This could be it. Breaks, throws, Gendon's got it! But it's all over. The game ends.
And that is as close as Syracuse has come to defeating the Canes.
It is caught in midair and touchdown, Kenny Holmes.
And the thump you heard was the door slamming. Syracuse has just really had problems with this Miami football team.
Especially in the second half, when Miami has outscored the Orange 69-0 since 1993.
Noise factor is going to be serious. When we came out in the second half, we scored quick, and it was like the crowd was out of it, at least in the second half. And anything to take that crowd out of it.
The obsession to beat that team just builds and mounts as the years go on.
You know, maybe it's a rivalry, from the people in Syracuse, but, I'm not sure if it's one for the people in Miami. For us to create a rivalry, I guess we would have to beat them.
This is only my second year of competing against Miami, but, it's just significance of the game. I mean, it's the chance of winning the Big East title.
And finish undefeated in the conference, riding a 9-game win streak after starting 0-2.
We didn't point fingers at each other and say, you did this wrong, I did this wrong. We just studied film, kept a positive attitude, and said if we minimize those mistakes that we had in those 2 games, we could win ball games.
Oh, I love being the underdog no matter where I go because everybody's against you. And once you beat them and shut them up, that's the best feeling in the world.
For us not to get it done last year when we supposed to got it done down there, and the year before that, the intensity is up, the hunger is up at an all-time high for us to get it done this year at home.
I give Syracuse credit for not rolling over after that disastrous 0-2 start, the loss to Minnesota. In their 8-game win streak, they have kind of approached the Huskers' numbers. Average margin of victory, 30 points, a superb 54% on 3rd down. Now, they will clinch their first Big East title and go to the Orange Bowl with the victory. If Miami wins, Virginia Tech has just about wrapped that up by virtue of their victory over Virginia. They have the higher ranking in the average of the 2 polls.
Miami's offense last week came alive. They had 617 yards against BC. It was the best offensive performance in 12 years. A couple of reasons. Number 1, aggressive offensive line blocking, and the second, a sensational running. This guy, James, is an outstanding runner, boy. Outstanding runner.
Well, he is a good runner. The thing about Syracuse, what they've done defensively has been very, very impressive. They have shut down teams in the last 8 games, allowing only 11 points per game, 20 sacks. In the 5 Big East games, they've only given up 5 touchdowns. The thing that they're doing, their linebackers have stepped up big time, and there are 4 of them. Nate Hemsley, Antoine Pons, Dana Cottrell, and Mike Brown. They have the physical toughness to plug a hole and really hit you, but also they have the speed and the athletic ability to get to the outside. Collectively, 11 sacks, 25 tackles for a loss. Now, I think in this game, the Hurricanes mentally have the edge over Syracuse, but I think the home field advantage, the Syracuse defense will be the difference. The Orangemen will win a very close one, and they'll head into the Orange Bowl.
Not so fast, my friend. I might fumble, but I got a not so fast in. Now, Edgerrin James is a great sensational freshman running back. He averaged last week over 7 yards per carry running the football. And this 44-yard run was the longest run of the year by the Canes. He's tough. He's an inside runner. And the thing that impresses me the more, watch this guy run, and he's only a freshman. I think he's going to be a tremendous football player. Now, Miami's winning tradition helps them upset Syracuse in the Dome.
You did that on purpose so you could not so fast.
I did.
Not so fast.
Of course, they're recovers from the early turnover. We're going to come back plenty more from Tallahassee. We've seen a lot of tailgate parties this year. We've had bratwurst and kielbasa. You come down here, you got to get you some barbecue. And they've got it on the spit here. Not normally a tailgate capital, but it is today. Meanwhile, we'll talk about the Irish and the Trojans. Lou Holtz has promised his team would not be flat after all the emotion last week. Ron Paulus, his team took him out behind the woodshed last year. What about tonight's matchup? That's coming up. 5-6 USC is not going bowling. The first time in John Robinson's career there, the Trojans have been eligible for a bowl, but not good enough. And here comes Notre Dame. And you know the history, that 13-game streak without a win against the Fighting Irish. Lou Holtz is a short-timer. He might have more time than John Robinson. Rumors persist about a $600,000 buyout. The Trojan players reacted with anger about that, threatening a mass exodus. Maybe they should apply a little bit of that anger on the football field, including last year's surrender in South Bend. They are 8-1 recently. Now, it's true. Kirk, teams coming off an overtime loss, as the Trojans don't normally respond well, but it's still dangerous, or is it, to write off a team with all that talent, even though they may be saving the talent for the NFL?
They're waiting for Sundays to really show. Yeah, but we won't get into that right now. I think the one thing about this football game is a very good chance against USC's rush defense. They're near the bottom of the Pac-10. Notre Dame has been lining up the last 4 games and just physically pounding people. I think that's what they're going to do today against a USC team that is reeling after last week. Last 4 wins, they've averaged 56 points a game. They're running for 348 yards a game. The backs to watch today, Autry Denson, 4 straight 100-yard games, and this man right here, Robert Farmer. He has been on fire. Last 4 games, 6 touchdowns and averaging 107 yards a game. Now, the USC team, I think, will be looking back at the UCLA game and thinking about, man, when's this season going to be over? They're 5-6 already. Notre Dame comes in. They have a lot to play for in the Alliance. I think they win this game and secure their spot in the Alliance.
Okay, it's very simple. Notre Dame is hot. They won 4 in a row. USC is not. They lost 3 in a row. Notre Dame has 2 head coaches, Holtz and Davey. USC only has Robinson, and everybody knows 2 is better than 1. Notre Dame wins, go to the Orange Bowl, and they play Virginia Tech in a big game in the Orange Bowl.
Okay, well, their selection in the Orange Bowl may be predicated on a Florida victory here today. I'm not giving anything away yet. Now, Virginia Tech would be almost certainly the 6th at-large alliance pick. People said they didn't belong last year, then they went out and beat Texas.
You know, yeah, right now this team is playing as well as anybody. Both sides of the football, Druckenmiller really has his receivers having experience now. It's helping out that offense.
And look down there at that Big 12 champ, Chris. Nebraska, Texas. Texas is a better football team than people think. They got a shot at Nebraska.
I know you said that. The Big 12 did not fulfill their bowl slots. That's going to create an opening in the large spot there. Cal and Texas Tech. Cal is in. Spike Dykes would like to make it official in the Aloha Bowl. They haven't done that quite yet. A lot more coming up as we continue. We'll talk about the coaches. Some forced out. Some have decided they don't want to take it anymore. Approaching a record turnover. We'll talk about coaches and this syndrome still ahead as we continue on College Game Day, live from before the big one in Tallahassee. Plenty more on that game also ahead. Welcome back to College Game Day. I want you to see a poignant manifestation of some ill will for their neighbors 150 miles away from Tallahassee, and it gets a little personal here. That is Coach Spurrier's face in the bullseye, and Seminole fans trying to take it out on him. We'll see if their team is up to taking it out on him. From that to this, you know, collectively, coaches have given 496 years of their life, almost half a millennium, to the profession. That's the outgoing class of 1996, outgoing or ousted, as the case may be. Of the 20 coaches in 1A moving on, and the season isn't over yet, 15 of the 20 were pushed out. Few decided they would leave on their own terms, perhaps because they no longer felt wanted. Among the departing old guard, 3 coaches who have won national championships: John Majors in the 70s, Lou Holtz in the 80s, Gene Stallings in the 90s.
It comes a time when you need to pass the torch.
I will miss coaching, but I've had a great run with many extraordinary experiences and countless great members.
John Majors and Gene Stallings, born 2 months apart. They both began coaching in 1957, competed against each other on the sidelines, recruiting trail, and golf course. So it was fitting. These 2 men have shared memories, shared thoughts on retirement in a recent phone call.
I was talking to him about my situation, what I might be doing, and it wasn't for sure yet. He said, well, don't say anything about it, but said, I'm frankly thinking about retiring pretty soon myself or getting out of coaching.
Yeah, we've been friends a long time, and it is a little comfort to me to know that another guy about my age is stepping out.
Stallings walks away on top. Majors, like most others, departs with the sting of losing.
I probably could be a coach as long as I live, but you just can't do that. Sometimes you got to die sometimes, and sometimes you got to make a change.
Change. It's the buzzword in coaching these days, circling the profession like a starving vulture.
People like change, and all of a sudden, if there's just a little bitty reason for change, they want to do it, where this wasn't the case 30, 40 years ago.
Already, 20 1A schools have changed coaches, more than double the 9 in 1995. Although some had a say in their exits, other coaching lifers did not.
Of course, something but I've been doing for 40 years. So it's a shock.
Chuck Reedy had back-to-back 7-win seasons at Baylor in 94 and 95. Lou Tepper instituted social reforms at Illinois. Jim Wacker doubled the graduation rate at Minnesota. All are out of a job.
It's very simple. You can be God, but if you don't win, you're fired.
Most often, those handing out the pink slips are business-oriented athletic directors, intent on putting their own stamp on the program. In 11 of the 20 schools where a change is being made, including Pitt and Alabama, the AD has been on the job less than 2 years.
I think it helps if he or she has some coaching experience, and maybe people that have never experienced that, they don't understand the pressures, and they don't have the tolerance level that, say, an ex-coach who handles that position may have.
There are many more people who want instant gratification. You know, if you don't get it done now, hey, someone else get it done, because people in the business world, you know, they make cuts.
Tolerance levels have plummeted since Northwestern's miraculous turnaround. Athletic departments ask, if Northwestern can do it, why can't we?
Yeah, I feel that we can and should vie for a championship there.
This year, the 4 Big Ten coaches whose teams are not bowl eligible lost their jobs. Well, Gary Barnett received a 12-year contract.
Northwestern was quite an unusual situation. It's a rarity.
It seems that people are more restless now than they used to. I really hate to see this happening in college football.
For the first December in 40 years, John Majors will not be on the recruiting trail. As he leaves the game, he shows little bitterness toward a profession which saw him unceremoniously banished from his alma mater in 1992 and then failed to duplicate the success he enjoyed at Pitt 2 decades ago.
There's no guarantees, but the good things happen more than the bad, and you just suck it up and try to keep your pride. I've made mistakes, but I have no regrets about going into coaching and being involved with a great profession.
I really enjoyed visiting with John Majors this week. Now, besides the 3 we've already been decided to move on to 1 national titles, broadcast reports that Danny Ford's in trouble at Clemson. He's won a title. If Robinson decides to go away, that would be 5 coaches with national titles moving on. That's unprecedented. Now, I'll tell you what. It's still better to get hit with a sledgehammer than a pink slip.
You know, Chris, having experienced the emotional trauma of getting fired and what it does to you and your family, I really feel sorry for my friends. But the real tragedy is those 180 assistant coaches out there who don't have a job now or out of work, and that they don't get a golden parachute like the head coaches do. And Kirk, the panic sets in a holiday season. I tell you what, it's unbelievable what you have to go through. I don't want to ever experience it again in my life, and I really feel sorry for those guys that don't have a job.
Yeah, I agree with you here. The assistant coaches get overlooked in most cases. And I think in 1996, if you look and you ask the players, who are you closer to, the head coach or your position coach? It's the position coach, and that's the assistant, because the head coach in 96 delegates most of the authority and the power and the meetings and all the things that you do to prepare for a game and for a season, you do with your position coach. Not that the head coach isn't important, but in this case, I think you lose a friend, you lose a coach, and it's very tough in a lot of cases when that new assistant comes in to have that same chemistry that you had with that previous assistant coach.
As for assistants in this game, Bob Stoops has said after the SEC championship game he will listen to offers. Minnesota's interested there. And for the Seminoles, Chuck Amato, one of the defensive assistants there, has been talked about with Maryland. He's had an interview. As for the head coaches, not going anywhere. Mr. Bowden says he wants to stay here till he's 70 at least. Bobby testing the wind across the street. And for once, Steve Spurrier, no rumors to the NFL like we had a year ago when they took on the Seminoles. What will be the decisive factors in this game? Well, very often the team that runs the ball better. We'll talk about Terry Jackson and the Gators running game. Also, the pressure on Danny Werfel. A great pair of bookends, Wilson and Boulware for Florida State. Countdown to kickoff continues. Oh, you like to see that. Brotherly love, Gator and Seminole. The minute our camera went away, they started beating each other senseless. So that's the way it is down here. Neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend. Another rivalry on ESPN in Music City. It's Tennessee. They try to all but secure a Citrus Bowl slot, probably against Northwestern. Peyton Manning and company really struggled in this game last year against Vanderbilt. Just a 12-7 victory in Knoxville. That Commodore defense, Gator fans remember it. They hounded Danny Werfel, sacked him 3 times 3 weeks ago. They gave their offense a chance to win that game. We'll have to see if they could duplicate that. Florida's offensive line, besides getting a hard time from the Commodores that day, has really been beat up. They had no injuries last year, but today the 6th different starting lineup. Bo Collins suspended for 6 games. They had to swap tackles, guards moving in and out. Jeff Mitchell, the center, the anchor, 33 career starts. His season is over. His career is over after ankle surgery on Wednesday. Wiley Rich makes his 3rd start today, and those guys have to go against a very, very good pass rush. You can make an argument comparing great bookend tandems of all time that Boulware and Wilson are better than Curry and Copeland of Alabama back in '92. Their stats are better anyway.
Well, Renard Wilson and Peter Boulware are the finest defensive ends as a pair to play here at Florida State in their history. They're great players, but they're different in personalities, and they also have different styles of playing the game.
I was raised up out in Wade in the country part, had dirt roads, no stop signs. I want a ranch one day, and I want to have 1,000 acres and, have a bunch of cows.
They call Renard Wilson Big Country. He got the nickname when he rid his dorm of a stray possum.
My father made me, work hard and had to wake up early in the mornings on the weekends, go out and do some work or go pick tobacco or something, you know, watermelons, or go to the cornfield and pick some corn for the hog.
Get up at 5 in the morning and milk that cow on a cold day. Not everybody has to do that. And I'll bet that Pete's never milked a cow either. I don't know if he could get milk.
Never milked a cow in my life.
Peter Boulware grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, the son of a doctor.
He's a guy that has not had to do the things that maybe Renard has to get to where he is now. Maybe that's why it's taken Pete longer to gain the strength, to gain the mental toughness.
You ever ask him how to milk a cow? No, I haven't asked him how to milk a cow. I don't even know if I really want to know how to do that.
Despite the different backgrounds, city and country seem to team up well for state, anchoring the nation's #1 defense.
Let Danny Wolfel take that 5-step drop that he loves to take so much. I'm going to tell you, Renard Wilson and Peter Boulware, two of the best defensive ends in the nation, the two best, okay, will have Wolfel sandwiches all day long.
But I don't think we've ever had a pair like these two. They go get that passer. And, you know, most people, well, everybody we've played has had a plan to stop one of them. Yeah. But you can't double cover everybody.
Until spring practice, Wilson and Boulware played the same position. Since divided, the tandem is paired to produce 31 sacks, plus different challenges for opponents.
Wilson is quicker. He's the quickest, one of the quickest defensive players I've ever seen. He's more powerful, believe it or not. I've seen him take 300-pound tackles and throw them at the quarterback. Boulware is more, he's relentless. He plays the edges better, and he seems to have a great feel coming off of that blocker.
What I really got over Boulware, probably, you know, power.
My type of style is just mainly speed and finesse.
I don't get off the ball quite as fast as I should.
I mean, I'm just trying to get around a guy, avoid contact as much as I can, you know.
I bench pretty good, about 520 good for a guy my size.
I'm really not trying to get up there and grind and push on a guy too much. I just really want to try to get around him.
People are saying that you and Wilson are the two finest defensive ends that have ever played at this school. When you hear that, what does that make you feel like?
It makes me feel good, but at the same time, it's like a thing of pressure. I'll go back to that pressure thing. It's kind of like they're saying you're good. They're saying you're the best that ever come to the school. In my mind, it's like, man, I hope I don't let them down.
If they pass the ball, we feel me or Boulware on the other side probably can get that every play if they pass.
You know, there's different ways to do things. Both these guys are effective. They do the job, and thank goodness they're Seminoles.
Now, this surprises some people, but pressuring Wuerffel is not the key to beating the Gators. Last year, the Noles sacked him 7 times. They hit him 12 times, and the Gators still scored 32 points. Kirk, the difference, the way to beat the Gators, defensive secondary against wideouts. That's the key.
Yeah, you're right. I think even with this great pressure of Boulware and Wilson, eventually Danny Wuerffel is going to get his shots and put some points on the board. But I think that everybody's talking about the Florida receivers against the Florida State corners. It is the key, and I agree with that. That's going to be a key. But if you remember last year, it was the safeties of Florida State that killed them in this game against Florida. Last year, the Noles had a different defensive mentality, playing about 85% zone. The safeties were back off the ball, reading and reacting. You can see right here, hit the zone, touchdown Florida. Now this year, they're playing about 85% man and have upgraded their safeties athletically, especially right here, number 30, Shevin Smith, who always seems to be around the ball. Florida State knows coming in that they have to prevent the big play to have a chance today. And also, they got to play good red zone defense, which is something that nobody has been able to do against Florida all year.
Nobody.
We talked about the bookends. One real difference in this Noles defense. Until last year, all cornerbacks the last 7 years had been All-Americans, from Dion to Buckley to Sawyer to Abraham. They don't have a guy who's an All-American over there this year. All right, we're going to come back and talk about the Heisman Memorial Trophy. That's 2 weeks away as we continue the countdown to kick off. In the Swampy Gator fan kicking back here. Didn't have a ticket, apparently. Let's go help him out. A lot of guys say that Danny Wuerffel got a grip on that Heisman back in late September. Can the 2,000-yard guys chase him down? We'll have a straw poll and a discussion straight ahead. Not the real Danny Wuerffel there on the left. The Gator fans hope. Now the real one is out there, getting warmed up, checking out the wind across the street. Does he already have the Heisman Trophy? He won't talk about it, but here's what some of his teammates and opponents today think.
I think pretty much Danny Wolford pretty much has won the Heisman already. People keep asking me if you talked to Danny about the Heisman. I said, no, I haven't talked to him all year about it, and I'm not going to start this week or next week or any week.
I know he deserves that Heisman Trophy. My thing is I just want to get to him and just do whatever I can to make us win this game.
It's not something that's been on my mind a lot. It's something that's going to happen or not, and it's beyond my control.
He's given that answer 100 times. That's the party line. Never had a Heisman winner coach a Heisman winner. It was 30 years ago that Steve Spurrier won it, although Florida State fans will tell you he would not have won the award if the Gators hadn't beaten the Noles on a very controversial call, right? Lane Fenner, was he in or was he out of bounds? For many of the almost 1,000 Heisman voters, today's game does represent closing arguments. The, quote, race for the most famous individual trophy in sports is not a race. The contestants would admit to that. The criteria are vague, and they're in flux for many of the decision makers. That's what makes it tough. But in 96, one rule, one old axiom, seems to carry extreme weight, causing one of the most abrupt shifts in the Heisman landscape ever.
Big players come up big in big games.
That's when the best players come to the fore, is in the big games.
September 21st.
Peyton Manning was front and center in the Heisman race then. You wouldn't want to call anybody a favorite at that point, but Peyton Manning, Danny Werfel might have been 1A and 1B.
30 minutes and 4 interceptions later.
That one game really, it killed his Heisman hopes as far as our poll goes, and I would think that would pretty much mirror the way it really went.
Randy Holtz is in his 10th season of polling Heisman voters from week to week.
He was the unanimous pick for first place of our 10 voters in the preseason poll. He got every first place vote. And I've never seen a guy just drop out of sight that quickly.
Manning's loss was Werfel's gain.
He destroyed Tennessee in the first half. And when you have a good game in September, and I've said this before, it's like winning the New Hampshire primary. It gets you out there. So he was in first place all the way.
College Game Day's own unscientific poll of 11 Heisman voters taken November 17th showed Orlando Pace a strong second, even getting 3 first-place votes. Then came Michigan.
Forget it. I'm not saying that's justified, but the team gained 5 yards rushing in the second half.
Pace dropped to 4th place in this week's College Game Day poll.
It was a long shot to begin with, his candidacy, and I think that probably sealed the fact that he's not going to win it.
With Pace fading, Troy Davis and Jake Plummer rushed the stage. Davis eclipsing 2,000 yards for a history-making second straight year, and Plummer leading the Sun Devils against their arch rivals to a perfect season. Both surged in our poll. Werfel, on the other hand, was idle.
You had a couple of weekends in a row where Florida struggled as a whole against Vanderbilt, and then you had Danny Werfel struggle personally against South Carolina. That kind of nudged the door open maybe for some more thinking by the voters.
So, does the big game all-or-nothing standard apply to Werfel today?
I don't, unless he just has 8,000 interceptions, I think he will win it.
I think that he would have to throw some interceptions. I think he would have to be off in his timing. If he has just his normal game, and maybe not great statistically, but pretty good, and Florida wins, I guarantee you he'll win the Heisman.
The one thing that there's no doubt about is that it's his to win, or it's his to open up the door for somebody else to win.
And here's the most recent straw poll of actual Heisman voters, 15 of the more than 900. Werfel was the only guy named on every ballot. His lead in this poll is fairly comfortable over Troy Davis, and that you would expect. The ballots are due next week, but most voters will vote right after this game and send it in. They don't have to. They could wait until after the SEC game. Now, we hear what Bino said. I think 8,000 interceptions are very unlikely for Werfel in this game, but is there anything he can do across the street in the next few hours to cause him not to win the Heisman?
Chris, even if the Gators lose the game, and even if Danny has an average game, I think his brilliant career has won him the Heisman. And the reason is this. Last year, Eddie George George had a bad game against Michigan and still won the Heisman. And also, Kirk, I don't see any single guy out there that has enough power and rush to catch the guy.
Well, I think Troy Davis has closed ground in the last few weeks, and Jake Plummer, because of the way their teams are being able to, with Troy Davis's case, he's put up some individual numbers you can't argue with. The fact that he's gotten 2,000 yards in 2 single years, but his team's 2-9, so that hurts Troy Davis. Jake Plummer's not been seen enough national TV. I think Orlando Pace, the way the Ohio State offense went downhill towards the latter part of the season, hurt his chances. And all in all, I think this is a race that Danny Warfel has a great chance of winning.
Absolutely.
Well, Davis is 2-9 on a team whose schedule this week was rated the second toughest in the country. I just listened to testimonials from guys that he's played against on Colorado and Kansas State. Good defenses. They speak very highly of him. I think the number of carries he's had don't negate what he's done. I think it adds to his appeal. But obviously, Werfel's the guy if he has a big game today. If this guy has anything to do about it, Danny Werfel will not get Heisman-like stats. Peter Boulware, there's the speed rusher of the Noles. That's right. As the countdown to kickoff continues, we got 10 minutes more to go on to College Game Day. We'll talk about Warrick Dunn's impact in this game. He has been a Gator killer in his career. And one more look at that Florida defense trying to hound and harass Thad Busby today. Back from Wendy Talley after this. Tallahassee, always a site of gator abuse. That is not a real gator. In the old days, they used to reel gators, hang them up by their tails, and beat on them until the animal rights folks got after them. Gator meat's pretty good sometimes. I don't know about for breakfast, though. We've talked a lot about this game, analyzed it from a lot of angles, but when it comes down to these kind of big games, when it's check 'em out time, as Keith Jackson likes to say, sometimes what you need are leaders and playmakers. For Florida State, that can be Warrick Dunn. Ever since he was an 18-year-old freshman, he's had big games against Florida. Imagine where the Noles offense, which has struggled at times anyway, imagine where they'd be if Warrick Dunn had not come back for his senior year. In big games, they simply use Warrick Dunn more. They hand the ball off to him. They throw the ball to him. 28 touches against Virginia. He was a big part against North Carolina, against Miami. It's always a big factor when they take on the Gators. Bob Stoops, his first game against the Noles, but believe me, he knows one thing.
Certainly the key to their offense is Warrick Dunn. Is an exceptional player, great athlete, great competitor. You know, as you watch him compete and play, a guy that can make plays out of nothing. So their offense begins with him.
I don't think we're going to put that kind of pressure on anyone's back. I mean, as far as I don't think we're going to rely on the running game or the passing game. I mean, Warrick has put up great numbers in the past, but I mean, it's a different year and a totally different team. So we're just going to do what it takes to win the ball game, and hopefully that be, run and throw the ball.
Somebody wake Thad up. We'll see if he can be that calm in the huddle when it gets to be sweaty palm time. All right, that's the FSU running situation. As for the Gators, you can throw a lot of stats at you. They are 53-1 when they outrush their opponents in the last 54. That one, though, was the game last year against Florida State. But talk about their backs.
Well, Florida must run the football to keep the pressure off of Danny Werfel. They got to get some offensive balance. But that will not be easy today. The reason Florida State is #1 in the nation in rushing defense, they allow their opponents 1.5 yards per carry. Fred Taylor is the key for Florida. He's had 3 straight 100-yard rushing games, averages 6.4 per carry. But the backs from Florida can catch the football also. Here's Elijah Williams. He catches the ball in the flat and runs. Key stat here, Florida's tailbacks have scored 17 touchdowns this year. Now, Kirk, Florida's offensive balance is going to taste, and really have a test on that Florida State defense.
Well, I think that's the thing that makes Florida's offense so tough is their versatility. It's not just Danny Warfel and his talented group of receivers. They can run the football. They can catch the ball out of the backfield. And Florida State, that's what makes their game today so tough, especially for their linebackers. They're going to have a big job to stopping the run, and also they're going to have to drop into coverage. These linebackers, and led by Darrell Bush, they know they can stop the run. They lead the nation in rush defense, but Bush and the other linebackers have to be aware of the running game, but more importantly, dropping into coverage, because when Florida will kill you, it's when they get the running game going, and then they slip Terry Jackson, Elijah Williams out of the backfield. Linebackers for Florida State have got to be aware of this, and especially in man coverage. That's tough. You slide in there, and all of a sudden they get outside.
Yeah, frankly, in years past, Florida has not had the kind of quickness at linebacker to deal with Thoren and also cover Warrick Dunn. When we talk about upgrading the speed of their defense, that's what we're talking about at linebacker. They're pretty good. All right, coming up, selections on this game. The last 7 times Mr. Corso here has put on a piece of headgear, that team has won the football game. All of our College Game Day road shows. Who we go with this time? That's coming up as kickoff is still a few minutes away. Stick around. In Salt Lake City, guys. It's good. Here's a reminder, we'll not have a scoreboard show on ESPN, but we'll have a simulcast. ESPN News, our new network, will be simulcast on ESPN at 3 o'clock Eastern, so they'll be keeping you updated on this game and all the other games in college football and everything else that's going on in the world of sports at 3 o'clock Eastern time. All right, guys, the biggest game and a classic rivalry as the folks behind us have headed across the street to an even bigger and much better show over there. Some thoughts?
Well, Kirk mentioned before the red zone offense by Florida. Here's an amazing stat. The last 16 passes Danny Werfel has thrown, he's thrown for touchdowns in the red zone. Uh-oh, yo. That is tough, my friend.
Yeah, everybody's talking about Werfel and the receivers, and for good reason. But I think the thing to watch in this football game is whether or not Elijah Williams, Fred Taylor, Terry Jackson can run the football against the #1 ranked defense, rushing defense in the nation in Florida State. If they get the running game going, this game is history. It is over. Big win for Florida if they can run the ball.
Anything folks should look for in the first quarter to dictate who's going to win this ball game?
I think penalties. Florida's had 28 of them in the last 2 ball games. That could kill them in this game.
I think first couple drives to see if Florida has the ability, like they did against Tennessee, to take the crowd out of the game instantly. Remember that Tennessee 4th and 11? They went for it, and Tennessee crowd was gone.
These games have been so emotional, so sloppy, and Florida set a school record in penalties. Absolutely. Keep an eye on that. For the final report from across the street, we go to Steve Cyphers inside the Doak. Steve?
Chris, this wind continues at a pretty good clip. It's blowing from south to north. That's right to left as you watch on your TV screen. Doesn't seem to affect the passers as it does the kickers. Scott Bentley, Florida State's kicker, told us that when he kicks to the north end zone, no problem. It won't be returned. But when he kicks to the south end zone, he may be thinking squib kick. Keep the ball on the ground. Chris?
All right, Steve, that would certainly play into the defensive battle strategy here. You can see the game, as if you didn't know already, over on our friends at ABC with Keith and Bob and Swanee just minutes away. All right, Mr. Corso, we set you up with the headgear build-up every single time we've come out here, normally with screaming crowds behind you, 5 times, including the visiting team. When you put on that hat, that team has won the football game, so America awaits.
Okay, let me tell you the situation this in. Florida has a tremendous advantage. They had 2 weeks to prepare for this ball game. Their legs are rested and their minds rested. They also have a tremendous advantage. Danny Werfel, 5th-year quarterback. I'm picking Florida to win this football game because of those 2 reasons.
Where's the hat?
No hat. The crowd's off.
I'm not using my
good stuff. I'm not using my good stuff without a crowd.
The first 8 weeks of the season, I think everybody was talking about Florida. I know I was, saying that Florida's the best team in the country because of Danny Werfel and the defense that Bob Stoops brought over. Last couple weeks against Vandy and South Carolina, the offense declined a little bit. I think that will be the difference in the game, along with the rushing defense of Florida State. Warwick Dunn wins this football game, Florida State in the upset.
The talking is over. The moment is here. The flyby. Duck for cover. In case you don't want to watch the game on ABC, the National High School Cheerleading Association Championships are next on ESPN.
You gotta go with the hat.
See you tonight.
Would you like me to introduce you?
Judging Candace and all of the Fitness America pageant contestants is a spectacular group of fitness experts and stars, including the 1987 American League Rookie of the Year, Mark McGuire, who's a 7-time American League All-Star. The choreographer for the Los Angeles Laker girls, Eleni Kalivas, has a litany of famed Hollywood commercial credits. One of Southern California's most recognized and acclaimed television sportscasters, Brett Lewis, is an avid weight trainer and fitness expert. World-renowned as one of America's most celebrated fitness experts, Karen Boyd has trained and advised hundreds of superstars like Paula Abdul, Tina Turner, and Elle Macpherson. One of the nation's most respected sports psychologists, John Tristany, serves on the editorial board of journals like Muscle and Fitness magazine. Star of Showtime's hit new series Sherman Oaks, Heather Parkhurst is recognized in the entertainment industry as an accomplished cross-trainer. And topping out our prestigious judging panel is internationally recognized fitness star and the original host of the Buns of Steel home video series, Tammy Lee Webb, consistently is on the cutting edge of fitness education. Now please welcome our next contestant in the fitness round, Amy Zitch from St. Louis, Missouri.
Taste of things to come. I'll be back.
Well, stay with us as the women compete in the swimsuit round. You don't want to miss it.
Now is the perfect time to start weightlifting. The perfect time for SoloFlex. For a lot of good reasons. No other exercise is better for your overall health than weightlifting. The muscle you build on SoloFlex increases your metabolism to burn fat 24 hours a day. Weightlifting also boosts your immune system and increases your aerobic capacity. Weightlifting strengthens your bones and tendons. And nothing works better than weightlifting to improve your looks and energy. Now is the perfect time to call SoloFlex. Call now for your free brochure and video.
Have you ever considered a career as a commercial diver? If so, there's no better school to give you the training than Divers Institute of Technology. Whether it's working on offshore oil, underwater construction, raising sunken vessels on a salvage job, or doing hull repair, Divers Institute of Technology has the staff, the equipment, and the location to offer real open water training. Divers Institute of Technology. Call today to start your career as a commercial diver.
Welcome back to the 6th Annual Fitness America pageant in Redondo Beach, California. Our first competitor is Vicki Anderson from Norman, Oklahoma. Vicki is 22 years old, and she placed first in the Fitness America pageant regional in Norman, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Vicki Anderson.
The fitness industry really, I'd say, has not really taken off in Oklahoma. I'd say it's more as a recreational sport there. People enjoy racquetball, sometimes running, but I'd say bodybuilding and fitness in general is not quite as popular as it is here in California. I'd like to see it grow.
Thank you, Vicki. Our next competitor out, Annette Blondo from Houston, Texas. Annette is 32 years old, 5 foot 8 inches tall.
I've had incredible exposure. I've been amazed. So many people I don't know will come up to me and they'll tell me, hey, I saw you on ESPN the other day, and I just get so excited. I'm really excited, and that's why I'm here again this year.
Next up, we have a favorite of the audience, Amy Fadley from Santa Monica, California. Amy is 29 years old, 5 foot 5 inches tall, and all muscle, 125 pounds.
A lot of women approach me, which I really like, and especially the younger girls, even teenagers. They come up to me when I'm making appearances and they ask me, how can I get involved in fitness? And, I just try to help them realize that it's, it takes a lot of hard work, and I've been training for 11 years.
Everyone give Amy Fadley a big round of applause. Thank you, Amy. Next competitor, Kelly Ginalot from Orlando, Florida. Also a favorite of the audience.
With my clients, I always tell them the same thing that my mother's always told me, to image your goal, to hold that image in consciousness. Keep that image always before you, and your goal will materialize.
And last year, she took 14th in the Fitness America Pageant Nationals out of many, many competitors. Next out, we have Candace Head from Mesa, Arizona. Candace is 23 years old, 5 foot 3 inches tall, 115 pounds.
You never really know. There's so many new faces this year coming in that I was a little nervous. There's a lot of really good-looking women. There's a lot of really stiff competition as far as routines and physiques. But I'm just here to have a good time, promote the sport of fitness, and just do the best that I can do.
And she's currently in the process of opening her own gymnastics studio. She's been competing in gymnastics for 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Candace Head. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more from our swimsuit round of the Fitness America Pageant National Championships right after this.
People are talking to people. They'll simply say it. You won't believe it.
You can believe it. Sprint's great dime-a-minute rate just got better. Not just a little better. No way. Sprint said,
let's give them something to talk about.
and this is it. Call for Sprint Cents and you'll pay just 10 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the number you call most often. So call now and start talking.
There ain't no mystery to figure out.
And when you sign up for Sprint Cents, there's no confusion about what you're paying. It's always just 10 cents a minute on all your other state-to-state calls to anywhere in the country. Every evening, every night, and all weekend long.
Let's give them something to talk about.
On top of that, you'll get 10% cash back after your first year with Sprint. So call now. Get 10 cents a minute all day to the number you call most. Call now.
1-800-621-7491.
Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing on with the swimsuit round of the Fitness America Pageant National Championships in Redondo Beach, California. And your next competitor out, Catherine Johnsky from Honolulu, Hawaii. She's 32 years old, 5 foot 4 inches tall, 122 pounds.
I feel like a role model. The ESPN and the pictures and Muscle Mag, and I have I think a picture coming out soon that Bill Dobbins took, and I'm looking forward to that. And that people do look up to me as a role model. My clients do. They're my first priority, but I kind of am in shock. I have to remind myself. I have to ask my coach.
Catherine has competed in the Fitness America pageant before, and she's right back here in Redondo Beach, giving it a shot again. Give a big round of applause to Catherine. Welcome up next, Kim Peterson from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Kim is 27 years old. She stands 5 foot 3 inches tall, 115 pounds.
The typical questions I get are, how do I lose body fat? How do I eat properly? How do I exercise? And I am very, very fortunate that I am educated and experienced so that I am able to pass on some useful information for people to set short-term goals for them as well as long-term goals.
And Kim has been a competitor in the past with the Fitness America pageant. Welcome back, Kim Peterson. Next out, we have Kelly Ryan from Columbia, South Carolina. Kelly is 23 years old, 5 foot 3 inches tall, 112 pounds.
I trained for 6 years under Bella Caroli in Houston, Texas. He was the coach of Nadia Comaneci, who was a famous Romanian gymnast who won, 4 gold medals and perfect 10 and everything at the 1976 Olympics. Mary Lou Retton trained at my gym, and Julianne McNamara. We had several Olympic athletes. Christy Phillips.
Give a big round of applause to Kelly Ryan. Thank you, Kelly. Welcome out Carrie Smith from La Crescenta, California. Carrie is 30 years old, 5 foot 2 inches tall, 115 pounds.
Edutainer means educator and entertainer. So when I train, whether it's adults or kids, I'm educating them as well as entertaining them. Especially with kids, you have to make it fun.
Carrie Smith. This is our last competitor, Amy Zitch from St. Louis, Missouri. Amy is 26 years old, 5 foot 6 inches tall. She weighs 120 pounds.
After placing 5th last year, I was extremely motivated for this show. I did get some recognition. I picked up a major multi-million-dollar sponsor. Anheuser-Busch is sponsoring me this year. Besides that, I get a lot of people coming out telling me that they've seen the show.
Well, that wraps up the swimsuit round. Now stay with us as the judges select their top 5 contestants at the 6th Annual Fitness America Pageant from Redondo Beach, California.
How to speak Australian. Abstract art. Beer. Foster's, Australian for beer.
Call your brother. Show me your tattoo. Never! Jason, look out!
Do you
believe in angels?
Absolutely.
Have you ever heard of an angel that was interested in sex?
Of course not. But is there one?
Hello, ladies.
I thought angels were cleaner.
I'm not that kind of angel. What is it about you? As a woman, could you explain that to me?
How should I know? I'm not the least bit attracted to him.
I put a block on you.
Oh, sure.
Michael, rated PG, starts Christmas Day.
You're right. The way to do it is take the body out and the head's gonna fall. You gotta rip. You gotta dig.
Ken Sigarani battles Ross Thompson Sunday at 9:30, only on ESPN2.
Welcome back to the Fitness America Pageant National Championships in Redondo Beach, California. Now we're about to find out who our top 5 finalists are, and I'm going to announce them in no particular order. Congratulations to each one of you ladies. You've done a fantastic job tonight. First out, Kelly Ginolat. And give a big round of applause to Annette Blondeau. Next out, Vicki Anderson. Give a big round of applause to Candace Head. And we have one more finalist. And if she'll take a step on the end here, give a big round of applause to Amy Fadley.
Congratulations to the top 5 contestants. I can't wait to see who's going to win. Don't go anywhere because coming up next, we've got the crowning of the 6th annual Fitness America pageant.
It's been called the Ultimate Fitness Challenge. For 6 years, the Fitness America pageant has featured women from around the nation who have trained for this prestigious crown. Past winners of this exciting competition have included European fashion model Leslie Bianchi, the sensational fitness celebrity and television actress Sherry Giardina, ESPN body shaping trainer and fitness model Lori Donnelly, collegiate gymnastic champion and renowned fitness champion and trainer Mia Finnegan, and aerobic national champion and world-famous dance instructor Madonna Grimes. You too can become part of this premier competition by writing to the Fitness America Pageant, P.O. Box 646, Rosemead, California, 91770. A complete information kit will be sent to you.
Welcome back to the Fitness America Pageant National Championships in Redondo Beach. I'm Lisa Hart, and at this time we're going to bring out the past 5 winners from the Fitness America Pageant National Championships. In 1989, we had Leslie Bianchi Morrow. She was our first winner of the Fitness America Pageant National Championships. Leslie, thank you for being with us, and we've got some flowers for each of the lovely ladies that are going to be coming out and speaking with me. Leslie, have you still been working out a lot since the Fitness America pageant?
Yes, I've been continuing my teaching, and I also started personal training and doing a little bit of modeling, so I've been trying to keep busy.
Well, you were the first winner ever of the Fitness America pageant. What did that do for your fitness career?
God, it really helped it. It made me have more confidence to really expand my modeling and stuff, so yeah, it was it was really great, and especially now it's grown so much that I know that it helps these girls incredibly.
Wonderful. You were the first competitor that I saw, and you inspired me to enter in the 1992, actually. What has this done for your career?
Well, actually, it's done a lot. I'm doing a lot of modeling for Huskers, Body Alive, and Body Glove. I'm also doing some acting now for Land's End with Fred Dreyer, his new TV series. My husband and I still own a Ghost Gym, so I'm doing a lot of commercials.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming and being with us here tonight, Sherry. Now, I know a lot about what you've been doing lately, but tell the audience, you're involved with television shows, all sorts of things. What are you doing?
Well, I've been working with ESPN's Body Shaping now for 3 years, and we have a video series that's going to be coming out in January, so that's going to be something new for us. Hopefully you'll see us around doing some more things. I just also started recently working with EAS, Experimental and Applied Sciences, so I'll be around doing things with that, and I'm traveling around the country, around the world, talking to everybody, trying to get them involved in fitness. You know how that is.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming out, Lori. Now, Mia, you definitely look like you're staying in shape. What are you doing?
Well, I've worked really hard these last few years to, I've just been appointed freestyle spokesperson, which is a training style for women. I've been also going out on commercials, and I got my first national commercial for UPS. It's the Olympic spot, and I've been doing some, also doing some stunt work on the Power Rangers TV show, and also running some fitness camps, and which is really wonderful because teaching the girls how to compete, and so they don't have to do as many shows as I did. I've done 16 now, and so they can learn a little bit more so they don't wear the wrong suits and things like that. So it's been wonderful, and Metrics has been incredible to me, and I owe a lot of thanks to Scott Connolly for all his belief in me.
Madonna, tell us about your fitness studio, your dance studio.
I own a studio in West Hollywood. It's called the Madonna Grimes Fitness Theater Company. We have all sorts of dance, aerobics, capoeira, gymnastics classes all day long.
Well, you're an inspiration to all of the girls tonight, and we appreciate your being here so much. Audience, give all of our contestants from the past years, all of our winners, a big round of applause. Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll find out the winner of the Fitness America Pageant National Championships.
Don Long for Vibrant Alertness Aid.
You know, I'm a pro bodybuilder. But sometimes, even I need a little extra motivation to get to the gym. And since I can't get in shape just sitting at home, when I'm feeling beat, I just revive with Vibrant. With about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, Vibrant is a safe way to stay alert, so I can get my workout in. Sure, you won't need Vibrant every day, but when you're training hard to reach a goal, don't let fatigue stand in your way. Revive with Vibrant.
You don't know who wrote Moby Dick?
No.
You don't know who wrote Moby Dick?
No.
The one with the whale.
I saw the movie.
But you never read the book.
So what?
So what? It's Moby Dick.
Look, I don't know who the wrote Moby Dick, okay?
Tarkanian is back in Vegas as Fresno State takes on All-American candidate Corey Carr and Texas Tech. The Las Vegas Shootout tomorrow at 10, only on ESPN2.
The Fitness America pageant is being brought to you by Twin Lab, makers of new RX Fuel bio-designed formula and a full line of sports nutrition products. By Atomics Performance Athletic Gear, the official footwear sponsor of the Fitness America pageant. By Metrex Engineered Foods, rated #1 in fitness nutrition, now available at fine health food stores, general nutrition centers, and nature food centers. And by the makers of the fine products of Joyco. Define your style with Joyco. The judges have tallied their scores, and I have the results right here for the winner of the National Championships of the Fitness America pageant. Delivering the awards this evening will be Dr. Scott Connolly from Metrics. Good luck to all of you ladies. You've done a fantastic job and worked very, very hard, and this is the best competition I've ever seen for the Fitness America pageant. In 5th place, give a big round of applause to Annette Blondeau. And in 4th place, give a big round of applause to Kelly Gina Lott. In 3rd place, give a big round of applause. Congratulations to Candace Head. Now we have 2 finalists left in the Fitness America Pageant National Championships. Ladies, good luck to you both. Good luck to you both. I'm going to announce the winner. Give a big round of applause to Amy Fadley.
Congratulations, Amy. I know that after placing 2nd in last year's pageant, she trained hard and set her sights on winning. I've enjoyed being with you at home today, and I look forward to seeing you next time on the ESPN2 series starting this summer. For the Fitness America pageant, I'm Kiana Tom. See you next time.
Hotel accommodations provided by the Crown Plaza in Redondo Beach, California. Stay with someone you know and enjoy our own Gold's Gym. And by the Ala Moana Hotel in Honolulu, Hawaii. Enjoy Polynesian paradise in elegant style, right on the shores of Waikiki. Special thanks to Hot Skins, the leader of fitness fashion for the fabulously fit. To AM Spirit, quality-made sportswear and available on the World Wide Web. And to the professional haircutters at Supercuts, proud users of the fine products of Joico.